and dare I say ha.
Let's not get it twisted. I can handle a lot of things. I can't handle my chat spamming :3. Also, is my audio okay? I have a new mic setup. Please let me know what the deal with the mic is, if you can actually hear me or not. I suppose wait the 60 seconds before you get back from being banned. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go put away my bowl now that I've finished my rice and maybe get a little bit more. Yeah, go ahead, continue firing. Entertain yourselves for like 2 minutes.
The gunfight continues. We need a tumbleweed command that plays the sound.
Sorry, I'm currently messing with my Stream Deck. It's having issues. I'm very proud of you for killing literally everyone you could. That is exactly what I wanted. That is what I encourage in my community. Sorry, exiling, I think, is the better descriptor. I don't know what the deal with my Stream Deck is. Who knows? I will say, having a Stream Deck is something that I didn't know how useful it was going to be until I got it. And then, surprisingly useful. It's the little thing that has all the buttons you can press to, like, swap scenes or turn on, turn off an audio source. Stream Deck got caught in the gunfire. Oh, now we're working. Literally just turn it off, turn it back on. Oh, did it stop working again? This. Oh, nope, it was just lagging. Oh. Hello. It worked now. Yay. Yay! Yippee! How goes it? Redeeming Purge the Week and dying yourself is the funniest thing. Exactly, because that means that you ricocheted off of someone and took yourself out. You also have 0 words. I guess you gotta spend some time writing. Okay, real question. And this is not like, oh yeah, we would love that. Like a genuine question. Most of you know how my brain works. Most of you know how I will go on random tangents and I will be distracted and I will not be productive. How would you feel about an unironic, legitimate, full-fledged, let's have a productivity stream. I'm going to be writing. And then like the goal is that we all write. And then at the end, I might like share what I wrote kind of deal. Hello, Jacob. Hello, voices. Hello, Celador, Driver, Slowboy, Maddie. I saw like Cat got killed. Araya is here. Quarry, Wolk. Did anyone else like continue in the gunfight or were they just casualties? Sounds painful. You're interested. No, see, that's the thing is that it's like, oh, I'll.
4 big guys that boy my guy's blowing like that's like 4th.
What? Productivity stream could work. See, that's the thing. I want to do a stream where I program for a visual novel. And again, please let me know about audio because I'm trying new mic setup. I'm a little bit farther away from my mic than normal, but I turned up the gain, so hopefully you can hear me better. And let me know if you hear like mouth noises or anything, because I think the sensitivity got messed with. I wrote a visual novel. Okay, Jacob, let's calm down. Because you made a couple weird comments, and I'm going to ban you if you make one more. So, chill. Oh, you became soup. That's how you know that you are having amends for your crimes, because we are all equal in the soup. It does not matter who you are or what you have done. You are now soup just like everyone else. Hello, Casa. Oh yeah, it would still have interaction and stuff to talk about, and I particularly use you as a background anyway. I'm 3rd monitor content. Yeah. I was expecting 4th monitor content. I was expecting phone next to the computer setup content. Be like me violently toeing the line instead of crossing it. See, that's the thing, Slowboy. You cross the line all the time. However, in my community, I constantly shift the goalposts on where the line is so that you're never outside of it. I specifically expand the boundaries of what is acceptable so that you are always acting acceptably so that you then back off. Because I know that you like getting a rise out of streamers, particularly Rory. You only have 2 monitors. I also only have 2 monitors. If I had 3, I don't know if I would be smart enough to handle it. Because like I have the one. Honestly, 2 monitors is something that before I had it, I was like, oh, how useful could 2 monitors be? So useful. I don't even mean for like content creation. I mean for work. I mean for having YouTube on one, a document on the other, a research tab on one, a manuscript on another. Like, just 2 monitors is a game changer. But I feel as though that's because you're doubling your screen space. Whereas 3 monitors, you're increasing your screen space by 50% from 2 to 3. What game are we playing today? We are going to be chatting for a bit. I have been making a mega dungeon over on YouTube where I'm primarily a TTRPG YouTuber, and I've been making a dungeon one room at a time. Each of them is its own independent short, and I figured, well, I'm going to make a whole compilation video tomorrow and release it. So I figured, what if I talk to chat a little bit about what that configuration is going to be? You guys can help me make the first floor of the mega dungeon. We can make random rooms that are like connective hallways between the main rooms. And then I had, oh my gosh, voice crack. I had someone reach out to me via email, and they're like, hey, you should play this game called Decks of Haunting. And then I realized it was just a what's it called? Like an email list kind of email. I don't think it was specific to me. So I was like, oh, I was hoping it was like a sponsorship opportunity. But no, it was just this game that is apparently Slay the Spire-esque deck building roguelike, where you are a haunted house trying to devour the souls of the innocent. So I don't know if you've ever played the board game Boss Monster. I don't know if you've ever ran a mega dungeon. So it's kind of like has that thematic parallel. So I'm like, yeah, I'll try out the demo, see how I like it. I am a haunted house now. Exactly. You're just grippy sock coded like that. You used to watch YouTube on an iPad instead of a second monitor, so you didn't have audio in any game for 5 years. You had 2 for a second, you miss it. You beat Mother on Isaac. Oh. Wait, cause like you beat Mother on Isaac like recently? Because if so, that's incredible. As someone who has, strictly speaking, I have played Isaac because a friend was like, hey, do you want to try out this game? And I'm like, sure. Oh, yo, Pog. Everyone celebrate for Katsu real quick. Because for those of you who don't know, Isaac, Binding of Isaac, is like one of the classic roguelikes of the early 2010s. And isn't Mother like the true extra ultra final boss? Thank you, Necro, for purging the week. You miss your emoji? Aw. You have the glimmer of an idea for a mega dungeon room, but it's kind of weak. I need you to make it strong. Well, this is the place to drop it. See, that's the thing. I've played Binding of Isaac like once. And honestly, I didn't really connect with it. But also, I hadn't played a lot of roguelikes at the time. So I'm interested if like playing Binding of Isaac, quote unquote, for the first time in 2025, how that would go. And if folks would be interested in that. The Isaac of Binding.
Minaro says it's a regular dungeon she is building, but she had a whole lot of fuzzy pink handcuffs for it to be
okay,
just
the
a
fuzzy
dungeon.
pink handcuffs are because the previous prisoners complained of chafing, so they added in the pink fuzz so that it's one, identifiable, because you can just subtly hide like iron excuse me, you can subtly hide iron manacles along with other metal that you have. No one will notice. They'll just think you have a cool bracelet. And it chafes. So they added the pink, so it's noticeable, kind of like how orange jumpsuits are typical. And they added the fuzz, so it's not chafing. It's actually to the benefit of both the guards and the prisoners. Arrow, make a magic doll called the Isaac of Binding and my life is yours. So what I would do is that if I was to do that, I would have a doll that was like the same proportions as Isaac from the game, like giant chibi head style. And what it does is that it constantly cries, right? It constantly has just water seeping from its eyes, and that is the only magical effect it has. However, if you are
And what
injured,
about all this sports
that
telling adventurers
tears
to pick a safe word
has like a
before
1 in
going
6 chance, like you roll a d6 whenever you take damage, to become blood, and then suddenly you get like thorns damage. And then the idea is that like it hurts people who hurt you on like a 1 in 6 chance. And maybe it's like every turn or it might even just be the first time you take damage each turn, it deals a little bit of like thorns damage, because it's the idea of like the curse of the doll and its eternal pain is hurting them. Because I want to capture like like it's Isaac, it's pathetic, it's sad, but I also want to capture like the brutality of it and the fact that it's a roguelike and you're constantly hurt, and basically everything you do in that game is to mitigate the suffering Isaac feels. Witness me! See, that's the thing. I think that it would be... I don't know if it would be scaling damage. I mean, honestly, what it might... have it do hit point maximum damage? See, that's dangerous. Not against enemies, but against, like, the party. I think what might be interesting is if it is... like, thorns... if we're going the thorns damage route, then what it could be is that it could be either a base damage, like it always deals 2d6, or it could scale with your level. Like it deals 1d6 when you're 1st through 4th level. At 5th level, it becomes 1d8. At 9th level, it becomes 2d6. At 14th level, it becomes 2d8. And then at like 17th level, it becomes 3d6. Because at 17th level, being able to, in response to someone damaging you, just deal 3d6 damage to them is not good. It's not bad either. Particularly because it's every single turn. But you want it, you can't have it be like, oh, it deals 3d6 when you're 4th level, because that's way too much. You gotta find that balance. The curse of up dog. What's up, dog? Well, if you can add extra dice of damage by doing max HP damage to yourself, that would be cool, and that would also be very thematic for Isaac. So what it could be is that it starts at like a D4, and it could be a little chart where it's if you deal 1, it becomes a D6. If you deal 2, it becomes a D8. If you deal 3, it becomes 2D4. If you deal 4, it becomes 2D6. And if you deal 5, it becomes 2D8. So it's the idea of, oh, I'm someone with 60 hit points. I don't care about taking 5 points of damage. I'll deal 2d8 thorns. But if you're someone like, I'm only at 28, I'm only at like 20 hit points, maybe I'll take 3 points of damage so that it becomes a d8. And maybe I'm fighting like a goblin, so the d8 could be enough to kill it. Or maybe I take that 1 more point of damage. Because the thing is, you don't want it to be like, oh, I choose 2d6, so I deal 2d6 damage and I reduce my max hit points by 2d6, because max hit point reduction is so much worse than just taking damage. Would it function like Hellish Rebuke? I mean, kinda, yeah. At 17th level, you have spells that literally rewrite reality, so it's okay. So it's more than okay for those levels. That's the thing. People get so hung up on things like Wish that I think everyone forgets the power scaling of 9th level spells. Everyone forgets the power scaling of 17th level abilities. 17th level abilities, or I think like 8th level is like Crown of Stars. I think 9th level is, what is it, Invulnerability, where you just get resistance to all damage. There's Foresight, which is advantage on basically every single check, ability check, saving throw, and attack roll. There's Gate, which like is a teleport anywhere in the world. Those are all crazy, but those aren't busted. If I was to say, oh yeah, this is my fighter subclass, and at 17th level, every time you take damage, whoever hits you also takes the same amount of damage, and it's okay because it's at 17th level. Wizards get Wish, and it's like, no, that is silly. Because if someone hits you for 50 points of damage, and then you deal 50 points of damage back to them equivalently, it doesn't matter that that's at 17th level, because is that the same level of power as advantage on everything for a minute? Resistance to all damage for an hour. I think like Primal Storm even is like a minute of like deal stupid high damage like Call Lightning on steroids, but just multiple times. So like the BBG punches you and then you just explode, but they also explode. Actually, what is the type of damage that deals? Like, is it just a heart attack or, I don't know, clogging their blood vessels? My initial thought was tears, obviously. Then I thought like bloody tears because and then I was just like, what if it's just like a voodoo doll almost? And that's what I was thinking of, like Isaac of Binding, where binding not in the physical restraint sense, but binding is in like it is bound to you, and pain inflicted upon you is like, or maybe it could be like pain inflicted upon you is transferred to the doll. Instead of dealing thorns, it does damage reduction, and the doll has a set amount of hit points it has. So maybe the doll has like, I don't know. Maybe the doll has. See, here's a mechanic that actually fascinates me, and I'm curious how other people think about it. The doll has like 10 hit points and vulnerability to all damage, but after it takes damage, it gets however much damage it took in temporary hit points. So if someone hits it for 3 points of damage, it instead takes 6, goes down to 4 hit points, and then gains 6 points of temporary hit points. And then if someone is to hit it for 1 hit point, it would take 2 damage, go down to 8 with 4 normal, 4 temp, and then it would gain 2 temporary hit points, which does not stack on top of the 4 it already has. So it doesn't heal. It is at a net loss at that point. But then it takes 3 damage, takes 6, it goes from 8, burns through its 4 temporary, takes 2 of its normal, then heals back 6 in temporary. Now it's at 2 normal, 6 temporary. Like, that's a mechanic that I think would be really interesting for sustain, because it's the idea of you're never healing more than you lost. You are literally only ever losing it. Maybe it's a situation where you constantly are at capacity. Maybe you're constantly not losing health, which is fine. However, it's temporary, so you'll lose that like a minute later anyway. And you have vulnerability to all damage. So if you're taking 3 damage, 6 damage, 2 damage, 5 damage, maybe you stay at capacity. A single time you take like 12 damage, that becomes 24 damage. You lose so much health. And then you go back to taking 3 damage, 5 damage, 4 damage. You're just going to constantly shred through that like 24 temporary hit points you just built up. Oh. Yeah, so Armor of Agathis is... Honestly, Armor of Agathis, I don't think I've ever used it because it only gives 5 temp hit points. Do you know how strong upcasted Armor of Agathis is? Question, who here knows what Armor of Agathis does in chat? You'd make the die depend on enemy's hit dice. Pain could translate to the poison condition of being stunned. Yeah, maybe. Who here knows what Armor of Agathis does? Because Armor of Agathis is a first level spell that when you cast it on yourself, you get 5 temporary hit points, and then if they hit you, just like Seldor said, they take 5 cold damage. And both of those numbers increase by 5 every time you upcast it. So at second level, you get 10 temporary and deal 10 damage. At third level, it's 15 temporary, 15 damage. The thing about Armor of Agathis is that you deal it every time someone attacks you with a melee attack until the spell runs out. The spell only runs out after like an hour, or if you lose the temporary hit points. So if I cast it at third level, I have 15 temporary hit points. Someone stabs me for 4 hit points. They take 15 damage, and I'm at 11 temporary hit points. Armor of Agathis is still up. They stab me for 6 now. They take another 15 points of damage, and then now I'm at 5 temporary hit points. Armor of Agathis is still up. Then they stab me for 14 points of damage. They take 15, my temporary hit points run out, I lose Armor of Agathis. I just dealt 45 points of damage to them and reduced their damage that they dealt to me by what was that? I only took 9 damage because they dealt 24. I reduced it by 15 because temporary hit points. I dealt 45. I reduced their incoming damage by 15. Like, and I didn't spend a reaction. For a 3rd level spell slot, that's actually kind of pog. Because if you compare it to like a fireball or a lightning bolt, both of those are 8d6 damage. A d6 is a 3.5 average. 8 times 3.5 would be 28. That deals basically 50% more damage than a lightning bolt or a fireball, assuming they hit you 3 times, which maybe they hit you twice. It deals 30 damage. That's still more than the 28 that you would get on average from fireball, lightning bolt. If they hit you once, that's not really worth it. However, imagine you cast it at 5th level. You have 25 temp hit points, and then 5 goblins attack you. Each of them deals 3.5 plus 2 damage, so we're talking 5.5 times 5. That would be, I think, 28. Am I mistaken? Yeah, so 27.5, so 28 on average. You'd lose your Armor of Agathis at the cost of killing all of these goblins for free without taking any damage. And that's assuming they all roll average and none of them roll lower. Fireball is also AoE. So that's what I'm saying, is that I'm saying in a 1-on-1. It's also a massive as heck AoE, so you can easily catch the fighter in it. No, that's the thing. I'm not saying Armor of Agathis is better than Fireball or Lightning Bolt. I'm saying it has a different use case, particularly in something like a 1-on-1. Because if you're fighting something that its whole deal is it has a million attacks. You're fighting a Hydra, right? You're fighting a Hydra. The Hydra bites you 7 times, each time dealing, I don't know, what is it, like 2d6 plus 4 is my guess, just off the top of my head. That's what I would do. Like 2d6, 2d8, depending on the size of the Hydra. Because it's like a greatsword, right? Again, that's 7 plus 4 would be 11. So let's say it gets 2 bites on you and it destroys your armor because you cast it at like 3rd level. That's pretty good. You just dealt 30 points of damage and reduced the damage by like 1.5 of its attacks on you. Like, personally, I think Armor of Agathis at 1st level, even 2nd level, not really worth it. 3rd level and higher, yes, it falls off in comparison to other higher level spells, but like, imagine being able to cast Armor of Agathis at will. Imagine being... Magic item idea. Because like, something I'm always struggling with is I'm trying to make non-powerful magic items, temporary magic items, consumable magic items, all of which are actually useful. Imagine a potion that when you drink it, you cast Armor of Agathis on yourself at 3rd level. Imagine a pendant that once per day, you can cast 1st level Armor of Agathis on yourself. Imagine a arcane focus that lets you cast Armor of Agathis as if it were one of your, or maybe like a druidic focus that allows you to cast Armor of Agathis as if it was a druid spell, and you don't have to prepare it. Those are the sorts of magic items I'm trying to utilize more regularly. Kind of like that one, it acts as an arcane focus but lets you cast Detect Magic once per day. Because I think as fun as it is to be like, oh, in the Nothic Den, you got a potion of Enlarge Reduce. I think that that's less interesting than a magic item that it's a doll that lets you cast, like the Isaac of Binding casts Armor of Agathis on yourself. You take either 5, 10, 15 20 or 25 points of damage, and then you cast it at first, second, third, fourth, or fifth level. Yeah, if you have Armor of Agathis plus any damage reduction, like, imagine I'm up in the front. I have Armor of Agathis, maybe at third level, right? 15 temp points. Someone stabs me. They're going to deal 11 points of damage. The Ancestral Guardian Barbarian uses their reaction to reduce the damage I take by 2d6. Maybe I only take 3 damage now. Okay, I deal 15 damage to this person attacking me. They attack with their second attack. Now they deal another 11 damage. Suddenly, I've taken 14 of my 15 damage. I still have 1 temporary hit point. Armor of Agathis is still active. And they just took 30 damage. And then that's the end of their turn. Going into my next turn, I have 1 temporary hit point. I took no damage purely based off of a 3rd level spell and the reaction of my buddy. Right? So suddenly that opens way more tanking capabilities. Doll magic item, Armor of Agathis, but each day you prepare it with a hit die, and it has a duration until your next short long rest. Each hit die you invest is a spell level, and it does force damage. I don't even know if I would change it to force damage. Because I feel like the natural idea is, oh, I want this to be like true damage, so I'm going to make it force damage. I think even the cool magic items your party gets should have counterpicks. I think it should deal cold damage or necrotic damage or lightning damage. I think more things should deal poison damage because so much is resistant to poison. Like, when was the last time you as a character chose a spell that dealt poison damage? Right? The necrotic or poison. Yeah, and I think Armor of Agathis, the idea of it being cold, I don't know what Agathis is referencing. For me, Armor of Agathis gives me more like Great Old One than anything. But I also, because it's like a warlock spell, so I also get like fiendish vibes, and both of those have cold as a secondary. Fiends, particularly devils, are like fire then cold. Great Old Ones are primarily psychic then cold. So it could be either way, and I think that was intentional. So I'm not upset by that. What was some of the conversation talking earlier? Oh, it was people talking about their rigs and setup. Ice Devils are right there. So part of why I'm making a mega dungeon is because I mentioned this a couple times. I grew up with the 3-5 Black Dragon starter set. That's like what we had at my house that I grew up on. But we also had some other minis. And one of them was like an ice dragon or an ice demon, an ice devil. So at one, like the first time I started seeing like, oh, taking the normal setup of the dungeon and remixing it was normally the way it starts. So let me get paint out for this, because like I've wanted to recreate this opening multiple times just because I love it. Like I've wanted to recreate this opening, but now it's actually like relevant to talk about it. Let us real quick that. What? If I do that, okay. Never mind. I can just zoom in. Whee! Okay. So the way, yeah, Paint My Beloved. This is how we do this around here. The way this opening room is set up. It's like this. Actually, it's like this. Oh, let me get it straight. And then there is an entrance here. There's a door there. And then there's a chest here. A door here. Well, thank you, Fei Fei, even though you're totally wrong. This is the way this first encounter works is the party enters here. Like, this is the opening to the dungeon. This door is, I think, jammed. Or it might be locked. Because, like, I come from a tradition of playing the game where I see a difference in a door that's jammed versus a door that's locked. A locked door is a door that can be picked open. It can be broken down. There is something mechanical. It can be opened by the knock spell. There are also doors that are jammed. These are doors which are stuck. You have to force them open or break them down. Not February 22nd, write that out. I will say, I've made content for over a year, right? I've made content, technically speaking, I started September of 2023. I started streaming back in like July of 2024, so I haven't been streaming for a year, but I've been creating content for over a year. I have uploaded content on my birthday. I've made content. I've recorded content on my birthday. And I will say I was not subtle about it. I made reference to it. But I'm not going to reveal what it was. Because I like it when people guess. I like it when people run in their little circles. And the thing is, in this room, there is two kobolds right there and right there. However, if they hear you struggling with the locked door, they run and hide right here. So then if you enter the room, you're like, oh. Or if you enter... If you enter the room and you're just like, oh, there's no one here. Cool. And then they jump out and stab you. Right? You for gore. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. And then in the next room is something like... And all of these are like tiles, which is why it's designed like this. So like this room is like the final room of the dungeon that like has the black dragon in it. This one, I think it's literally just divided in two. And the first time I learned that like dungeons could be remixed was when this new room, which normally I think like it might have a troglodyte in it. No, so this room is like empty, but I remember there was a mirror in the corner, and the whole deal is that it's like, oh, there's someone trapped in the mirror, but they're really kind, they're very sweet, they're very nice, and they actually invite you to enter the mirror with them. And then if you do, the adventurer literally says like, okay, now the adventurer is like trapped in the mirror forever, joining the person in there, make a new character. Because the idea being is that it's like, yeah, you can do that. You're not going to get anything out of it, but it's like you can. But one of my siblings' friends who was running for us said that this was like a mad scientist's room, and that he went crazy and turned himself like into a horrid abomination and like ran a ghoul as like this random scientist who was in here, which was completely against what the adventure set up. Like it was against what the adventure initially stated. I was like, whoa. And then later in the dungeon, there was a room where he threw just a giant ice devil. And it was the idea that we could negotiate with the ice devil instead of just fighting it. And I was like, what? You can do that? Because like, remember, I was young at this point. You actually hate when modules do that? Yeah. This was like 3.5, so it's like, oh, well, you did this, so your character's dead. I will say it could have been cool to have a way to free a character, could add a neat plot. So the reason they didn't do that, I assume, is because it was like the basic rules. It was here's introducing you to Dungeons and Dragons, like 3.5. So they gave you pre-made characters. They say, here's what you get at first level. Here's what you get at second level. Here's what you get at third level. Here's what all those things mean. I think if it was an established module, there may have been a way to like free them, or maybe even the person who was trapped in there initially. But it's the basic rules. It's introducing people how to play. I don't think they cared. Adaptive enemies are so neat, much more interesting. That's the thing, is that it's like just the simplicity of there are two enemies standing here. If they hear you, they move here. That is it. That is literally it. It is two kobolds with sticks. Even if they get the drop on you and you're first level and you don't know how to play, they're not going to beat you because they're kobolds with sticks. But the very fact of like me learning about this, like when I was a player reading the Dungeon Master's Guide, I was like, what the heck? Like, this module is more core to my integrating Dungeons and Dragons into my life than like 5e. Because even though I eventually played 5e, I eventually got into 5e. Like I think like my father ran like one session for my sibling and me. Like I loved it. I wanted to play more, but neither of them did. Just like we played this starter set like once or twice with my siblings, and like none of them were interested in the way I was. And then I was like, this is awesome. I always wanted more. And then eventually on YouTube, I found channels like Matt Colville, and then I started running for my friends, and then yada yada. But no, this was so much fun. Don't say that. They're trying their best. It introduces them to the idea that at any time they can just die and not do anything about it. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that when it comes to stuff like the mirror, just you did this thing, you die. Or the arguably worse, you didn't do this thing? Wait, you're telling me you didn't put on the amulet you got from the Shady Merchant? You're telling me you didn't put the snake oil on your sword before attacking the basilisk? Will you just die? Yeah, sorry. Make a new character. Rocks Fall, Everyone Dies is different. Rocks Fall, Everyone Dies is, you upset me, now suffer. And I have only ever heard this jokingly. I have only ever heard Rocks Fall, I've only ever heard Rocks Fall, You Die as a joke, but I know it started as, oh, so your torch is still out? You light the gas in the room and explodes. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's one thing to say, oh, you jumped in the volcano, you die. It's another to say, oh, you didn't say the prayer that was referenced 5 sessions ago, you die. I think what can be really fun is, hey, we are going into this crypt. We need to protect ourselves from the evil spirits therein. We get a prayer. Then it's a shopping episode. Then it's a side quest where one of the players couldn't make it, so they end up being kidnapped, and then we spend a whole session like rescuing them from their kidnappers. And then it's a session where we wander through the wilderness to get to the crypt, and then we enter the crypt, and it's the first layer has a bunch of goblins, so we fight the goblins, and then we descend into the crypt, and this is like 5 sessions later, and then we die because we didn't say the prayer that was told to us 5 sessions ago. That's dumb. But that can be really interesting if it's, we enter the second level of the crypt. Suddenly, the walls swim and shift, and the shadows rise from the floor in corporeal form, similar to your silhouette, but without your features. each of them are longer, more extended, as if they're pulling away from you and the light, but at the same time, they're recognizably you. Roll initiative. And because you didn't say the prayer, your shadows have animated and are attacking you. And then you beat them barely. And then you go into the next room, and because you still didn't say the prayer, a wraith approaches you, having haunted this location for centuries and warded off only by the holy songs and hymns that it once sang in life when it was a priest that gave its entire life for the good of others. And then now it is a wretched thing where its only echo of a memory is the music that once filled its heart with joy. And then you're like a second level party that just fought a bunch of shadows. Now you're fighting a wraith and you're like, oh my gosh, you're trying to kill us. And then it's like, I'm not trying to kill you. The dungeon's trying to kill you. Do you have any notes about how you can prevent the dungeon from doing that? And then the party's just like, oh wait, what was that prayer? And then suddenly in the middle of combat, it's all of them trying to remember what it was as this wraith is going around, like draining their life force. And that's the sort of stuff that takes UGG to, oh no. Because maybe in that shadow encounter, you give them the hint of, well, again, I'm not trying to kill you. This is the dungeon. Is there any weapon you have that you're not considering using against the dungeon? And they're just like, what does that mean? Like, tell us what you're trying to hint at. And then the DM's like, nope, I'm not hinting at anything. Keep going. And then the shadows are a tough fight, but the party manages. Because maybe the fighter loses 2 points of strength until they rest, but aside from that, no one really takes too much damage. They go in to fight this wraith. They're dealing half damage. The wraith is CR 5. They're level 2. All of them exhausted all of their spell slots after fighting those shadows. What can they do? They have to rack their brains. Wait a minute. Wasn't there a thing we had to remember when we came in here? What was that thing? DM? And then the DM says, there was a thing you had to remember. I'm not going to tell you. You can either make a roll to see if you remember in the middle of combat, or if you have it in your notes, you get it for free. So then they all scrub through their notes. They realize, we have this holy prayer that we need to remember, but I didn't write it down. Like, what was it? And then the DM says, okay, I'll let you roll a check, but you get advantage because you know exactly what you're trying to remember. And then suddenly they roll and they fail and they're like, oh no. And then the DM says, don't worry. Just the heat of combat, you're struggling to remember. You can make a check on your turn without an action every turn for free. And then suddenly the entire party is just like, okay, can we make this check before the wraith's next turn? How can we benefit? Okay, I'm going to inspire you. And instead of using your inspiration to attack the wraith, I want you to use the inspiration on the check so we can remember whatever this is. And then suddenly it's way more, not just interesting from a narrative sense and a meta sense, it's also just more mechanically interesting. Because have you ever thought about how memory in D&D almost always boils down to the players either remember it themselves, they ask the DM and the DM just tells them, or they ask the DM and the DM's like, make an intelligence check. And then if they fail the check, the DM says, oh, I don't know, you don't know. And then it's just not fun. Feels kind of scuffed gameplay-wise. I have no idea what we're talking about. Neko, exactly. You could also let them make a religion check or something for that if it's really going to be TPK. And that's what I'm thinking, is that you can make a religion check because you know it's related to like holy hymns or whatever. Maybe in combat, they don't remember that. They didn't check their notes. They never wrote down that they needed the hymn. So what you can do is that in combat, they can be like, hey, already got here and already opinionated. Typical man. Typical catboy. What you could do is that in the middle of combat, oh gosh, they're fighting this wraith. Ooh. Ooh. This is how wraiths are. I hope you know. They're fighting this wraith, and then suddenly they're like, okay, what do we do? Like, we don't have anything. We checked our notes. There's nothing here. And then the DMs are like, okay, make a religion check. They make a religion check. They succeed. You tell them about the hymn, but you say, and maybe you just tell them, do you remember the hymn you were told by the priest 5 sessions ago? And they're like, oh yeah, I forgot that. And then the DM just tells them because they made a good check. If they fail their religion check, maybe even if they get a 1, you tell them, you know that wraiths are bound to places and they have echoes of their former lives within them, but they are fundamentally echoes. There is something that can repel this wraith, and you have the information as to what that is as a player. It's up to you to remember that, and if you can't, you need to run. Because so many people are scared to tell their party, run. Because so many people think running is cowardice. And a lot of GMs run into the hurdle of, I don't want to make my players feel like cowards, so I'm not going to tell them to run, even if I think this encounter is too difficult. Even if I don't think they can handle this encounter. Warn us before you show us something that's horrid. Sorry, I was just leaking Neko's face reveal. Wraiths are bound places, just like Arrow for real. You want to explain what you mean by that? Running and hiding wisely is discretion. Yes, discretion is the better part of valor. I like how some systems have degrees of success and failure, and I wish 5e had something like that. Like if you barely fail it, you still get stuff on Wraith being bound or whatever. And that's the thing, is that raw, that is how skill checks are supposed to work. Because the example they always give is, oh, if this is a DC 10 check, if you get above, you succeed. If you get below, it's a failure. However, particularly with skill checks, not saving throws, not attack rolls, the implication is, if, like, this is the minimum. If it's a DC 10 check and you get a 10 to 13, it's a little check mark. But if you get a 14 to 18, it's a bigger check mark. If you get a 19 plus, it's a huge check mark. And the goal is that, oh, you're making a religion check about the Wraith. You want the minimum DC to be really low. You want the minimum DC to be like 8 or 6 or 10, based on how difficult you want it to be. And then, oh, they only rolled a 9? Okay, that gets the minimum success. That gets the minimum ability of, like, you know that this wizard is a transmutation wizard, that transmutation is all about shifting properties. It's almost like classic alchemy. You know that the stone on their hip is a transmuter stone that they're getting some benefit from, and you know that only medium to high level transmutation wizards have such a stone. And that's all from, like, getting a 7 on a arcane check? Arcana. That's like getting a 7 on an arcana check when you're looking at a wizard. And then if you got a 12, you would learn, you know that transmuter stones can give you X, Y, or Z benefit. It's up to you to determine which benefit they seem to be getting, but you would also know that as a transmutation wizard, that tends to be more buff debuff. This is either someone who's going to make your life difficult with their spells, or they are a transmutation wizard who is dipping into, like, evocation or necromancy, which means their evocation or necromancy will not be as strong as an evoker or a necromancer who is using those spells. And then maybe if you get like a 17, it's like, okay, here's what benefit they're getting from their transmuter stone. You notice based off of what spells they've been casting, their big spell that they're going to cast when they think they're in danger is polymorph. they're a straight transmutation wizard. Their big thing is that they want to debuff you and hamper you. And then suddenly, if you roll a 7, you get useful information. If you roll a 12, more useful information. If you roll like a 17, that's really useful information. In Chill, and I think Pathfinder, lore checks work that way. Yeah. Yeah, for information gathering, I like if they pass by 5 or more, they get this plus extra. Exactly. One of the best decisions you made in DMing was not bother about encounter balance, and instead put together encounters that make sense. It will not be balanced on you to pick fights, and it turns the obligatory session combat from a chore to a thought exercise. And that's the thing, is that a lot of people assume that this is a game where it is the DM versus the players. However, the DM has more power, so the DM needs to be balanced so that the opposition is fair. My hot take is that this relies on a fundamental misunderstanding between the relationship between player and DM, because I think fairness is not an issue when it is understood that this is not a competition. Balance does not matter when it is understood that the players and the DM, it is when the players and the DM are not at odds. It is a collaborative story where everyone wants to tell the best story they can, have the most fun they can, and whether that is throwing a vampire spawn at a party of 2nd level players, or that is throwing a single goblin who's named Boblin the Goblin at a party of 17th level characters as a joke encounter, that's entirely up to the vibes of the group. I like it when you get a 2 and the DM goes, you notice that the sky is blue. Hey, Riolu. Between player balance is all, yeah. The balance between players is almost always more of an issue, because if player 1, and I understand that we just hit an ad, I'm going to keep talking though. If player 1 can do X and player 2 can do Y, but player 3 can do Y and Z, what fun does player 2 have? Right? Yeah, premium RPG advice. Subscribe for Arrow Academy, where I teach you how to be a less bad dungeon master. Like, no one's encroaching on what player 1 does, so player 1 is having a great time. Player 3 feels super special. No one else can do what Z is, so they get to feel special. But also, well, I mean, they can do Y. Like, I mean, they have the spotlight on them already. They might as well just make the check that everyone wanted them to make anyway. And then player 2 is just like, oh, well, I guess. And suddenly you have a situation where player 2 gets pushed out of their niche. Or you have the situation where player 2 gets all of the attention for Y. And then player 3 feels, well, why do I have this? I never get to use it. Like, yeah, I have Z, I have Z, but why do I have Y? I don't get anything from it. As a DM, you always throw more stuff their way, but if you have Baby's First PC and Ultra Cringe optimized in the same group, you got issues? Yeah. Who up making the games worse on purpose? I mean, listen, you might look at my games and say, I can fix them. I look at my games and say, I can make them worse. But yeah, the issue between DM and player is almost entirely like a vocal minority. Of problems. Meanwhile, I think player... Please hold. Player is unspoken taboo. And I'll wait the 10 seconds. Oh no. Is it a dead rat? But thank you, Neko, for swinging on by and adding to the conversation. No. Okay, so the distinction I make here is that I feel as though the DM player rivalry is a vocal minority of problem players and problem DMs. This is your like RP. Oh gosh, this is your like RPG horror stories where you have like a jerk who wants to be the main character, or you have a DM who bullies one or more like players. Like these, based off of what I have experienced personally and what I have spoken with people, almost always will be resolved by just talking to them out of game and being like, hey, you're not being fun. And then if they're being a jerk about it, kick them out of your group. Because you deserve to have fun, your group deserves to have fun. If they're not willing to work with you, they don't want you to have fun. Like, they don't want you to have fun. They are just trying to be a bully, which is not fun for anyone, probably not even them. But player versus player contention, tension, drama, competition is like an unspoken taboo. So few people are willing to speak up. If I'm the barbarian and you're the fighter, and you have like a 23 armor class, but I have like 100 hit points and damage reduction to everything but psychic damage because I'm Totem of the Bear, we're both kind of fighting to be the tank, and one of us is going to be better than the other. Just strictly speaking. Like, at its core, maybe I'm Totem of the Bear, so I'm really good at damage reduction. I'm really good at soaking damage. But you have super high armor, so nothing can hit you. But when it comes to like saving throws, I'm way stronger than you because I have danger sense. And also when I take damage, it's still halved because of my rage resistance. And you're stuck there with your 23 AC failing your saving throws. So I'm a better tank than you. And every time something comes up where they're like, oh, we need a tank, I'm put up front. Maybe we both have a 20 strength. And anytime anyone asks for a strength check, they're like, hey, can the barbarian rage and do the strength check with advantage? And then I do that. The fighter, 9 times out of 10, I feel as though is going to be uncomfortable bringing that up, but is going to stop having fun. Oops, all tanks party would be so funny. Okay, I have a video. There's like a Darkest Dungeon video that I love, where it is just 4 crusaders. And it's called The Last Crusade. It's basically like a meme where it's 4 frontline tanks in it, because the way Darkest Dungeon works is you have like a party of 4 and they're in a horizontal line where your position in the party alters what abilities you have access to. So if you're in position X, you have different abilities you can do than if you're in position circle. And the Crusader is someone that loves being in the front too and has like a little bit of functionality in the rear. So what they did is they took 4 Crusaders, they put 1 in each spot, they used the back line for healing and for hitting the enemy back line, and the front for just being tanks that never die. And what they did is they just crusaded through an entire undead infested dungeon, and it was the idea of just Deus Vult, Deus Vult, Deus Vult. And I love the idea of that. Oops All X is almost never a bad time. I had a game of what's that new funny like silly game? All right, it's Marble Rivets. I had a game of Marble Rivets where I'm playing ranked. I think that this is back when I was like in silver. And someone's just like, hey, 6 supports? And we were like, sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? We won that game so easily because we just never died. No, literally, Driver, it was them stomping in full plate mail down a dungeon, clamoring along, going Deus Vult, Deus Vult, Deus Vult, and smiting anything in their front. No, and then in Marble Rivets, it was just like, oh my gosh, it was, oh, they would try to focus us, our Luna just popped an ult. Oh, our Luna's ult went down, our Mantis just popped an ult. Oh, our Mantis ult went down, Loki just copied Luna, did a ult. Our Luna Loki combo went down, now we have a Cloak and Dagger. By the time the Cloak and Dagger's down, Luna already has her ult back up. Like, they just can't kill us. It was so silly. Although I will say, when it comes to like when it comes to Megamind Rubber, I'm so happy I ended in Diamond 4 or Diamond 3 because initially Season 1 was going to run through all of Season 1, but then yesterday was the cutoff for Season 1.5 because they dropped 2 new characters, they dropped a new map, and they basically did a preliminary just like, hey, here's a status update. If whatever rank you're at, you're going to stay at that rank for the rest of the season, but if you're at gold 3 or higher, you're going to get not diamond, plat. I'm not a diamond player. If you're at gold 3 or higher, you get like a special skin and like an emote. If you're at like diamond 3 or higher, you get like a special crest indicating how high you were. Basically imagine party paladins who all wield oversized shield and they all go in a circle and walk in a spiked. Okay, this is not the first time we've talked about the spiked turtle shield on this channel, because like a week ago I was talking about Asterix and Obelix and how I remember them primarily from the video game on like the PS2 for them, but whenever I think of a Roman turtle, I always think of that game. Pathfinder has a spiked shield. I mean, D&D technically has a spiked shield, but it's like, oh, if you're a lizard folk and you have a shield, you can deal like 1d4 damage. D&D is allergic to allowing things other than the longbow, the great sword, the rapier, and like the longsword do any amount of damage, because everything else is like, oh, this is a two-handed heavy weapon, but it deals a d10 damage, and it's like, okay, why would I ever not use the greatsword? Oh, this is a finesse weapon that deals a d6 damage. Why would I ever not use a rapier? Oh, this is a one-handed weapon that deals 2d4 damage. Oh, and it's like, well, actually, that's like better than a longsword. Just kidding. It's only 1d4, you fool. And it's like, oh, yes, I want a ranged weapon. I'm going to use a longbow. Maybe I use a light crossbow, but strictly speaking, that's worse than a longbow. It's still funny how I only knew them from the game since they're such a massive comic. That's the thing. I think it's partially, I keep doing that. I think it's partially that I was never really into comics. I've mentioned this before. The only comic that I read extensively is The Walking Dead, and I've also read I've read some superhero comics. I've been reading some manga recently. What superhero comics have I read? It's mostly when it comes to superhero comics, it's mostly just so okay, I have a question. I always feel bad about this. I understand that audiobooks are reading. However, I oftentimes watch YouTube videos doing a full synopsis slash walkthrough of comics primarily, but also books, manga. I don't know if I count this as reading them. For instance, I watched a beat by beat read along reaction / review of Berserk. I watched a channel who, as they were reading Berserk, they were uploading their reactions. They were talking about it. They gave an entire plot summary. They gave their projections of what was going forward. It was basically a read along. But I didn't read along because as much as I love Berserk, I don't want to read Berserk for reasons that if you have read Berserk, you know. So I don't claim to have read Berserk, even though I know what happens throughout it, and I followed it along through someone else's lens. At the same token, but at the same time, I've also watched the 90s anime, so I've seen the Golden Age, right? Which is I've consumed Berserk media, but I've also seen this walkthrough. Same thing with Blackest Night, the Green Lantern comic. I never read it. I watched a beat by beat breakdown of a plot synopsis of people talking about here's what happened when, here's how the characters reacted, in a dramatic reading almost, but it wasn't reading every dialogue bubble, reading every text descriptor. It was just here's what happened in broad strokes across the entire thing. Also, Arrow drink raw. All right, I haven't been drinking water. Again, Arrow, if you hawk Tua, does my one-handed go up? No. Audiobooks are reading if you do no other mentally taxing activities. You can walk and audio read, but trying to do a fighting game while listening to a book is in bed. To a book in the back as white noise isn't. Kind of depends on your mental bandwidth. That's the thing, is that when it comes to audiobooks, that's why I don't listen to audiobooks. I've tried driving with audiobooks, and I just cannot pay attention. I get so frustrated because I'm constantly missing something, and I go back and read it. I am one of the worst. Growing up, I was a really fast reader, and I still am a fast reader. I will read things quickly. The issue is that I'll often have to reread it multiple times to comprehend it for whatever reason. My brain just is dumb. So with audiobooks, I'm constantly rewinding. And the thing with audiobooks is that if it says the house was purple, the grass was green, the sky was blue, and then I rewind because I didn't hear what color the sky was, and then it starts talking about purple, the grass was green, and I'm wait, what's purple? And then I rewind again, and then I have to keep rewinding until I get to a point where the auto rewind isn't in the middle of a sentence that completely throws me off. So then I end up going back 30 seconds to hear the last 5 seconds of what I was listening to, and that's just because my brain is dumb. Wait, what do you mean actively unsafe? If you're talking about listening to an audiobook while driving, I'm 90% focused on the road, 10% with background noise, having my brain occupied by audiobook. Hello, Stunov. Used to be a really fast reader, and then my brain just died, and it takes me so long now. That's the thing. I think it's not even my brain died. I'm super slow at reading. It's literally I think I read at the same pace I did as a child, very quickly. But I have to constantly reread. No, driver, Podcasts, for whatever reason, completely different story. I can rock a podcast. Like, I loved Welcome to Night Vale years ago. I tried re-listening to it a couple times, just never really clicked with it again. I want to listen to the Magnus Archive because I've heard nothing but fantastic things about it, and I think they like made a board game about it, or like a video game or something. So I want to get into the Magnus Archive. I just haven't, because I haven't had much time to do podcasts recently. Even like Adeptus Ridiculous, like the 40k lore podcast that I've been listening to for years, I haven't kept up with, because podcasts, particularly 45-minute plus episode long podcasts, are something I like doing while I'm doing something else, driving, or like when I need my attention focused on something else, but I want something to listen to, I'll put that on. But if I'm running, I want something to watch. If I am editing, I can't be focused on something else because I need to focus on editing. If I'm recording, I can't do it. If I'm playing a video game, I'm kind of locked in. So like, it's something where I've kind of lost the time to have audiobooks or podcasts. You just read at the same time I listen to the audiobook for the text. Excuse me. You used to listen to audiobooks at double speed and work on multiple things at once, and then I had a cerebral event, so I have a hard time concentrating. That's the thing. All of my ADHD friends are just like, listen to it at 2 times speed. Game changer. And I'm like, I don't know if that would work. Because like, it forces me to pay attention is what I've heard, which might help. But also with YouTube videos, I'm often just like, what was that? Rewind. Wait, and now I'm in the middle of a sentence, rewind. And like, I have to fight my attention sometimes based on what the video content is. Wait. The Magnus Archive, the narrator from Slay the Spire, isn't it? Oh, yo, Pog. 2 times speed long videos is actually peak though. The main time I use 2 times speed is when I'm following a tutorial. Because yo, guys, what's going on? Here, I'm going to tell you how to smash that like button and subscribe on Twitch. So, first what you're going to do. And like, I don't need that. I need, hey, here's what the thing is. Here's how you fix it. Here's a couple of troubleshooting problems. Here's an FAQ. Let me run through point 1. Here's my response. Point 2. Here's my response. Okay, we're done. Thanks. Like and subscribe, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm just like, cool. Awesome. You can't do any speed other than 1. Yeah, like, I found great success in like 2 times speed, like tutorials. So maybe I should try like a 2 times speed podcast or audiobook or whatever. The issue is that like, it's a matter of time, right? Like, I want to listen to these things, but also like if I'm playing like Munitions Ribbit, I'm locked in. I'm not going to be listening to something because I'm focused on what I'm playing. Since you read politics and history books, if I listen to an audiobook at 2 times speed, it's going to be like I'm listening to one of those pretentious fast-speaking pundits. I've been told I talk really fast, so maybe it's why I watch listen to stuff at 2 times speed. Yeah. Although, I did have a friend. I've talked about this a couple times. I had a friend back in like high school who would listen to Nightcore at 2 times speed. Does anyone here know what Nightcore is? Or am I dating myself? Because Nightcore was something from like the early 2010s. Or maybe, no, it was 2000s. When was Nightcore? Nightcore was like 2000s into 2010s. So not Night Court, Nightcore. Night Vor? Oh no. Please do not vor each other in my chat. So Nightcore is when you take a song, you speed it up, you pitch it up, and you throw an anime character on the cover, and then now it's a Nightcore song. So it's basically like increase the pitch by an octave, double the speed, and have like an anime girl as the splash art. And that's Nightcore in a nutshell. My friend listened to the songs at ×2 speed at ×2 speed. So he was listening to like Angel with a Shotgun Nightcore at ×2 speed. Oh, so TikTok version. Oh my gosh. My armored mimic alternate name could be a Night Vor. No. Oh yeah, I lowered the cost of Vigilante Justice. I also lowered how much time it bans them for, because I feel like it's fun to be able to choose someone to ban them. The anime girl and song also both need to be edgy for it to. Oh, true. See, I was never into Nightcore. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was kind of dumb. I will say, I think I'm less harsh of it now, because I do appreciate, like, what is slowed plus reverb, if not like the opposite of Nightcore. Like, there's a whole genre of music which is just like slowed, reverb, pitched down, which I would say is just the polar opposite of Nightcore. No, don't call it Daycrust. Ugh. Animated armor plus purple worm devourability. No. Although, I just had a thought of, imagine a suit of armor, right? Oh gosh, this is not good. Oh no, it's like I got a flipper. Why is it a flipper? I'm trying to make this. Anyway, you know what I mean. It's animated armor, right? Why are you so long? Let's do you. Imagine armor that. Oh, actually. So I have an idea for a room for the mega dungeon. Oh, because this whole time I was going to talk about the mega dungeon, but I haven't been. I'm so sorry. I have an idea for the mega dungeon, which this is the notes I have for it. Let me just. Oh, wait, I just realized I don't have TTS open. How did I hear it? Anyway. So this is my notes for the room. This is an exclusive sneak peek. Oh wait, do you not see this? Oh, there it is. So actually, let me keep this like this. So this is just kind of like, whoa, script reveal. Yeah, so a dead goblin lies on the floor. The walls are lined with fine weapons, all in good shape. If a weapon is removed from a rack, an animated sword, some animated arrows, which is just an animated sword but only deals D4 damage, and probably has fewer hit points, and an animated armor attack the party upon defeat. The animated sword is a magic sword which, once per short rest as a bonus action, floats beside you for a minute and makes one additional attack per turn when you take the attack action. The idea being that it's not like once per short rest, you activate it as a bonus, it floats beside you, you attack someone, and it swings at someone else or at the same target if they're in range. The armor self-terminates in an explosion of some slashing damage, but the arrows auto-seek their targets and ignore cover. So if you defeat the animated arrows, they become auto-seeking arrows that you ignore cover when you shoot with them, and you can attack a creature where you know they are there, but you can't see them. Hello, Dreekfire. Why is Arrow drawing a cowboy hat with flaps? Shut up. So the thing with this is that what if I have it be, because I wanted minor magic items, like a cool sword that's more than just, oh, it's a +1 sword. And this is not a +1 sword. This is different from a +1 sword. This is something you can get at second level without breaking the game. Like the idea of armor, which is like Iron Man armor that as an action you can like equip / dequip. So what if instead of exploding, the armor instead of self-terminating, it just becomes armor that is equip dequip as an action. So then you get a sword that flies beside you, which anyone can use, including like a wizard. You get armor which can equip dequip as an action. And you get some arrows which auto seek their target. None of this is +1. None of this is masterwork. None of this is super special like that. But you get a couple different magic items because it's an armory. You want cool items from an armory. You think Arrow would like Fear and Hunger? I got super into Fear and Hunger a couple months ago. Never played it. Don't plan to. Because no, I know huge content I wanted to. I got super into it. I watched a bunch of playthroughs. I got super into the lore. I know very little about Fear and Hunger 2. Termina. I might play Fear and Hunger 2 like Termina. But even with like the censored mod, like I don't know. It's yeah, watched thought never played like yeah, so I mean just to cover my bases, I guess I will so for those of you who don't know, the serious sign is that what I'm discussing is serious. This is, please take it seriously in chat. I'm not making jokes about it. I am being serious so long as this is up. Treat it seriously. Anything that involves like such explicit content, like as in Fear and Hunger or Berserk or whatever, makes me extremely uncomfortable. That is stuff I do not want to engage with. I saw Super Eye Patch Wolf's video on it as well. I actually saw it recommended to me and didn't click on it. I saw it for a while and didn't watch it for a while, and then I eventually watched it and I'm like, what is this game? I need to know more. And then I learned more, and then I was like, oh wow, this is awful. Much in the same way that like Berserk is awful. But I can also appreciate it despite how difficult and troubling it is. And that's why I have such an appreciation for the game. But it's the sort of thing where like, I don't know if that's something that I could really engage with, even with like the censored mod, because I'm just like, well, I know what's happening under the pine cones, you know? And that just makes me very uncomfortable. So I would be open to playing Fear and Hunger / Fear and Hunger 2 Termina like on stream with the censored mod. But with Fear and Hunger 1, I know most of the secrets. I know about the Kroll Mauler. I know about the God of the Depths. I know about the different endings. I know about the God of Fear and Hunger. I know about how to save Lagarde, what happens if you let Lagarde die. Like, I know all of that. So I don't know how interesting it would be for me to play it. I'm someone who very much so, when I stream games, I want to stream games I have not played, because I'm worried, like, well, if it's not a first playthrough, well, why are you going to care? Like, it's not interesting at that point, right? But if you guys feel differently, I would love to show you some games I love. Like, I would love to play through Pyre, which is a Supergiant game. The people who made Hades. Pyre is my favorite game of all time. Honestly, I would love to play Dragon Shard, which was my favorite game growing up, along with Battlefront 2, which was one of the games that got me into Dungeons and Dragons. But like Fear and Hunger 1 is a game that I know enough about. I don't know how interesting it would be for me to play it. And on top of that, it's also so difficult, not just from a like stomaching it and like atmospheric place, but also from a just, it's hard. And from what I've heard, it's not hard in a Dark Souls like, oh, you just have to learn the attack patterns and get good. It's literally like you might just die to RNG because the game hates you, which, you know, valid. So I don't know if I'm ever going to play Fear and Hunger 1 because all of that. I've heard Fear and Hunger 2 is both easier and also just generally speaking. So I would be open to that. I can turn off the serious sign. Oh, I understand it. It's also why I don't like Berserk. See, here's the thing. I love Berserk. I also say I would consider I love Fear and Hunger. I think that they are both fantastic. And particularly, Fear and Hunger memes are so funny. Because there's a rule on the internet, not Rule 34, calm down. A rule on the internet where the darker the source material, the funnier the memes of the community, because the less seriously they take it. So it's basically just like, I would say it's like somewhere like this, and then it's just like Darkest Dungeon, Berserk, Fear and Hunger, any like horrible, terrifying, awful video game or media that just has depression written all over it will have the funniest memes you've ever seen. My love for you is like a truck, berserker. Oh, fun fact, I did a voiceover of that like probably like 10 months ago at this point on my old mic. You really need to play Pyre. I really want to see you play Pyre just because it interests me so much. Aw, thank you, Kaza. Yeah, so the long and short of Pyre is, without any spoilers, you are cast into this like purgatory limbo realm, basically like the wilds, called the Downside. And you're cast here from civilization back in what was known as the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth. Where this is like this enlightened civilization where everyone is equal and they've developed progress. Also, they've banned literacy. If you can read, that is a punishable crime, and you are a reader. So because you know how to read, you are thrown into the Downside, into the wilderness, and you're left to die. Because they don't execute people. They're above that. They're too civilized for that. They just send you down a river into what is effectively purgatory, where you will die. Because they didn't kill you. They just sent you on your way. They exiled you. And then when you're down here, you meet with this group of people called the Nightwings, who need a reader because there are certain things called rites that you can only perform by reading a book that instructs you on how to, in essence, perform the rite, but in actuality is play wizard basketball. The biggest hurdle of the game is the gameplay, because it's like 70% visual novel, like 20% choose your own adventure, and 10% sports game. Which I hate sports games. I do not play them. I don't enjoy them. The fact that I love this game so much is a miracle, right? So you go through and you're running these rites, and then the main draw of it is, hey, we are going to escape the Downside, overthrow the Commonwealth, and institute a new society based on the ideals that the Commonwealth claims to follow. And that is the core premise of the game. As you get more party members, as you get different skills, as you form different relationships with the other opponents, who are all basically like rival teams. It's the idea of you're playing the circuit of the different teams in your league, effectively. So it's the idea of, and this is not a spoiler, but this is like not revealed immediately. It's the idea of all of the triumvirates which are what the different teams are called, are based off of one of the scribes. The scribes are basically ancient heroes who founded the Commonwealth, much in the same way how you are modern people trying to found a new civilization on top of the Commonwealth. And each of them are named after the scribes. And you, as the Nightwings, are the team against which all others are judged, because you are named after the different monsters that the scribes felled thousands of years ago. The whole idea is that you are the final boss. So everyone else is fighting each other for the chance to fight you. So it's not just you're playing wizard basketball and you need to like make it to the finals. It is you are guaranteed a spot in the championship. Everyone else is fighting each other for the chance to fight you. So every single championship, every single Super Bowl equivalent, you will always be there fighting one of the other teams. You like dark things because you're an edgelord, but I think it crosses a line with like that kind of violence. But anything with gore and torture and depression, that's the thing. Me too. Like, just to keep it real with you, like that is like absolutely how I feel about it as well. And that's why something like Fear and Hunger is, or that's why I love Darkest Dungeon so much. Because Darkest Dungeon is a horrifying hellscape where you will go mad, you will be tortured, you will I don't know, freaking psychologically be destroyed. There's body horror, there's gore, there is horrific narration of otherworldly entities, but there's none of that. You know? And that makes me so much more comfortable in a world with like Darkest Dungeon than like Funger. That's how you know that I like Fear and Hunger. I call it Funger. Or Berserk. Dark Souls. Oh my gosh, Dark Souls. Another fantastic example. Hilarious fan base, terrible setting, as in like to live in, like terrible world. You would not want to live there. But there's none of that. There's like the awful torture. There's the horrendous circumstances. There's the atrocities being committed, but it's nothing of that nature. So I am much more comfortable in a setting like Dark Souls or a setting or world like Dark Souls or Darkest Dungeon than I am in those other ones. Fear and Hunger 2 doesn't really have anything explicit about that. You played it a bit. Is the Lovecraftian cosmic horror. So Stunov, I actually didn't know that Fear and Hunger 2 avoids that. Like, if anyone else can confirm Fear and Hunger 2, like not having that sort of material, I unironically would love playing it because I have avoided spoilers. I have avoided most knowledge of Fear and Hunger 2. The only real things I know is that it takes place in 1914. I know that as close to canon as you can, Kahara did ending A, and everyone else did their S ending. So like Kahara did the God of Fear and Hunger ending because he doesn't really feature in Fear and Hunger 2 at all. All of the other characters did their S ending, and like they all became famous in their own way. I know Pocket Cat is like a more major character. Oh my gosh, something that I love about Fear and Hunger 2 from what little I know is that stuff like the yellow mages, the bunny masks, basically the different aspects of the world that got introduced but not really developed in Funger 1 get expanded. Like, I think that there's a character who's a yellow mage. I think that one of the characters is like the child of bunny masks. And it's the idea of like, oh, this all gets developed. It's more a part of the second game. You get to learn more about it. Y'all are saying that there's more lore, which is super cool. Oh my gosh, Stoon off. That's nasty. But yeah, so if anyone else can confirm, because as much as I'm trusting, I'm also inherently suspicious of people. So if anyone else could confirm if Fear and Hunger 2 doesn't have that sort of material, I would love to play it at some point. Personally. Because I think Fear and Hunger 2 is a interesting. I loved getting into Fear and Hunger as much as I could, and that was the big barrier for me personally. Also, just a super jank game that's super difficult, so I wasn't sure if I was gonna have fun with it. But I've heard more interesting things about Fear and Hunger 2. Yeah, I had to be suspicious when everyone around me is armed. What do the colors of the mages mean? So, as far as I'm aware, the main thing is that there are yellow mages who are worshippers of Grogoroth, who is effectively the one of the two original deities in Fear and Hunger's pantheon, who is about destruction, necromancy, death, a little bit of like masculinity, because like Grogoroth is the husband of I think it's like Sylviath, who is like the more maternal figure, who is like life and fertility, and basically it's like a mother nature father destruction kind of deal in the canon. Yellow mages are just very individualistic mages, but I think they're into Grogoroth. Yeah, yellow mages are into Grogoroth. And I know Enki, who is a black mage. Black mages are into Almer. Because they're, in terms of the old gods, it is Almer, Grogoroth, Sylvian, the god of the depths. I mean, technically, Almer is an ascended god, just like the god of Fear and Hunger. And then Rare, the moon god, I think isn't considered an old god. Is like Rare, the moon god, I don't know much about, so don't spoil, but I know Rare shows up way more in the second game. Grogoroth is inspired by a topological feature of the Eastern lands in Lord of the Rings. Oh, fuck. Although I do want to share something. Fear and Hunger, God of the Depths. So this is in Fear and Hunger, the God of the Depths. This, in real life, is the shipwreck of the USS Saratoga. So if you want to talk about like taking inspiration from stuff, this is just super cool to me. Like, it's 1-to-1, which is just so cool. Because this is like a deity that you can like, this is like a primordial deity who's like slumbering eternally, is like dead but not dreaming kind of deal. It opens its mouth, you can hop inside, and then once it opens up its mouth, it looks like this shipwreck. You'd pray to boat god? This is not boat god. This is god of the depths. This is the god that like cockroaches and spiders and rats all worship. Also the cave dwellers. The photo makes you feel weird. Yeah, it's like a monster. It's like a giant mouth. So I see why they took inspiration. The god from the depths. Yes. How did you know, Carson? If you want, you can tell Rory that we're talking about From the Depths, and he's going to get so excited, and then it's just going to be, no, we're actually just talking about Fear and Hunger. I should drink more water. All right, we're talking about Fear and Hunger. I was John Depths himself. This is what Rory looks like at 3 a.m. after not drinking water for the last 4 hours because he was so focused on FTD. Truly a horrific description. John the Depth. It makes and I think that's why the creator went with this, is because this is an uncomfortable image. This is not something that you look at and you're like, wow, that seems inviting. That's like, ugh. It is pogging. Pog. Now I want to play Fear and Hunger. Because, like... Sorry, does anyone remember... Did anyone watch the... Did anyone watch the video I made? Which was... What's it called? The Saint of Martyrdom? I made this the other month. Let me see if I can grab it. Saint of Martyrs, back in December. Let me play it. Window capture. Okay. So this is just something where once I posted this, someone said like, what in the Fear and Hunger? And I was like, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Like that, it does remind me of Fear and Hunger now that you mention it. So you don't have audio. Let me... Please hold.
Shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Please hold. Just gotta make sure that audio is good. Oh. Okay. So the way this should work is that it should go to stream. It should not be on the VOD. It should not be recorded. So I'm just going to see if this works. Okay, so the reason I brought that up, also, I forgot to turn off the music. I'm so sorry about that. The reason I brought that up is because someone in the comments was like, what Fear and Hunger Hellspawn is that? And I'm like, yeah, it does kind of give Hunger vibes. I think it would be so cool to like see something like that in the Fear and Hunger art style. And like I love Fear and Hunger. Like again, it makes me uncomfortable, but not so much that I avoided the lore. I have a video that I've been sitting on for months at this rate. Has anyone here watched the cosmic horror of Fear and Hunger? Because I watched the Worm Girl video where it was like everything that happened in Fear and Hunger, or like a complete timeline of Fear and Hunger, but I have yet to watch it's from a different channel, the cosmic horror of Fear and Hunger, because Fear and Hunger is fundamentally an eldritch horror game. It's a cosmic horror game because you deal with the elder gods, you deal with the old ones, you deal with the psychology of the dungeon trapping you. You also watched the Worm Girl video? Yeah. There's a great video about how a lot of death metal is just surf rock with distortion. Interesting. See, Carson, you get it. It's just we have protective shields around here. That's what we do. Yeah, soon up. That's the thing. I love games that mess with theology. I'm not super familiar with Shadow of Colossus. I've watched enough content on it that I know the broad strokes, so I don't know if I would play it. Like I just watched Rory play it the other month.
Protective shield. Protective
But like
shield. Protective shield.
part of the reason why Maddie, part of the reason why I made the distinction between divine and granted magic is explicitly because I play with theology in my world. A lot of people were really hung up on the fact that divine and granted are somewhat similar in that they both draw power from another source, but the fundamental difference being divine is based off of belief and granted is based off of transaction. Now, is this a transaction involving a deal or pact, or could it just be circumstances, such as you were born when the stars were right, so you have a third eye? Who knows? But the point is that you can be an entity that is believed in as a deity, and that will give people powers, which, as you might guess, would reinforce the idea that you are a deity, because people on a meta level, it would reinforce the idea that people believe you are a deity, specifically because if they cast miracles in your name, it is easy to assume that you are granting them that power, even though it is the power of belief. Similarly, if you are an entity that is handing out magic like candy, and people are using it to cast spells in your name, they don't have to believe in you. They don't have to have any connection to you. They could hate you or disagree with you or whatever and just draw on the power that you gave them. But that does nothing to state if you are believed in or not, because they are from two separate axes of power. If only I could make a deal with God. See, that's the thing. In my world, the gods and deities are absent. Are they hidden? Are they recluse? Are they away from the world but watching from afar? Or do they not exist? Did they once exist but they are dead? Or is it that there is a constant rotating cast filling the same locations? That's up to individual interpretation. One entity could theoretically be involved in both, though, right? Absolutely. You could have an angel who has, let's say, a cleric who believes in them, and their belief gives them strength. And then you could have a warlock who beseeches the angel for aid, and the angel assists. The angel assists via granting them magic. Both draw from the angel, both reinforce the power of the angel because it is the angel granting miracles in some way or an indirect or direct way. But at the end of the day, the cleric doesn't have to believe in the angel. If the cleric believed in the righteousness of the common person, or the cleric believed in a devil, or the cleric believed in their own indomitable human spirit, that would be equally powering, if not more so, based on the idiosyncrasies of the individual. The warlock, meanwhile, doesn't have that luxury. They get power from an angel. They get power from a devil. They get power because when they were... they get power because before they were born, their parent was healed by an angel directly, and that healing magic infused them while they were developing and granted them a fraction of the angel's power, right? And I think a core thing that a lot of people get hung up on is, but that's not how the Forgotten Realms does it. And I'm like, well, yeah, because this is my own setting. And then they might say like, oh, that's not how the mechanics work. And I'm like, yeah, because this is for my writing, not for my D&Ding. If you're the sort of person where when you see homebrew lore notes that conflict with mechanics, and your first assumption is, why would you institute that why would you institute that because that conflicts with mechanics? My immediate response is, who said it's conflicting with mechanics? Who said I would push my nonsense on my players unless we were all enthusiastic participants? Go ahead, Celdor. Well, Shadow of the Colossus is a game that doesn't overshare. There's only so much exposure concepts as is necessary to further the main character's plot, but as little as is shown has very awesome and edgelordish implications. You genuinely think it's an incredible game. It's almost art. See, I know the long and short of Shadow of the Colossus is like, the colossi are actually natural features, and by killing them, you are not only dooming yourself by absorbing the shadows in them so that you can fulfill the pact to bring back your girlfriend or whatever, but also you're like destroying wonders of the natural world kind of deal. Like, is that right? Oh my gosh. The mechanics themselves also say nothing about the way magic works in the universe. Exactly. And that's why I have weird idiosyncrasies, Maddie. That is stuff like, oh, if you use granted magic, your irises turn black. And so if you're in a fight with someone, and if you remember, based off of my short where I talked about how sources of magic interact, they could see you have black irises, and they are a divine caster. If they cast a spell on you, it's going to explode because you are using granted magic, which is insulting and hostile to divine magic. You homebrewed a Night Vor. What would be a better name than a Night Vor? I mean, you could go like Iron Maiden Golem. You could go Golem Maiden. Animated Sarcophagus would be really cool, even though that's strictly not what it is. It is technically not that. The Colossi are segments of Dormin, and you are a vessel for Dormin to be... Yeah. Because I know at the end of the game, like... I guess spoilers for Shadow of the Colossus. I know at the end of the game, you die or reborn as, like, a baby with horns, presumably because that's Dormin. And you did bring your girlfriend back to life, but now you're dead. I drink more water. Sipping my water. I check on my Discord because Neko sent a message a while ago. And it's just him shooting me. Okay, that's all right. That's fine. Welcome on back, everyone. I was just sipping my water and I will drink some more. Are you proud of me? I've had like half a liter over the past 2 hours because people actually reminded me to drink this time. Yes, but also the Colossi are rather wondrous. They resemble Babylonian hanging guardians, which harkens back to theology and Nimrod and polytheism. See, the thing is that my understanding of the Colossi is that they are the equivalent of giant animals, and that by killing them, it is like killing nature. Not to say that they aren't dangerous, not to say that you can peacefully coexist with them, but in the same way that if there is a like elephant, it is a natural part of the world that has kind of like majesty and wonder to it. And killing it is inherently reducing the majesty and wonder of the world. Hello, Effie. It is yapping hours. We've been yapping for 2 hours. I might shift to video game soon because I'm trying out a demo that someone reached out to me, or I got like a email campaign that sent to me, and I was just like, hey, you should try out this demo. And I'm like, okay. I'm not being sponsored or anything. It's literally just I'm trying it out. But did people remind you that you have rice? No. So I had rice. And I was eating rice while all of you were shooting each other this morning. So 2 hours ago when I started stream, I was not sitting here in the starting soon screen preparing my stream like I should have. Instead, I was eating rice downstairs. And I was having a great time. And then I came upstairs and I had more rice because I was eating the rice that I had. Also, Celador, I don't know if you heard me. I suggested there's like the Iron Maiden Golem. There's the Golem Maiden. You could also name your Night Vor something like an animated sarcophagus. Even though it's not quite accurate, it is like evocative. An animated Iron Maiden. You were in a state of having rice, but are no longer in that state. I mean, I have rice downstairs. I think it's still in the rice cooker. However, how funny would it be? I know we were like joking about, oh, rice cooker stream, haha. What if I just straight up, full stop, went rice cooker stream? And I just took my webcam, which is currently tracking my model, and I brought my rice cooker into my room. I set it up. I set my webcam on the floor and I just cooked rice. And half an hour later, I just ate some rice. And then that was the whole stream. Or maybe that was like the start. Wait. If I was to do like a 12-hour stream, would that not be the perfect opening? Wait. Would that be... No. 12-hour stream. Hey guys, it's been like 6 hours. I'm going to take a break real quick. I'm going to put some rice on. Can you like, is that all right? Can I just like step away for a second? Just put on the rice. Pressure cooker stream, but you disable the pressure regulator. Do you want me to like combust? Because I think it'll be really funny to just be like, hey guys, I need to step away for a second. Can you watch my rice? And then I just put the camera on there. Wait. Want to be even funnier? I take a picture of my rice cooker and I just post it. And I'm like, hey, this is a video of my rice cooker. Can you just like watch it for a second? And I just put it up for like an hour and see who notices. No, if I got a P.O. box, how many of you would just actually send me a pipe bomb? That's my concern. A real render your sticks moment. Oh my gosh. I think it would be really silly to just like post a picture, or maybe like make a 10-second GIF or a 10-second video that I just loop of the rice cooker. Oh my gosh, that'd be so silly. I yawn. Oh, I had a hard time getting out of bed this morning. I was tired. I don't know what it was. You know what's brown and sticky? A stick. Yeah. You want to know what's red? That smells like blue paint. Red paint. You don't want to know what's blue and smells like red paint? Blue paint. You want to know what's big, red, and eats rocks? Big red rock eater. Also, I love how Shadow of the Colossus makes you feel alone in this vast forbidden land where everything was forgotten. And with a lot of the conspiracies and theories surrounding the game, it makes for a very wondrously unnerving experience. That's the thing. I've talked about this a bit. I feel very weird about games where you are isolated. That's why, as much as I love Metroid, and like I rocked Metroid Prime, it makes me feel weird because I'm alone. Like it's literally just you, the environment, and enemies. And of the enemies, like 70 to 80% of them are animals. And it's so odd. And I feel like it might be different. Honestly, it might be a much different experience with chat. Because with chat, you can't feel alone. Because chat is going to yap. So imagine if I played like Alien Isolation on stream. Because fun fact, I've avoided most spoilers for Alien Isolation these past like 10 years. I know a little bit of how the Alien works because like I watched a video talking about its AI like 10 years ago, and then I watched it again like in the past couple of years. But I, with the chat being audible, have I played Scanner Sombra? No. This is kind of similar with like Voices of the Void, where like you're completely and utterly alone. And that's why like one of the first things I did was I got a not a Kutzer. Kutzkurig? One of the robots. I got one of the robots because I wanted a little buddy. I don't like being alone. Do I feel... Is that clingy? Is it clingy to be like, I don't like being alone. I don't like being abandoned. With the chat being audible... like, I could probably pretty easily make a thing where I have TTS... I might need to pay for this, like based off of what like watching Doug and like how he does all of this with his TTS. I would probably need to pay for it, but I could probably do a thing where there's like a 1 in 4 chance of your message being TTS. Although what would be really funny is if I initiated something where it's like there's a 1 in 10 chance of you getting banned every time you send a message. You want to send a message? Good luck. This is a lurker stream. I want chat empty. Oh, wait, that'll be so... Imagine a stream. Every time you speak, you get timed out. Minefield stream? Yeah, exactly. Wait, what if I play... Minesweeper? but every time I explode, I purge the weak 10 times. Isn't that just slow? Oh no, Maddie. Isn't that just slow mode? No. Slow mode is when you are limited in how much you can talk. I would never want to limit you. I will simply execute you. I can't spell execute. Sorry. So what I could do would be very silly, and what I think might be quite fun would be like a game. Well, something else I thought of, and this is like a bunch of ideas I just have, but XCOM, Darkest Dungeon, some game where I can name characters after chat members. If you die in the game, you die in real life. Because I feel like it's so common to be like, oh, we're going to play Darkest Dungeon. I'm going to name my heroes after my chatters. Wait, execute. Shut up. Shut your face. That's so fun. No, that's the thing is that like, because with XCOM or Darkest Dungeon, it's like, oh, I have Kaza, who's a really like high level ranger. And then Kaza dies, and I'm like, no, Kaza, you were gonna save this mission. I needed you. Well, I guess you're not gonna stick around to see how the mission resolves. Mods, kill Kaza in real life. A lot less scary than Darkest Dungeon. Wilder Myth, it's kind of like that. Interesting. I'm unfamiliar. From the depths, but we die if our vehicle dies. Okay, don't tell Rory this. I'm actually kind of interested in playing FTD. Because I like building. I'm not good at it. I've never been good at it. But I like just building little machines and seeing how it works. My issue is I don't have 1,000 hours to spare before I can get good at the game. So for those of you who are here, for those of you who know the game and like who watch Rory and Borderwise and all of that, like, would you be interested in seeing a literal complete beginner playing FTD? Because I would not be, I would not spend hundreds of hours before streaming it to show my competency. I would be like, hey, how do I do any of this? And like, I would ask you guys for help across the way. Oh, yes, OMG, yes. I guess that's on the list then. I mean, Mart's vids were very popular. I don't know what that means, so I'm going to assume that means folks like it when new people are getting into FTD. Another game I want to play with the same kind of problem is Dwarf Fortress. I don't have time, but I love the narratives I've heard. I don't know what that means, Driver, and I don't know if I want to know. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Bone. I always get worried because I'm like, I don't know. If I'm trying to make a boat and I end up making a canoe, like Borderwise intended, and then everyone yells at me like, why are you making a canoe? I'd be like, bro, I don't know. I just tried making a thing. I'm sorry. The unofficial motto of Dwarf Fortress is literally losing is fun. Really? New players in FTD refreshes me and makes me want to learn more about FTD. Martin Sidopence, a very popular guy who plays FTD. I think you can alternatively play RimWorld if Dwarf Fortress isn't super approachable. See, that's the thing. Dwarf Fortress, I have Dwarf Fortress. Neko was kind enough to buy it for me because he wanted to support the devs. So I have it and I want to try it. I just haven't had time. He beat the campaign using a 2-to-1 scale Yamato and giant lasers colored yellow. Ugh. Also, Sunov kind of disagrees with the isolation bit, because with Voice of the Void, there's still, well, civilization in the sense that you're surrounded by very human things, but with Shadow of the Colossus, you're like in a place that's already far beyond that. Whatever existed there for whatever purpose was probably not even made for civilization. Perhaps it was made for gods to dwell in, but even that has been forgotten and overrun by dunes, and they're simply you. So that's the thing, is that even in like Metroid Prime, there is research stations that are overrun with monsters, and there's the space pirates who you're actively fighting on the same planet. But that's like all hostile. In Voices of the Void, it's very liminal. Yes, there's civilization all around you. Yes, it's all in working order and you're trying to maintain it, but it's empty. It's in the same way that an empty mall is unnerving. It's that liminal space. Like I kind of love liminal spaces, and that's why I'm on two minds when it comes to the back rooms, right? On the one hand, the fact that it's basically like SCP times 2, I think is awesome. I think it's a great outlet for creativity. I think it's a great community writing piece. I think that as much as I love SCP, I feel as though it's gotten to a point where unless you have 10 years of experience with the universe, you're not going to be able to contribute effectively. So the back rooms starting in like 2018, 2019, 2020 gives a new jumping on point for these new creatives, these new writers who want to be a part of this big collaborative community. On the other hand, the back rooms are not liminal. The back rooms have monsters. The back rooms have rules. The back rooms have factions, which again is all very cool and I really enjoy, but it kind of takes away from just looking at a space and being like, this feels wrong. You know? And that's why most of the backrooms video games, which are like SCP style, oh, you're in the backrooms, you have to avoid the shape changers and the face dogs and the weird bacteria wire monster. And it's like, oh, that's all cool. But there's something that's just you miss from the liminal. And that's why one of the backrooms games, let me see if I have it's still on my Steam page. Was it Escape the Backrooms? Was it found footage? What is back? Oh no, I think I deleted it from my Steam account because it was a free game that was like a backrooms game where it had no monsters. The only things it had were subtle indications that you weren't alone, that you could overlook if you weren't paying attention. So for instance, you're in like the yellow office building area, right? And there's different pillars that you have to look by. Oh my gosh, that's so bad. I'm so sorry. And like, there's different perspectives. And like, you're walking along, you're walking along. How do I do the perspective of like pillars? Like, like that. And then that doesn't make sense. And then like, sure, you're like here. And then you'll see that from behind the corner, there's like fingers that then disappear. And you're just like, what? And then you walk over and there's nothing there. And then you turn around and off in the distance, there's like something like black and blocky that then just disappears. And then you approach it and there's nothing there and you're like, weird. And then later on, you're walking and there is a hallway that you are approaching or whatever. And again, you're walking down a lone hallway. You see this thing and it disappears. And you're like, okay, I'm following this. And then you follow it and there's nothing there. You enter an elevator. You've been entering elevators all across this level. This is how you get from the like yellow office building to the pool. And then from the pool to the like room with all of the desks. And And then from the room with all the desks, it's to the hall, etc., etc. You enter an elevator. The elevator closes in front of you. And then you hear knock, knock, knock. You hear a pounding on the elevator once it closes. And you're like, what? This entire game you've been playing without any interaction. You've seen that in the distance, there's maybe movement. Maybe you just missed it. Like, no, that definitely did move. And then there's this knocking. And then the elevator opens. And then it's just a pitch black room with a single chair that has its back to you. Blocking you from entering. And then the doors close. And then they open again, and it's a different location. Oh, shut up, Hulk. So this game very effectively made you feel as though you were not alone, that there was something else with you without ever having a monster. Right? It very much gave you the impression, I am in danger, without ever actually putting you in danger. No, it was such an interesting way of doing it, and I'm very thrilled with how it was, because that maintained the liminal aspect. For 70% of the game, there's no indication that there's anything else in here with you. For like 25% of the game, there's... Wait, was that in the distance? I thought I saw something. And then for 5% of the game, it's knock, knock, knock. An empty room. But what was knocking? You have no idea. And that's kind of what I want to get at with stuff like the doll room, stuff like the Chamber of Screams, stuff where in making a mega dungeon, it is not an in-your-face ooga booga. It is subtle, low-key, disruptive, unsettling. And that's why I'm actually running a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse for my roommate. And we had our first session in a while the other day, and they went to the Umbra. Oh, yeah, Iron Lung. Another great example. Fantastic example of something is wrong. I don't know what it is. Wait a second, am I making that up? Why did I hear a noise outside of my sub? Okay, I'm at the end of the game. I'll just get this one final picture. I'm done. Oh, jump scare. I think Iron Lung's jump scare is the way to do jump scares. It is half an hour, 45 minutes of tension. With when you hear the roar and it smacks into the sub, that is, and like the eye picture in front of you, that is like a soft jump scare. That's not really like a resolving the tension. That is a ratcheting the tension. The end of the game where there's the jump scare, that is fundamentally the release of tension. That is the catharsis. That's how you do a jump scare. You have 20, 30, 45 minutes of tension steadily increasing. You release it with a jump scare, end of game. Oh, guess you died. Haha. That's really good. Build up and release are the best jump scares. The issue is that when you have most games, it is tension, release. Tension, release. Tension, release. Tension. Oh, that wasn't actually a release. Ha ha ha. Release. Tension, release. You know, like, that's the formula of most games. And I think that's fatiguing outside of the fact of, wow, this gets really repetitive. It is literally just like a sine wave with minor variations. But also, look at how many peaks there are and how many valleys there are. Ideally, you don't want it at 100% or at 0% the entire time. The ideal is something like that. Right? Because then you have the gradual increase, you have a bit of a plateau, you have a release that's a minor release. Maybe this is the false jump scare. This is the roar and the shaking of the submarine. And then it's another incline. It's another plateau. It's another, oh, this is where like I teleported for whatever reason. Suddenly it's super hype and dangerous. And then it's jump scare, right? I knew the fish was going to break in and it still got me. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played Iron Lung. I haven't played it because I've seen people play it. And like at that point, it's like, oh, well, there's no point in me playing it. But Iron Lung, very interesting. From perspective, have a horizon point. Fun fact, I'm drawing some pixel art in paint while watching you draw in paint. Yay. I think there's a game called The Pool Rooms. It's very much like that in the sense that you're literally alone and that's an integral part of the horror. And I love that. The sense of being in an inescapable space. That's the thing. I don't know if I like that sort of horror. I'm definitely not a horror gamer. I'm not a horror like movie person. But I can appreciate horror for what it is, right? So I don't know if this is something I enjoy, but in something like liminal spaces, that sort of discomfort, that like it's an ennui of sorts. I dig it. And I miss that every time I see like, oh, we're playing, like, this is a backrooms game and gotta watch out for the party people. If they see you, they're gonna turn you into a party person. And I'm like, oh, well, now that's infinitely less scary or less uncomfortable than a situation where it is a never-ending fun house that is themed around a child's birthday party. And why is every balloon in this place say a different name, but all of them sound a little bit like yours? It's as if someone overheard your name but couldn't remember what it was. So they're trying really hard to just give you a balloon of every name that like rhymes or starts with the same letter or has a similar sound to your name. That is infinitely creepier than, whoa, the clown's gonna get you, it's got a knife, whoa. You know, like, just personally speaking. The key is to trick the audience into scaring themselves. Nothing is scarier than what your imagination can come up with. Exactly. And honestly, I would say to extend that principle to most things. Obviously, you need some things in front of the audience so that they have a base to build off of. However, I think with romance, I think with action, I think with horror, I think with comedy, there is a certain degree of less is more. Now, that being said, I am someone who regularly does not care about romance in media. I think it's overdone most of the time. I think there's no chemistry most of the time. I think it is, you see two characters, primarily a man and a woman, who have an interaction where they have some degree of camera panning or looking into each other's eyes more than normal. Whether it's a positive or negative interaction doesn't matter. They have a future interaction where they argue and they have butting heads. They have a third interaction where they actually work together quite well. And then they have a fourth interaction where they confess their love for each other. And maybe they have a fifth interaction before that fourth one where they're each talking to their own confidant and they're either being teased about liking the person or they are confessing that they like the person to a different person. Like, that's how most romances go in media, is initial meeting where the author drops hints that they are romantically involved or going to be, no matter how positive or negative the relationship is. They have a scene where it's a negative interaction, so you see how that is, and it's that sweet, sweet tension. You have a scene where they positively interact and like, hey, they actually kind of like each other. Like, maybe you have a scene where they tell other people that, oh, I have feelings for this person. But a lot of the times it's just then, oh my gosh, we love each other so much, let's kiss. And it's like, in a 2.5 hour movie, in a 2 hour movie, this might only be 15 minutes. Because you don't have time to spend half an hour in a 2 hour movie developing a romance unless it's a romance movie. But so often it just does not work. Same thing with action. If you're a story and you have a badass action hero who don't take nothing from no one, and then they have a fight where they fight some goons and they win. And then they have a fight where they fight some different goons and they win. And then they fight the mini boss and they win. And then they fight the main boss and then they win. But each time they just like, they punch. And then this is where they punch, but they're in handcuffs because it's got to show how cool they are. And then they punch. And then this is like with knives. I mean, okay, like, I guess. Like, this isn't cool. This is, oh, you're good at punching. You're good at punching even with handcuffs on. You're good at more punching. Oh no, you have a different skill set that still relies on striking. Like, this is the same problem that romance runs into, and this might have 30 minutes of screen time in that same kind of movie. The issue is that when you focus on like, I need to show all of the cool things this person did, I need to show every aspect of how cool they are, you show the upper bounds of what they can do. If instead of this second one, or maybe instead of this first one, they just like mention, hey, yeah, I had to bust out of there. And it's just like, well, how'd you do it? Oh yeah, well, I know how to throw a punch or two. Strictly speaking, that's telling, not showing. But telling versus showing is not a dichotomy where showing is better than telling. Telling and showing is a matter of, what are you focusing on? What is the important bit of this? What is the important demonstration that you want to show when you're writing? And a lot of times, people just assume, oh, if we show everything about the romance, or we show everything about the action, or we show everything about the horror, it'll be super scary or super romantic or blah, 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 blah. But no, let the imagination do its work. And I know I'm kind of like mixing my points here because I'm talking both about how, look how little they show, but also they need to show less. The issue that I find is that they try to show everything. They try to say, this is everything. This is everything that happened in the romance. Look at how romantic it is. And then I'm like, well, what about what happened here? Or here? Or here? And they're like, well, I mean, that was like, they like love each other, right? So they just loved each other then. And then I'm like, oh, cool. So there's just nothing happened outside of this. However, if you have something where you have your meet cute, where they have a positive or negative interaction and they stare into each other's eyes for longer than they should have, and then you have a positive interaction, which mentions how, yeah, it's kind of nice how we've been able to work on this project together for the last week. Okay. So now it's not, this is their second time interacting. This is after a week of interacting. And then they get into a fight and they're just like, listen, I know the past month has been great and like we've been working well together, but like you need to get your act together. Okay. This isn't the third time they're interacting. This is a month of knowing each other. And so on and so forth. Like, same thing with monsters in horror. It's, okay, you have the initial scare at the very beginning of the movie because attention spans don't matter, and you need to scare them in the first 5 minutes with a fake out or whatever. And then you just kind of creep. Instead of one scare, you have one rising tension throughout this area. No, you don't show the monster. No, you don't have fake out scares. No, it's not obvious what the threat is. You let the threat build, and then maybe you don't resolve it. Maybe you continue. And then you scare them. Right? And then you scare them. So now it's not just, oh no, I got scared from the buildup in this one scene. It's, what was happening here that we didn't know about? This adds on to this, right? And then now, even if you go over here and you immediately do another scare, suddenly what you have is this was only the resolution to this setup or to this rising tension. If you want, I'm trying to represent this visually. So if this is like, if the tension is here, and this brought the tension up to here, and then this brought the tension up to here, but then it lowered the tension because it was a scare, like by half. You're still starting there. And then this increases up to there. And then you lower it by half. It's still down here. A jump scare or showing the monster or a break or a catharsis does not remove all of the tension up until that point. It removes a lot of the tension, but not all of it. So if you spend time building tension without actually properly breaking it, you are able to get to higher highs to sustain itself for longer. This lasts the rest of the movie or the book or the novel or whatever. You've seen better romance and thespian dojins you've read, bro. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's like a lot of people make jokes about like NSFW acting, but like I feel as though most people who go for this sort of stuff are not here for the acting. The thing is, NSFW material has no bearing on skill. It's a bit of a meme for people to be like, yo, I just read this like NSFW doujin or whatever, and it had the most like impactful plot I've ever had. Or they were watching like an NSFW I guess performance or whatever, and they were just like, wow, the character writing on this and like the delivery was actually so heartbreaking. Like I felt so bad I ended up not even doing anything. I just watched enraptured. Like that's the sort of stuff where people get surprised by this, when in reality the NSFW doesn't matter. If anything, the NSFW just allows greater tools and niches down on who is going to watch it and in what headspace, right? This doesn't actually say what the ability of the writing is. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't think about. Sounds like a skill issue. Your favorite books on horror: Stephen King's Dance Macabre, Noel Carroll's Paradoxes of Horror, and Kenneth Haight's Nightmares of Mine. You have literally a list of all the movies and media you've ever watched, and there are very few that are actually very good. As a horror and action movies addict, especially when it comes to history-related movies, there's a few movies where the main character isn't a super mega macho Mary Sue that I know of, and yeah, that grows very boring very quick. I mean, that's the thing, is that I was giving the action example earlier of all successes, but it's also like, I don't know, I'm a firm believer that failure, both in writing and in TTRPGs, is more interesting with the asterisks that so long as it maintains momentum. What do I mean by that? If you have a character, they need to bring the let's go 90s. They need to bring the floppy disk and plug it into the mainframe, but there's a robot guarding it. So they get into a shootout. Bang, bang. If the character fails to shoot the robot and the robot defeats them in media, most of the time, all that will do is have the character have a monologue of like, oh, I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't beat it. I'm useless. And then something happens to save them. Whether it is another character, whether it is a glitch in the Matrix, whether it is, wait, I just realized I actually can do this. And then they just win because plot. That is, I'm not going to say poor writing. That is just what tends to happen in storytelling when people think of failure. What I think is more interesting is you have the mainframe. You have Minecraft Steve, who like really needs to do arm day. And then you have Gun McShootman. And it's a firefight, bang, 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 bang. And then Gun McShootman kills the robot barely at the cost of the floppy disk Gun McShootman was going to use, gets destroyed. Oh no. What do you do now that your one MacGuffin that you're trying to use, your one special object, your plot coupon that was supposed to save the world, you can't use it anymore? Well, does Gun McShootman have an engineering degree that was mentioned casually at the beginning of the film, and that occasionally throughout the plot, he'll just be like, yeah, I'm a fan of robotics, however, I wouldn't consider myself an expert. And it's just kind of like just a multi-layered character. He's more than just Gun McShootman, he's also a roboticist. He repairs the robot, gets the robot to plug into the mainframe, and uses the salvage of the floppy disk to corrupt the mainframe and save the world or whatever. Maybe Gun McShootman calls up his old flame who never wants to see him again, and she's a computer scientist that's world renowned, and they had a falling out at the beginning of the movie and he needs to apologize for what he did. So because he failed physically, he needs to overcome the challenge of dealing with the struggles of his past relationship and apologize to someone he wronged in order to save the world. That's more interesting than just, oh no, Gun McShootman got taken out. Will he ever win? Yes. You just have to wait the 30 seconds of him like wallowing in his own self-pity for the plot to just push him along. Gun McShoot Robot Man. Steve is dwarf maxing. You kind of don't enjoy romance though. At best, I ignore romance. At worst, it conjures up some bad memories. Ugh. Spoonov, I'm sorry to hear that. Bro, with action and horror, I straight up just sometimes enjoy stories of utter and complete failures with no hope, but it has to be done carefully to not be overdone. Yeah, it has to be. I think when it comes to that's often called a shaggy dog story. I think because it's based off of a story where it's like, oh, it goes over this shaggy dog's terrible life and how awful it is, and then eventually it finds a home and walks up to the home, and then the homeowner shoots the dog. And that's the end of the story. It's not a feel-good story. It's not a story with a lesson. It's a story meant to make you feel bad. I think the thing with that is it has to be theming, right? And if the theming is surrounding like adversity, if the theming surrounds hope for the sake of hope, not for the sake of actionable change, but just to kind of continue pushing on, perseverance. These are all themes that if the entire plot is, let's do a thing, oh no, the thing is harder than we thought, we failed the thing, we have failed. I think this can be done well if the end result is, hey, what matters is that you persevered throughout. What matters is that you rose to the adversity that was in front of you, and you failed, but your legacy will be remembered as a positive one. What matters is that in the darkest moments of the world, you held out hope, and maybe the world is being consumed by darkness, but one person you helped will have a better life because of that, and that's what matters. Those are the themes that can make a kind of, oh, the entire world sucks, you're a failure, you failed, you should feel bad, story work. You know nothing of this dog, but you would kill for it. I love dogs. I would commit unimaginable acts of violence purely for the sake of fictional animals, particularly dogs. The stream is the audible version of reading TV tropes for at least a day straight. Okay, calm down. I've read plenty of TV tropes in my time, but I don't like adhere to them. I just use them as a common vernacular. Either a hopeless story or sometimes straight up an awful story in itself, like the Cask of Amontillado. It's so peak post, like, no. Hot take. The Cask of Amontillado, I can never pronounce it. Amontillado is a comedy. Let me drink some more water. Poe is such a funny writer. And I don't think people give his comedic chops enough credit. For instance, who here has not read The Cask of Amontillado? Who here doesn't know what that is? And alternatively, who here does know what that is? Because what it is that there are two characters. There's the narrator and his associate Fortunato. They are in like 18th century, I think, France or Italy, and it's like a celebration. So the narrator hates Fortunato. He despises Fortunato. So the narrator says, hey, this cask of Amontillado, which is super expensive wine, I have it down in my basement. Like, do you want to come try it? Like, you're a good friend. I want to share it with you on this celebration. So Fortunato's like, yes. Fortunato already drunk. So they're going down into the catacombs of the guy's basement. And Fortunato, they're talking, and Fortunato just like does a hand gesture. Like, he goes, and the narrator looks at him and is like, what was that? And then the Fortunato says, oh, obviously you're not one of the Masons. You don't understand our science. Because the Masons were a secret society, like they're a fraternity of individuals that were in like across the world, basically. And the narrator just looks at him and says, don't worry, I'm a Mason in my own right. Because the way the Cask of Amontillado works is that Fortunato gets led into this like little chamber in a crypt and then gets pinned against the wall. His arms are shackled. And then brick by brick, the narrator fills in the wall, sealing Fortunato in a crypt until he dies. And I'm not going to look at chat because I know at least one of you is going to say that's hot. But like, so it's the idea that like, it's this double speak, right? Brick by brick, like the Lego song. I didn't know there was a Lego song. But it's this idea of like dramatic irony of, the narrator is a literal mason who is going to kill Fortunato by sealing him brick by brick. And Fortunato is just like, oh yeah, I'm a mason. What, do you not know our signs? It's so silly. Similarly, Fortunato's name means like good fortuned or like good luck. So it's the idea of the guy with good luck has the absolute worst luck. They talk about like the family crest of the narrator and how it involves like stomping on a snake as it bites your heel, and like the family crests like armament or like the motto of the house like has some dramatic meaning to it, like dramatically ironic meaning to it. It's just all very silly, despite the fact that this is the narrator going to kill someone who considers him a friend in cold blood. It's so silly. And like, can we talk about like the telltale heart? The telltale heart involves the narrator with like an old man for a roommate, just freaking like creeping on him. Because the whole thing is that in the Telltale Heart, has anyone here read the Telltale Heart? Let me know if you have read the Telltale Heart. Because the Telltale Heart is an old man asleep in bed. Right? This loser creeper is like peeping through the door frame and just staring at him because the old man sleeps with one eye open. So it'd be like that. Like just one eye just is open. So he stares at it and lets the light of the room cast in, and it like shines on the eyeball. And this guy is so obsessed with this old man who's his roommate's eyeball that he kills him, carves out his heart, buries it under the floorboards, and then proceeds to hear it beating and goes crazy from it. And then eventually like police officers come over and like, hey, we heard there's a disappearance of like the old man who was living with you. Could we ask you some questions? And the guy's like, oh yeah, sure. Come in, let me make you some tea. Happy to answer any questions you have. And like, he's joking with the police officers. He's answering those questions. They don't think anything's wrong. They think he's just like the roommate of this guy who disappeared. And then he hears the beating heart, and then he starts screaming about how the old man will never give him peace. And it's so like, it's so silly. Enter night, take my hand, off to Never Neverland. Yeah, I love Metallica. Nope, you're not cultured at all. For Halloween, I did a stream where I was yapping for a while, and then I tried playing a video game that did not work, and then I read some Edgar Allan Poe. I read The Raven. I read The Pit and the Pendulum, which I did not realize how long The Pit and the Pendulum was. I was expecting to read Mask of Red Death, and I accidentally read Pit and the Pendulum, and I was like, wow, this is like 4 times the length of all of his other short stories. Dropped Star Wars Anakin Padme meme based around the Cask of Amontillado. Oh my gosh. Oh, another great example. I forgot to mention this before. I thought of this, but I didn't say it. Star Wars, the prequels. Another great example of, in the movies, They wanted to say, look, we hit on all of these relationship beats. Look at how Anakin started. Look at how his relationship with Obi-Wan developed. Look at how their fall happened. Isn't that like so cool, guys? And it's like, no. Like, they have some banter in the third movie when they're both adults. In the second movie, it's mostly like mentor mentee, but fundamentally it's just kind of like edgelord, whiny baby, and trying his best, but fundamentally dealing with a very difficult mentee. So we don't get a lot of that, like in the Clone Wars, for instance. That does a fantastic job of being like, hey, here's why Obi-Wan said I considered him a great friend. Here's why I considered him one of the best star pilots in the galaxy. Here's why I had such a connection to him. Is because you get to see them on dozens, if not hundreds, of hours of adventures. Right? Meanwhile, in the movies, they're just like, Anakin gets adopted by Qui-Gon, where Obi-Wan is the apprentice. Qui-Gon dies, Anakin becomes Obi-Wan's apprentice. Second movie, they have a mentor-mentee relationship. It's mostly Anakin bucking against Obi-Wan's tutelage, but fundamentally still listening to him because he's just like a mentee at that point. But no real development of their relationship. It's really just kind of mentor-mentee, more functional than anything. And then the third movie, they actually have banter. They actually interact. And then about a third of the way through the movie, they part ways to do opposite stuff, and then they fight in the last third of the movie. Like, it's not super... You don't see that relationship develop. Oh yeah, I'm also very aware of how Poe actually does horror stories with very snide and sarcastic themes, but the last part of Cask Amontillado is very haunting because he states how nobody ever found Fortunato. Yeah, because who would? The main thing of why he did it on that celebration day is because the entire house was empty. He sent all of his servants out to go party. Or no, sorry, what it was is he explicitly said, servants, you're not allowed to go party. I'm going to go out all day and party and you're going to be stuck here. And then he left knowing that as soon as he left the front door, every single servant left to go party. Because that's how it works. So then it's like a full 24 hours at least before anyone shows up in the house who could find Fortunato. And then on top of that, it's in the crypts. It's in the basement. So it's not even somewhere people go regularly. So Fortunato dies behind a brick wall that no one would find in days of him being trapped there. And then why would you worry about the brick wall? It's been there for years at this point. Like, maybe it wasn't there a decade ago, but probably just one of the previous lords of the house did some renovations. Who cares? You feel like Clone Wars really elevated the prequels? I would not like the prequels were it not for the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars single-handedly turned me from like, yeah, the prequels to the prequels are really the only era of Star Wars I watch or care about. Because even the original trilogy, even the original like Galactic Civil War, I don't really care about. Yeah, from like mad to incredible. See, that's the thing, like, voice crack. Whew. That's the thing is that like, even the original trilogy, I feel as though it's, maybe this just says more about me than anything. I like the Empire. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. The fact that the stormtroopers are so regularly demonstrated to be incompetent cripples any threat that the Empire has. And then I don't care about the rebels. So I think the Empire's cool, but they're hamstringed. And then I don't care about the rebels, so I don't care about the Galactic Civil War at all. Meanwhile, with the Fall of the Republic, with the prequel era, that was something where I think the Republic is very cool. I love the clones. They're awesome. But also the CIS genuinely has some really good points. The CIS with its droids is portrayed as villainous, but fundamentally, they have solid arguments of, no, the Republic has ignored basically anything outside of the Middle Rim, including parts of the Middle Rim. We need to protect ourselves, and the Republic has prevented us from doing so. Further, the reason we're using a droid army is because we think it's immoral to use living organisms. The fact that you're using clones as cannon fodder is a abomination to ethics, frankly. So even though a lot of the time the CIS is portrayed as villainous, like Grievous is constantly conniving and the tactical droids are 100% certainty of victory or whatever, they have decent arguments a lot of the time. They have points that they can make, even if it's not presented in the best way. Also, Clone Wars give the CIS way more depth. Yeah, Dooku got to be a diplomat. He got to be a politician because he's Count Dooku. He's a politician. The main thing with Dooku is, yes, he is a Darth Lord of the Sith, but more than that, he's not a general. He's a count. He's the face of the CIS because he has the political acumen to balance basically effectively being the chancellor of the CIS, of the Confederacy. And then meanwhile, Chancellor Palpatine, working with him, is able to play both sides off of each other to consolidate power in the Republic, eventually converting it into the Empire. But even if that wasn't the case, even if they weren't giving more emergency powers to the Chancellor, and even if Dooku wasn't hand in hand with his enemy, would have been able to manage the CIS pretty effectively. Because most of what Dooku is dealing with is Jedi stuff, is with Sith stuff, is with capturing the Chancellor, right? Is fighting Anakin. He's not really going off and doing campaigns. That's what Grievous does, which was mostly because they wanted Dooku to remain a threat, so they sacrificed Grievous for that. Grievous became the villain of the week. Oh no, I encountered the enemy, better abandon ship, which was a little bit of a shame, particularly if you love the 2003 series, but it is. I think the fact they managed to maintain both Sidious and Dooku as legitimate threats in a children's TV, mostly episodic show is a wonderful thing. They sacrificed Grievous to do that, which is a shame, because they had the tactical droids. They had the random one-off generals and admirals, like Admiral Trench, for instance, was a good example of a one-off villain who was hyped up, had some competency to him, demonstrated some competency during the mission he was on, but ultimately had to lose because he was a villain. And I can't remember the name of the dude, but the biologic annihilator guy. Do you remember on the one where it was Anakin and Ahsoka and Aayla Secura all got shipwrecked on a planet with a native populace that took them in, and then the CIS was practicing a bioweapon that would destroy only organic matter without destroying machines. I can't remember what his name was, but that was a guy who was a separatist leader that was a one-off villain, so the heroes could soundly beat him without risking the reputation of Grievous, for instance. Yeah, the old 2D Clone Wars Grievous was much more scary. Yeah, the Republic's turn into the Empire was so cool. That's why if I was to ever make a piece of media for Star Wars, I would make it. I have not been drawing. My apologies. I've been so focused on yapping. I would basically do the time period the Bad Batch is set in. And I would effectively do what the Bad Batch did. How do the clones react to the change of the Republic to the Empire and the change to Stormtroopers. The issue is I hated Bad Batch. I think Bad Batch was a bad show. I think that it was a beautiful show. I think it was extremely well animated. The sound design was great. The aesthetics and the, honestly, even just a couple of the moments were really good. But it had no soul. So beautiful but no soul, much like your ex, I'm assuming. Also explains why the tech never got spread, because everyone was taken out. This has been fun, but you gotta hop off. Well, thank you, Maddie. I appreciate it. The aims and goals of the rebels are never as explored as they should. It's all relegated to Jedi mysticism and how they're all fighting for this very vague grudge against the Empire. You love the Empire in storytelling because you literally got to see the Republic turn into the Empire and a little bit of the scheming that leads to that. But with the rebels, there's like, we're the good guys. Whereas people in the Empire have terrible but real reasons why they turn evil. Exactly. And the Empire regularly suffers from infighting. Not just in, like, I don't know, in Star Wars Rebels, like the TV show, there's a Empire guy who's like a villain in season 1. He's a low ranking officer and he betrays them to join the rebels in like season 3. Because he's like, this is not giving me what I want. Like, say what you will about the sequel trilogy. There's that, like, I think it's Commander Hux, who's like the second commander to Kylo, betrays Kylo because he hates him. Not because he's betraying the Empire or the First Order. Not because he's joining the rebels or the resistance or whatever, but because he hates his superior and wants his superior to suffer. Similarly, most of the Galactic Empire struggles from the fact that it is a series of humans jockeying for control over one another. They don't allow aliens, broadly speaking. So they're cutting out a massive supply of minds that might well help the Empire. Similarly, they cut out droids, which is just, they relegate them to cheap labor and really nothing else, despite the fact that like the CIS prior had huge advances in technology and AI. They could have revolutionized like machine factory foremans or something such as even low-level officers could have been droids, but they didn't really do that. If you look at it realistically as you can, and as logistically as you can, the rebels could simply have never defeated the Empire with such a small amount of people. Much like with neutering the stormtroopers, the rebels coming out on top was literally just made so they could have a good mystical, messianic ending for the good guys. Yeah, and that's where it's... I've heard... I don't know how real this is. I'm not going to speak ill of George Lucas because I think that he's kind of a bit of a punching bag when it comes to Star Wars. But I've heard that after New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, he kind of just started phoning it in. And that, like, Last Jedi was really just kind of, like, ending the series. The prequel trilogy was really, I just want to make movies for my kids. So, I think it's a little bit... I think it's a bit derivative, or it's a bit... What is the word? Like, ignoring nuance to just say, oh yeah, New Hope and Empire Strikes Back are the only good Star Wars movies. But it is a little bit of like, that's where the soul was initially. Have I ever played the game Cabaret? I have not. Cabaret game. I think the best depiction of the rebels that we had was in Rogue One, because at least there, the few rebels were a ragtag group, but yeah, they were, which is what most of those do. They do shootouts and they bomb a tank. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think everyone loved Rogue One so much. I have not seen Andor. I've heard Andor does that very well. I've heard Andor is a very good depiction of the Galactic Civil War from the Rebel side. And some of the rebels in there aren't even super noble. They try executing girls' father. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, is that with the rebels, most of the time it's, oh, we're the down on our luck disadvantaged people who are rising up against our oppressors. We're the good aligned multicultural entity that is going to take down the evil empire. How are we going to do that? Well, we have literally the forces of the universe on our side, and that's about it. Yeah, they're a lot more pragmatic. Just because you do good doesn't mean you're a good guy. And I love when good people aren't good. This is the difference. The difference between this and so the difference between this and people who do good being good is good people who aren't good is, I'm evil, but I'm polite. I am an anti-villain. I'm someone who is doing villainous things because I don't want to, because I understand that is the way the world has to work, and I'm going to minimize suffering as I accomplish my goals. I'm an anti-hero who goes out in the streets and I like fight against oppression no matter where it is, by whatever means necessary, but I go out of my way to keep people safe. I go out of my way to pick fights with the biggest issue, and I'm willing to turn a blind eye if it's not something that is worth pursuing. I love that kind of like ambiguity, that nuance, because so many times I'm so tired of white black morality and gray black morality. Because, for instance, most of the time, a story shows the good guys are the good guys and the bad guys are the bad guys. Or they show the good guys, maybe they're not as good as you thought they might be, and the bad guys are also the bad guys, right? Like, almost always, the villain is portrayed as unambiguously evil, which means it doesn't matter how much your main character smokes and grumbles and, oh no, they had a mission go wrong where they killed an innocent one time accidentally. They're just as bad as the bad guys. Oh no. You know, like, this is just edgy, right? That says nothing about the morality. Even if it is a situation where, no, the good guys, quote unquote, are willing to go to extremes that push the boundary of what being good is, the bad guys are always worse to justify it to the audience. Because I think a lot of producers and showrunners and editors and publishers are scared of individuals who do bad things as the focus character and are portrayed as being less bad as the opposition. Or, yeah, and are portrayed as being less bad as the opposition. So you have villainous characters who are doing bad things, so that no matter what they do, no matter what your heroes do, you can always say, well, they're not as bad as the antagonists. There's always some level of justifiability there, no matter how thin it might be. I don't think writers or actors or content or, oh gosh, voice crack. I don't think actors or writers or content creators, broadly speaking, are scared to pursue this. I think it is the gate between creative and audience that is blocking that, personally speaking. Because I know plenty of people who are like, oh yeah, I want to write a story where like it follows a villain and they're fighting other villains and it's a huge story about like, is this really justifiable? Is this really moral? But that would never make it past the editing stage because so few people have faith in that type of story. And when I say scared, I don't mean that they like don't think it is a story worth telling. I'm saying I think they believe it's not marketable. Because I think, broadly speaking, in the mainstream, this is an axiom. In mainstream media, it is white to black or it is gray to black. There needs to be that cutoff on the antagonist side. And a lot of people complain, like with the MCU, for instance, of, oh, this villain was like correct, just completely morally justified up until the point where they said, also, now I'm going to blow up a hospital. Now I'm going to kick a puppy. Now I'm going to execute my subordinate for no reason to show just how bad they are. Right? It is kind of neat when the villains aren't all too evil. Yeah, it's always such a weird thing. I've heard it called the flag smasher problem, or like flag smashing, because I think that was the villain in like one of the Captain America like Winter Soldier movies, or like the show, where they're just literally correct, or I don't know what their ideology is, but like it's the idea of they are morally justifiable, they are ethically sound, they are like maybe a bit extreme in their opinions, but fundamentally it is based in like a realistic and well-founded argument. And then they proceed to just do horrible, awful things, literally just so that the heroes can be justified. You really don't understand the Jedi mysticism with the Jedi Alliance. For all we know, there's little reason for the rebels to even reinstall the Jedi, because most of them got executed, and at that point, they're pretty much irrelevant. Also, the decisions enabled Palpatine. Like, I'd imagine some random group of rebels would not care for the Jedi. See, that's the thing, is that in the Galactic Civil War, it was pitched that the Jedi were a fallen order of an ancient religion that no longer exists, but was a harbinger of a better time back in the Republic. Right? They were representative. They were representatives of an old ideology. Ideology. I don't know how to spell ideology. Ideology. Which, if you think about it, not the best look to say, oh, we're reinstating the true order of the galaxy. We know what's best for the galaxy, so we're going to go back to our roots, back in a better age and time, which, like, the Empire was not good. The Empire was bad for a lot of people, but it's not the best look to just be like, hey, why don't we just go back to the Golden Age, back when things were great, and just revert a bunch of progress. I think that it's a better pitch, generally speaking, to be like, hey, let's change things going forward. Let's alter things going forward. So it is weird that the rebels were so tied in with the Jedi, particularly prior to Obi-Wan and Luke's interactions with them. The amount of people that sacrificed themselves so that Luke could fight Vader in the Death Star is insane. You can't imagine if you were against the Empire. Yeah, that's kind of wild. I'm not going to lie, Sunov. But it's also, I mean, in Return of the Jedi at that point, it's Luke is more than just a Jedi. He is the one that took down the first Death Star, right? He is oh, he follows this weird religion, he has this weird space sword. He also just fundamentally is a war hero. So that's something where even from a secular perspective, it makes sense that people would be so willing to rally behind him and perhaps even sacrifice themselves for him. But from a spiritual sense of why is the Rebel Alliance so entrenched in the in the Jedi mysticism ideology, that's a little bit of, depending on what canon you follow, I think it's because it was seeded from the beginning. It was on the tails of being inspired or protected by the Jedi. For instance, like in Force Unleashed, it was said that like the symbol of the rebels was inspired by Starkiller. I can't remember his name. It's like Galen something. His family crest, since he like helped a bunch of the original founders of the rebellion. That is non-canon, but that's the sort of thing where it's like the Jedi were directly responsible for assisting and founding the rebellion, at least in some capacity. Therefore, it's going to be tied in with the ethos of the rebellion, which trickles down to its constituent members, and then even the most secular backwater or living under a rock rebel who joins is going to be told like, hey, part of why we're doing this is because there was a better time back in the Republic before the Empire where these space wizards who are connected with the universe were helping people. We want to aspire to be that. But yeah, before then, the rebels didn't have much to do with the Jedi. I mean, not really. Luke did a lot of stuff to deserve the admiration. So though I definitely understand that, but like in real life, rebel groups have so much infighting. Exactly. And that's why having one galactic spanning rebel alliance is so silly. Right? Because it's the rebel alliance by and large, I believe, follows like a cell-based structure. Which, if you don't know what a cell-based structure is when it comes to like organizational structures, it is the function that each grouping or cell is completely self-contained. They have indirect and or obfuscated means of communicating with one another. They have shared ideologies. Perhaps they assist one another and give each other resources. But for instance, do you see how this one has zero connection to this one? Right? Like, this is a situation, and I don't know, maybe these two are also connected. So like, this one has zero connection to this one. These two are each connected to all of the other three. But maybe there's one over here, and this one is connected to you, and like connected to you. So you have a system where if this one gets compromised, suddenly this is obfuscated enough that it doesn't actually transfer through. Maybe the Empire finds this one, and now this one is compromised. But because of the way this works, this top right one's methods of communication are so obfuscated that they just have no chance of finding it. And then by the time this one got compromised, this one told its buddies, hey, scramble your codes. We need to refresh. The Empire just took out one of the cells we know about. They transfer that to this. Now these ones are obfuscated. These ones are obfuscated. These ones are obfuscated. And then the cell structure maintains, much like containing a virus, stopping the collapse of the entire cell structure. However, this and this never had any connection to this one. So if, for instance, this one is fighting and it's like, hey, we need help, they would only be able to ask this one and this one. And maybe because this one is so focused on obfuscating its transmissions, it refuses to help. And then this one gives guns and gives tanks and gives ammo to this one. This one fails because it wasn't supported enough. Now, because there's a paper trail of all of the ammunition that was sent over, the Empire compromises this one. And that's why there's a complete embargo and it's just, you're on your own. You'd also imagine 90% of the Jedi to be more like Rogue One. These very dubious fighters, perhaps a few of them not even much better than the Sith in ideology. I mean, that depends. Like, Celador brings up the Grey Jedi. I've talked about the Grey Jedi extensively before. But it's a sort of deal where the Grey Jedi... I think... Oh my gosh, voice crack. I think the Grey Jedi are most aligned in ideology with a group like the Rebel Alliance. I think the Grey Jedi are the most likely to support the actions and ethos behind the Rebels, but the way it's framed in something like Star Wars, the Rebels are good aligned. The Rebels are the good guys. So the Jedi who are also the good guys are going to be aligned with the good guys. And that's just kind of an unfortunate reality of it. Let's be real, the galaxy is insanely varied. It's bound to not just be one single good guy group. You're bound to have intense cults. Yeah, perhaps even some groups just as strong in manpower as the Rebel Alliance. And that's why the Clone Wars showed the Republic's civil war so well. It felt more like a civil war because what it was is this was the US and the USSR, right? Where you have like Coruscant, you have like Geonosis. Coruscant is attacked a couple times. Geonosis is attacked a couple times. Like the clones are involved, the droids are involved, but fundamentally, we're following Onderon. And the US, much like the Republic, much like the US in Vietnam or Korea or countless other locations, sent military advisors to assist the existing rebel group to depose the existing regime that was CIS aligned. So it is rebels versus loyalists with Jedi military advisors and a droid contingent that is really reserved for only the personal guard of the regime leader. Mandalore. Entirely Mandalorian versus Mandalorian. But with the dissolution of Death Watch, there became Maul aligned Death Watch Mandalorians, and then there became Mandalorian loyalists who aligned themselves with the Republic specifically to usurp Death Watch. And this had nothing to do with the CIS. This was I know I'm equating CIS to USSR and Republic to US. That's just entirely for the sake of example. That had nothing to do with the CIS, except for the fact that the belligerent, Maul, wanted to upset the CIS to interact with Palpatine. And also Obi-Wan. I can't remember an example off the top of my head, but there is a situation of like, there are situations where the reverse of this situation where the Empire, the Republic is supporting with troops a regime that is Republic friendly, that the CIS is sending commando droids and spider droids and infiltration units to disrupt while the rebels are actively fighting against like the clones. That happens less frequently though. Generally speaking, when the Republic is defending an area, they have their standing army there because they are the national identity or the they're the galactic identity that the planet is pledged to. Whereas if it is a independent system, they don't necessarily have the support of the droids. But almost always, if you are Republic aligned, you have some degree of clone presence. If the regime and the existing power structure is Republic aligned, not if you're like rebels. And then there's situations like Umbara, where it is a matter of it is the clones versus the Umbarans with a support structure of CIS, because the clones are invading the Umbarans. The Umbarans as a people are generally speaking unified in favor of the CIS. And so the CIS support is primarily air support and logistical. It is, they have cargo ships supplying the Umbarans, and they have air support to defend those cargo ships, but fundamentally on the ground, in the sky, it is clone versus Umbaran. And this is way more interesting than, on every planet, it's the rebels versus the stormtroopers. That's it. You know? Like, is that just me? Like, take a single look at real life civil wars and conflicts. It's always a mess with infighting. And then, like, some person tries to just, like, usurp it all and put themselves in power. Groups would always have issues like that. Yeah, like, one guy could get away with just walking off with a series of rebels, or joining the Empire, or selling out the rebels or whatever. Yeah, and what you're talking about is what I was talking about with the Clone Wars, where it's in the fall of the Republic, it was like 100 civil wars all at once that the clones and the droids were struggling to supply. Because in most cases, it was a native population to a planet pledged themselves either to the Republic or to the CIS. There were always dissenters. And then the way that was dealt with was either they became a rebel insurgency group, or they were deposed, whether it's executed or imprisoned or whatever. But then you have planets where it is Republic loyalists protected by clones, generally against droids. Or you had CIS aligned planets where it's generally rebels advised by Jedi. Like, think about Ryloth. Ryloth was a situation where, just like Onderon, the CIS controlled the surface. The CIS controlled the seats of power. I think the Techno Union in particular controlled Ryloth. And then there was a contingent of rebels who were not aligned with the Republic. And when the Republic came, they said, "We don't want your help. Ryloth will free itself because Ryloth will bow to no one." And it was only after demonstrating that the CIS and Banking Union and the Trade Federation had such an iron grip that they needed the Republic's help, Ryloth's rebels gave the okay, and then the clones got deployed. And then suddenly, it was Ryloth rebels and the clones against the Techno Union, which itself is a subfaction of the CIS, fighting. And then they liberated Ryloth, and then Ryloth willingly joined the Republic after fighting alongside the clones. On Onderon, it was the Republic couldn't interfere because the regime declared itself independent from either faction and was claiming neutrality. Therefore, military action by the Republic would instigate military action from the droids. The issue is that the people wanted to be a part of the Republic, the ruling class wanted to be a part of the CIS. Therefore, the people were fighting guerrilla warfare against the regime, so the Republic secretly sent advisors who would deny their involvement if they were discovered to assist the rebels. And then they found out that the CIS was doing the same. They were sending droid advisors to the regime to advise them in defeating the rebels. Because that's how conflicts work, is that no one keeps their word. If you weren't using Star Wars terms, I almost thought you were talking about Syria. Oh, yeah, that's the issue, right? I mean, I suppose it's not the issue. That's the demonstration of how good the storytelling is in this. But it's also like, ugh, you know? Also, hello, Arlene. Also, man, the Clone Wars had so much more actual explanation of the logistics of how the war is actually carried out, where they're sending each clone division and each general. The Ryloth ordeal seems to have much depth and political realm than the entire Galactic Civil War. Exactly. That's the thing, is that, like, that's why Ryloth was like a 2-episode season 1 arc. So it's not even like the Umbara arc. Like, the Umbara arc was 4 episodes in like season 4. They had a massive increase in budget. They had a massive increase in skill. And this is Space Vietnam. Like, there have been a couple Space Vietnams in Star Wars canon. Geonosis was Space Vietnam a little bit. Felucia is the big one, Space Vietnam. Umbara in the Clone Wars, Space Vietnam. I think from a mental perspective, Umbara was the best depiction of Space Vietnam that I've seen, like, out of Star Wars. But from like a physical perspective, if you know, like, original Battlefront 2 campaign, talking about the campaign on Felucia, where the separatists like dug their heels in the mud and dirt, the clones died more to disease and vegetation than they did to actual like live fire combat. That was way more like, ugh. Like, imagine that plus the mental state that Umbara put the clones in, where it was just like, I don't know, there's a scene. There's a scene in the Clone Wars Umbara arc where there's this giant machine, and it looks like a centipede because all of the Umbara's technology is all like animal themed. So it's like this centipede that has like guns on it. I know it sounds goofy. It looks goofy, but like it's actually terrifying. Like, they need rockets, like, to get out rocket launchers to actually like stun it so that they can call down an artillery strike to take it out. And it's got like this pilot in the front that's piloting it from the inside. And then they're like, oh yeah, like, guess it doesn't have any juice left in it. And then they see the pilot crawling out from it. And the pilot is like injured but not dead. And all of the clones look at one another and they say, well, guess he's still got some juice left in him. And then they all open fire. And I don't mean like one shot to take him out. I mean like multiple of them fire multiple shots into this injured pilot who's like crawling out from the wrecked machine. Because the clones just experienced like dozens of casualties from this machine. And they're looking at its pilot and they're like, oh, he's still got some juice left in him. And then they empty their magazines into him. And it's horrific. Like, it's off screen. It's like a passing comment where the pilot is off screen and they just fire off screen, but it's clear what they're doing. And it's like, oh my gosh. Like, yay, war crimes. And that's why one of the best things I saw from Bad Batch. Also, I just noticed 267.25. Thank you for the follow. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. It has so many war crimes. It was so... and that's why in Bad Batch, I loved it when Crosshair and the Dark Troopers very sorry about that. Crosshair and the Dark Troopers encounter a group of rebels, and the Dark Troopers phase 1 are all just like volunteers. I think the implication is that they're all like stormtroopers who are really good, so they're like the best of the best kind of deal. And Crosshair is clone, and he's genetically modified to be like super good with angles, precision, the ability to like visual calculus, to use like a Disco Elysium term. He's really good at all of that, so he's a sniper. And you have them and they're interrogating a group of rebels. And they're just like, hey, where is Saul Guerrero? Where is this one specific rebel we want? And then one of the people he's talking to says, we'll never tell you. And then he shoots them. As they're saying, like, we'll never tell you. Because he says, I believe you. Okay, everyone kill him. And he looks at his Dark Troopers and says, kill our prisoners. And then the Dark Troopers are like, no, they're our prisoners. We have to like take them into custody. And Crosshair says, are you disobeying my orders? And then the guy said, and one of the Dark Troopers says like, yes, we're not doing this. We're not listening to you. Like, you're just a clone. We're people. We're not going to do this. The guy who's arguing like turns to the rest of the group and is like, all right, I want them cuffed. We're going to bring them back and we can deal with Crosshair later. And then he gets shot because Crosshair says that was insubordination. Insubordination is met with death. Now, would the rest of you like to fulfill your orders? And then they shoot the prisoners, which is a war crime. They use a flamethrower on the prisoners they have at their mercy, who are non-combatants. This is war crimes. Like, I need to re-emphasize, like, this is not like, oh, haha, like, oh, dang, that's so rough, but that's the reality of the war. Like, no, that is war crimes. Like, really bad war crimes. Also, if you want to watch a really good war movie that takes a bit of complexity of war and interest into account, war crimes, infighting, ragtag style resistance, and even very realistic armor vehicle dynamics and mechanics, I recommend The Beast. I might have to hit up one of my friends to watch that with, because I have a friend, I've talked about this a couple times, where he's talking to me and we're chatting, and he's just like, well, I know what? You'd like the anime 86. And I'm like, okay, why? And he's like, I'm not going to tell you, but I feel like you enjoy military fiction. And it was really only after he told me that I was just like, oh yeah, that's actually like really true. I actually really much enjoy military fiction, and I don't know why. I just think it's really cool. So I'm like, what's 86 about? And he's like, I'm not going to tell you. Don't look it up. I'm going to have you watch it blind. And I'm like, okay. I watched it. It's about child soldiers. It's about like mecha fighting robots. It was really good. It was also way less depressing than I was worried it was going to be, which was a bit disappointing, but at the same time it was like, oh, it was so good. So I might actually let me hit him up actually. Okay, I just sent him a message. I'm like, yo, have you ever watched The Beast from 1988? Speaking of The Beast, I don't know why I said that. I have nothing to bring about that. I was going to chat about a mega dungeon. I was going to talk about D&D, and I haven't talked about D&D in like 2 hours at this point, but I am drinking more water. Oh, wait, chat. I just remembered I can do something. What the do you think you're doing? Now I can You know, I just really wanted to tell you that the Krabby Patty secret formula I don't know. I find it very silly. You know, last night I was busy myself, and I just really think that it was a great time when I went ahead and but I think that doing it alone wasn't very productive. I think I needed a friend because they could really just like it's just not really something that what? I was a little loud. I actually don't know how to change the volume of it. Oh wait, no, I can. How about now? Oh, it's so silly. Listen, all I'm gonna say about Driver's mother I mean, at least that's what I told her last night. Heyo! Yeah, I apologize if I was blowing out your eardrums. A little bit louder? Okay. Oh, it is a bit loud. So if I do... How are we feeling? Wait, let me... I can communicate in Morse code now. No, like literally, I can communicate in Morse code now. That's so cool. Like, I don't know Morse code. I don't think there's a reason to learn it outside of it just being cool, but like, it's so cool, right? Like, what? So, what do you think I said? I'll do it again. It is incredibly cool. I can do it one more time. So this is H. This is E. That's L. That's also L. Is O. Hello. I was gonna do have fun, but I didn't want to have to do like 8 letters. Yeah, I don't know Morse code. I feel like it'd be so fun to learn. Right? I feel like it would just be enjoyable. Okay, so I'm going to have an ad in like 5-ish minutes. Are we looking to keep is Morse code learn? I mean, I could learn Morse code right now. Like, realistically, Morse code list. Like, if I really wanted to. Sorry about that. I'm just So, if we're thinking about this logistically, E, I, and S. Oh, that was too many. E, I, S, H are just dots. Although apparently 5 is interesting. So counting is almost like binary. So it's just, wait, why is 1 so complicated? And then 2 is, and then 3 is. My issue with this is I'm worried if I do this, was that like dot dot or was that dash dash? I'm worried about that. All numbers have 5. No, all numbers have 5 sounds. Oh, right, because it's like that was supposed to be 9, so it's like dash 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 dot. By the way, do you guys do watch-alongs? I do not currently do any watch-alongs because I mean I could do something like in my Discord server if folks are interested. Like we could do a watch-along of something or other like on YouTube. I think would be fun. The issue with that is I don't feel comfortable using other people's content without their explicit permission. You know, so I'm worried about not even like, no, I think watching like a thing in YouTube together could be very fun, but I don't want to like, oh, let's watch this video essay together, because then that's like me stealing their content is what it feels like. Even if it's a cool video essay, even if everyone's like, yeah, I love Jacob Geller, let's watch Jacob Geller video, or let's watch Hello Future Me. I don't want to make my brand reliant on other people's content. And I think it's self-indulgent to watch my own. No, you mean movies? And that's the thing, is that it's even something like movies is I mean, I could do something where like I have a live stream and I do one of those things where it's like I do a live reaction, but I just have the time in the movie where I'm at. Yeah, better no React streamer. See, because that's the thing, is that if I do it back to MS Paint reading, I had a stream one time where I did some reading. I read Edgar Allan Poe, actually. Like if it's something where we're watching a movie and it's the classic thing where it's just like, it's just me, or like it's me in my chatting room. Chat is there. I have like a timer showing where in the movie we are. And other than that, like the expectation is that you have me on your phone, where on your laptop you have the movie that you watch or that you are watching legally, because I'm not going to promote piracy or anything. So it's like you can hear my reactions because this says like 03:18, and then you are also at 03:18. The issue with that is I feel like I would only want to react to new movies or movies that I have not seen before, which is a decent amount, but also I'm worried, like, I don't know how interesting that, I'm constantly worried about the interest, right? I'm constantly worried about like, this might be fun for me, like, oh, I get to watch a movie, but I don't know how interesting that would be because I'm not really a reaction channel. I definitely like that because I'm mostly interested in your reaction to movies. I particularly like to know what you think about the movie I said, because I think it'd be one you enjoy. Yeah, and I think that could be fun, particularly if it's like I hit up Rory and Neko and I'm like, it's a movie night, or I have it be like a open VC drop in with some of my other streamer friends, which is like, hey, it's a movie night. If they want, I will give them the link. Yeah, I don't like the idea of, dang, that's crazy. Whoa. Okay, guys, hold up. I need to go. Like, give me a minute. Like, put the rice in the bag. No, Doc. I already ate my rice for the day. I had rice before stream. I had rice when I started stream. I was gobbling it down. How dare you? Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm always super worried whenever someone's like, hey, you should do this. And I'm like, okay, does anyone else care? I always get so in my own head about that. Gobbling these nuts. I always get so in my own head where it's just like, oh yeah, I think it'd be super interesting. Like, I've had people ask me to like start a Patreon. I've had people ask me to do like movie reactions. I've had people ask me to do like a live actual play. And I'm just like, well, I get worried because I feel like no one's going to want to watch that. No, I don't think you should. I'm just letting you. No. I appreciate it. I get what you mean. It's just I'm constantly in content brain. I'm constantly in how can I turn this into content? I should drink water. Thank you. You like my commentary? Well, thank you. I appreciate it enough. I could also do. Thank you. I appreciate that. My takes are fun. I could also do a reading stream. I read some of Poe earlier, back in Halloween. I have more Poe I could read. H.P. Lovecraft is another one I would love to, because basically anything that's like more than 100 years old and is public domain, I would love to. You're gonna watch earlier, but you were at Dog Park. Well, don't you worry. Although I will say, I have been making an effort to upload my VODs and make them public or in a playlist unlisted on YouTube. So if anyone is like, hey, man, I'd love to watch your content, but I'm just so busy that I can't make a stream, you can always watch my VODs because that gives me watch hours. We love watch hours in this house. Okay, I have an ad break in like 30 seconds, so I'm actually going to step away for a moment. I'm going to let the ad break run through, and while the ad is going, I am going to make a poll, and I know this is a mistake. I shouldn't do this. What do? I'm gonna give y'all 3 minutes. Freak show. More chatting. Variety. More chatting. D&D. More, Q&A/advice. Vindiogam. Okay, I will step away for just a moment. My apologies. I was devouring, much like the ravenous hyena, a quesadilla. My apologies. You watched The Lighthouse, and it was generally such an insane movie, more like an experience. I have never seen The Lighthouse. That's the one with William Dafoe, right? I've heard great things about it. I'm really not a movie person. So I know people voted for yapping variety, but I don't know if I got more to yap. I'm not gonna lie. I think I might need prompting. Shutter Island is the one where it's Leonardo DiCaprio as the detective, right? And it's like a psychological thriller. I saw that one, actually. I watched that in a psychology class. Like, we had a psych class, and I think it was like after finals, we had like a week left of school, so it's just like, hey, like, let's just watch a movie. And we watched Shutter Island. Oh, will this be the time when we will actually start the game you announced? About that. I did a vote, and the people voted for chatting. Pog! So, trickle down chatonomics. No, trickle down chatonomics is what happens when I reduce the price of Purge the week from, it was like 5K to 1K to 100 to 1. Like, the fact that there's just not a constant stream of gunfire is astounding to me. Because it costs one channel point, right? A singular channel point. I think, unironically, there have been people who have bankrupted themselves because they spent so many of these. It is 3 clicks. Is there any way to... Oh, I forgot that I never ended the community challenges. If I was better at coding, and I just could be, I could put my mind to it, but instead I spend my time making silly videos for the internet. I could develop an interface where you just purge people via chat commands. You don't mind? Whatever you want to do. I think let's chat for a couple more minutes and then we'll shift over to the game. Because I'm looking to play this game because I saw it just a advertisement for it. I'm like, hey, let's try it. But at the same time, I'm also like, I like chatting. In case you couldn't tell, I'm a yapper. However, initially I was thinking we would start by discussing who here's seen my recent short about boring hallways or boring crossroads in D&D. Because that is something where I just uploaded this, and I don't know how many people have watched it, so I'd recommend giving it a watch if you want. But this is the video I uploaded yesterday. Yeah, because it's for Friday. And that talks about crossroads in dungeons and how to turn a boring crossroads into an interesting one. The long and short, give it some interesting feature or features, give it an obstacle, make a trap that the party can avoid, give a easy encounter that ends in a round or two, so it doesn't slow down the game too much. Give it an odd description, like the room constantly smells of sage and lavender and you always feel like you're being watched. With that in mind, I'm curious what rooms you can come up with. So for instance, rooms I came up with is it's constantly filled with smoke, but no fire. It is a room that has goblins in it. But they flee as soon as one dies. Less rooms, more detail. Oh, your dungeons are more vertical. Because what I'm doing, and what I've been doing over my YouTube channel, which I suppose I just linked via the short, is making a mega dungeon, one room at a time, one encounter at a time, one short at a time. So each room is its own self-contained short, from description to encounter to loot. The idea being, I make 50 of these total. You have a 7-room dungeon, then you have an 8-room dungeon, then you have a 10-room you have a 7-room floor, then you have an 8-room floor, then you have a 10-room floor, and then you have a 5-room floor, and then you have a 15-room floor, and then another like 5-room floor. And then suddenly you have a full like 7-level dungeon of varying sizes, strictly just stealing what I made because I'm giving it for free. Oh, a very climb-heavy dungeon is neat. Or like cave. Yeah, that could be fun. In Fandor, even the bad guys follow strict zoning rules. That's so funny. It's like in New York City, where there's no more horizontal space, so it's all vertical. You're just constantly building up, and like airspace is super valuable to buy. Just subterranean space, digging down. So they have to abuse the law where they can go down as far as you want. Yeah, it's literally how it's like, oh my gosh. I sometimes imagine a room with just particularly annoying characteristics, like entirely made of poorly polished concrete that doesn't feel good to... There are train lines that go through buildings and they have to build around it. See, infrastructure that it's like, these trains go through these buildings sounds ridiculous. And then you realize that's a real thing that happens in real life. And it's so funny. It happens in real life, exactly. Oh, yeah, look at above ground light rail. Above ground light rail. This isn't showing it through the building. Train through building. Like, this is an actual literal thing that happens. It's a building that has a train going through it. It kind of sounds awesome, but you cannot imagine it's fun to live there. No, imagine you're living here. Or even here. Not only do you constantly hear the train going back and forth, it's also rumbling the building, presumably. See, that's the thing. Train accidents, I don't think are super common when it comes to straightaways. I think it's primarily tracks, turning, and maybe stops. But my assumption is that train accidents are far less frequent because it's your movement is in one direction or one dimension. You dig it, but you're autistic. I mean, come on. If you're autistic and you don't at least appreciate trains, are you really autistic? The actual Steam ones are loud and the more expensive Magic ones are silent. Oh, trains in Fandor are quiet entirely depending on the model. Yeah, in my setting, I have different eras. I talk about this all the time. I have different eras of my world, which primarily I write and like run D&D and whatever in the fantasy era. But there's also a superhero setting, which is like retro futuristic. And then there's also a near sci-fi setting. So it's the idea that I can meet all of these different storytelling needs all in the same world, just in the same timeline going down. So like, I didn't really consider the idea of like Magitech trains that are silent. But also in my world, magic starts out super common. Then as you enter the fantasy era, it's like low fantasy. Or it's high fantasy, low magic. And then you head into the superhero, and then it kind of like changes form, where it's like, oh, this isn't magic. This is radiation that turned you into a superhero. And then it kind of abstracts further into, oh no, this is like understandable science. This isn't magic. This is understandable parts of the world that can be utilized in the same way that you can advanced mathematics or theoretical physics, right? It's cutting edge science, but it's still science. Well, wheels are still very loud. Yeah, heated water, sewers, dams that provide energy and magic. That's the thing. So many times, magic, and this is a trap that like my setting a little bit falls into, of magic feeling obscure despite being common. Like, you would not need refrigerators if you had ice magic. You would need refrigerators if you had ice magic, and ice magic was only born in 1 every million people. But if you have a world where 1 out of every 10,000 people are an ice mage, that's enough people, even with only 1 billion people on the planet. That's what, like 1,000 ice mages? Unless I'm mistaking an order of magnitude? 10,000 maybe? Because it's 110 mil, 110. So that's 5 zeros, which would be 100,000. Yeah, why use ice magic if you can conjure fresh food, for example? Exactly. And that's why in my setting, like, I basically had to, because the way my setting works is that it started as a D&D setting that I expanded to my writing. So it started with like Dragonborn and sorcerers and freaking like mind flayers. And really in my world, none of the sorcerers are like, Dragonborn don't really exist, mind flayers don't really exist, sorcerers exist, but they are just a classification of a type of magic. Because, and boy, we're going back into the D&D talk. Oh no. I've talked a bit about the sources of magic in my world recently, and how we have like arcane, we have divine, we have primal, we have granted. And each of these has its own inflections of how you interact with it. So arcane is using the body's magic as a source. So, taking a mortal individual and making magic manifest from their own internal magical energies requires a firm understanding of arcane gates, which I've talked about previously. It requires training. It requires study. It requires vibing with your own body on a level that most people can't achieve outside of spirituality. So the two types of arcane casters are wizards. Oh, that's cut off. Oops. Let me... Womp womp. Let me Do I need that? No. Yeah, so there are wizards, and then there are also mages. So arcane casters utilize the magical energies of your body in order to manifest magic. The issue with that is that it's really hard to do that. So you have to spend years studying, training, practicing in order to actually be able to do that. And if you focus on if you are trained by an institution, you are considered a wizard. If you figure it out on your own, or by a single mentor, or outside of academic circles, you are considered a mage. Divine magic is based off of belief. It doesn't matter what you believe in, it matters that by your belief and aspiring to an ideal, you can bring magic into the world. I believe I would have to double check what the heck, oh no. Alright, let me grab my notes. My magic. Sorry, I forgot. If you're a divine caster, if you worship a deity, you are considered a priest. But if you just gain if you gain this power from any other source of belief, it's not a religious thing, you're a cleric. This does not have mechanical impacts on like D&D. This is just what people classify you in the world. So if someone introduces themselves as, oh, I'm a mage, you know they are an arcane caster who did not study in formal institutions and either had an independent mentor or found books that they studied by themselves, or maybe they just achieved enlightenment by meditation and physical conditioning out by themselves. If someone says that they're a priest, that means that they are a divine caster who worships the divine, gets their power from their faith in a higher power. For primal, this is about drawing on the strength of the world around you. And if you draw from living creatures, such as animals, plants, other entities that exist, and you draw from the surrounding creatures around you, like plant and animal magic, that is a druid. Meanwhile, if you, instead of drawing from the plants and animals, you instead draw from the plane itself. You are in the hells, you are drawing on the hellish energy that surrounds you and infuses itself into every aspect of the world. If you are in the heavens, you draw on that heavenly energy that surrounds you because it is just the ambient magic surrounding you. If you're in the mortal plane, you draw from the ambient energy, just suffusing everything. It's the closest thing to like the Force, almost, because it's just ephemeral. Then you are a shaman. And then granted is that you are given it by another entity. And granted magic, if you make a pact, if you made a deal for it, you're a warlock. But if it's energy that you're just kind of like infused with, or you absorbed or inherited, or just kind of found its way into you despite it not being native to you, you're a sorcerer. And as you might have noticed, most of these line up with what their D&D counterparts are. Druids use plant and animal magic. Sorcerers have some innate foreign power resting within them that they draw from. Warlocks make deals for it. Wizards are arcane casters, but like priests and clerics should be swapped to follow the D&D rulings. But they're not. How? Because a priest makes more sense to be in service of a divine entity, whereas a cleric is just a steward of some ideal. So, for instance, paladins in my world would be considered clerics, taxonomically. not class-wise, but they follow an ideal to king and country, or to vengeance, or to uphold the natural order of the world. That would be cleric magic. But a paladin who worships a divine deity and wants to aspire to bring out their ideals would be a priest. Just as a D&D style cleric who believes in a divine entity would be a priest. It's me, Mike the Mage, does thumb cutting off trick that every dad knows how to do. In Fandor, it's literal because they go to school. The Druids make money off of wannabe wizards by running the only good school in all of Fandor on a giant floating island that rotates around the continent. That's pretty awesome. You like the fifth source, psionics? Multiple people have brought up psionics, and honestly, psionics just aren't really a big part of my world. I think that they would fall in with any of these, theoretically. If you think, like, psionics is drawing on the power of the far realm. Psionics is being influenced by foreign planes that are alien to our understanding and that grant you magic. You'd be a shaman using psionics. If psionics is your belief in a great old one, or you made a pact with a great old one, psionics would be divine or granted respectively. If psionics is you using your internal well of magic to influence the world entirely via the strength of your mind, that would be arcane. So psionics could be any of these. That's why the sources are less prescriptive, they're more descriptive. And a lot of people in my comments section took exception to that. A lot of people in my comments section were just like, well, no, what about this? Well, this part of the Forgotten Realms. And I'm just like, no, that first off, this isn't in the Forgotten Realms. Second off, these are all just taxonomical classifications. Yes, there is a mechanical overlap between arcane and primal, for instance. However, just because you're a divine caster doesn't mean you believe in a deity. Just because you believe in a deity doesn't make you a divine caster. There is overlap, it is not one-to-one. Also, hello, Nick. Welcome on in. How's the magic sources? We're just yapping the day away. I've already talked about this. Basically, what I've done, and I don't know how people feel about this, I have slowly but surely converted these streams into me just info dumping about my world and my magic system, and then I turn it into shorts. I'm not sure how people feel about that. Although, it's been 4.5 hours. I think now, infinite content glitch, no, literally. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the game I was planning on playing. There we go. It should have audio, so I'm going to turn off my music. And how are we? As long as Arrow is Arrow yapping, I'm happy to listen. Oh, don't worry. I will be Arrow yapping throughout this game, I'm sure. 4 more hours of lore. No, see, you can't say that, Nick. I would absolutely do that. I'm going to try this game because I saw an advertisement for it and I'm like, I'm curious. So this is the demo. Oh. We're right into it. Hello. Welcome to Deck of Haunts. So I'll just let the game explain what this is because I don't actually know. I saw advertisements for it and I'm like, okay, Slay the Spire, but it's a haunted house. Let's go. Simply do game lore. I've talked about game lore. I've talked about my game and my writing and also visual novel stuff. I actually have made a visual novel that I made a prototype for Game Jam and I uploaded it to my itch page, which I could share if folks are interested. Or I could also talk about the behind the scenes stuff. You start violent yapping, I had to stop myself. That's the thing. I love it when people info dump. And I don't know if anyone here is not on the Discord. However, if you want to info dump about your world, you are more than welcome to in the Discord. So you play the haunted house that consumes humans entering its domain. Keep the humans away from your heart. Excuse me. My voice cracked. Play your cards on humans, kill them or drive them insane to steal their essence. Build rooms with essence to expand your strength and gain bonuses. During the night, you play cards to damage health or drain sanity. Okay. Action point cost, target, effect. So, 1 action point, any human, drain 2. Humans will enter, and if they're... Oh, so it's just... You're at 7. Humans move to random adjacent rooms. Deal 2 damage. So, I just want to... Oikophobia. Can anyone tell me what oikophobia is? Is that like fear of ghosts? That'd be phasmophobia. Oikophobia and... Okay, so that's what I've played. This is my deck. Move human to a random room, add 1 tension? I don't know what tension does. Interesting. Okay, so for the rest of the turn, they just stay in here. I was worried they might go to the next room. I have 1 more oikophobia. Oh, because I drew my discard. Understood. Increased drain effects, the more it builds up, decays over time. So if I do... There's a cat! Tension multiplies the next drain effect. Tension has 3 tiers, times 2, times 3, times 5. They all get consumed the next time they're drained. It also gets reduced by 1, 2 turns after not gaining tension. Where did the cat go? Cat? Hello? No, did I miss the cat? I wanted to pet the cat. Oh. So I just consumed your soul. I turned a human insane. At the end of every night, you can choose from a selection of cards to permanently add to your deck. You're in the Discord and you post a lot of stuff when I feel like yapping. A fear of one's own home or culture. Oh. Could also describe a fear of certain rooms. Understood. I pick a card to add. Solo human, so I assume a human that's by themselves. Any human, and I can move them. Humans move to random adjacent rooms. I don't know how much I like the random. I think I grab tension. I liked the sanity gain and the card draw. I want the tension increase. Building in basic rooms. During the day, you construct rooms and change your layout. Build common rooms so humans will take more turns to reach your heart. Placing room tiles of the same type next to each other will merge them into a single room. The further away from your heart, the more expensive rooms become to sustain. Okay, so if I put 2 of the same next to each other, it's 1 big room, which lets me influence them more easily because they're all in the same room together. But the farther away it is, the more it costs money, I assume. You need to sustain yourself. The further away you build, the more sustain. Sustain is done by paying essence, and then you need to drive insane, kill, and consume to gain more essence. Not gathering enough essence will damage me. So I have a 10 sustain cost. I have a 5 sustain cost, and I have 20. Bell Tower spawns a witch that roams a house and increases tension. I like the sound of that. Oh, but that would make me sustain 20. Oh, so the farther away every room... Oh. So if I put it there, it's too far away. Living room, 4 tiles, combines with other living rooms. Oh. Kitchen. Oh, so these are just common rooms, but the bell tower has a special effect. Understood. What are we thinking? The unlimited. So we could make something like a kitchen, make it 1 big kitchen. Alternatively, we could place the bell tower like there. Well, what if we place the bell tower there so that if they enter there and then I move them to a random room, they can like move into the bell tower? The living room. I could make 1 giant living. Oh, because it costs no to sustain because it's a part of this room. Same with the kitchen. Oh, that's a guest room. Combines with other guest room. Oh, so these are all common rooms that can just grow. But the bell tower, methinks I will put there. Every night the bell tolls to lure in humans. The same bell can be used to crush them once they enter the room. People say a witch was once slain here. Some whisper they can still hear her scream. Oh, I can build multiple. So if I do that. Sure. I don't know if that was smart or not, but sure. Every room needs a valid path to the heart. Okay. So what are we feeling? Are we trying to kill them or are we trying to drive them insane? To win, you need a certain number. You need to survive a certain number of nights. Losing, you lose when your heart runs out. When they enter my room or I have no essence. Essence is harvested from dead or insane humans. Cool. Dwayne and Asami. Oh no, I've just been like rewatching some of Korra. I love Asami. Are we trying to kill one, drive the other insane? So let's increase tension to both of them. And I mean, what I could do, it's 11 and so Dwayne, I want to stab. Asami, I want to drive insane. So Dwayne, you getting stabbed. And then Asami goes insane. Enter. So now, oh, the witch. I think I kill Dwayne. Panic. A human has panicked by either witnessing your heart room or a corpse. Don't let them escape. Their information will increase the strength of future humans arriving. Understood. So I think what I do is I chilling cold to increase tension. Next turn, I oikophobia you. Okay, so they only move one. So now this would be really good to move you to a different room. So I can chilling cold, oikophobia. Okay. I actually kind of dig this. Oh, and killing a human gives more essence. Understood. So we could do a full damage deck if we want. I kind of want to go for like a damage deck. Banish removes the card for the rest of the night. I'm going to go... Do we go damage? By the way, there's a mod for Crusader Kings that allows you to play the demon or... I mean, yeah, of course there's a mod for that, but that sounds awesome. Yeah, so you want to divide them so they don't panic. You want to kill them because that is more efficient on essence. At the beginning of the day, purchase a room, tiles. They get added to your hand and you can play them after you're done shopping. Press this to re-roll in exchange for essence. You can upgrade basic rooms by playing a room upgrade on them. Look at the number on the... You need that... Oh! So they increase the sustain cost, and they cost essence to buy, and they have a... tile cost. But they suddenly go from being just a tile cost to useful. I have a 6-tile living room. Oh, I can move them? All damage done in this room is doubled. And because it's such a huge room, now I'm going to build, because I'm going to build in here. Now it's 25-25. All physical damage done in this room is doubled. Weapons claimed from past visitors and repurposed. It's kind of cheesy. I love it. Traits. Humans can appear with traits. These are extra buffs or debuffs that humans can have. Hover over each trait icon to read its description. Will enter through a side entrance. Bleeder. It takes 1 damage at the start turn if they took damage on the turn before. Okay, so I definitely want to take you out in the next room. But someone's going to come in there. Wait, Kitty? Where Kitty? I have to like be on the lookout for Kitty. I don't know what I did. I think it's just happy. I think... Do I just... Wait, what I could do... I could do this. Collapsing rooms, so you run into a different room. Now you're in the living room. Now I deal more damage to you. You take a damage on your next turn, I can just kill you. Okay, Does the guest room... Oh, are you gonna walk in here? Is that what that is? So I'm going to play you because you deal more damage and you draw a card. Honestly, I probably could have just taken you out. I think I shift you to a random room. Perfect. And then I stab you. And I think I go full murder in this place. Oh! Oh, right, you're panicking. I forgot. Because there's a dead body in there. 2 turns remaining. Ain't no worries. Awesome. And then I got tons of essence from that. Deal 3, drain 2. I think I just go killing spree now. You can pet the kitty, and it is like an evil room. Connected rooms have a... Oh, that's real good. I think I buy... I currently have 4 for the kitchen. I think I throw 2 there. I could build up my living room. I don't need to. Although I could... Mechanical... Put you there. And suddenly you're a really big room. Oh, this is a different room. I thought this was an upgrade. Whoops. I think I have to save this. Because at present, the only thing this would do is reduce that. So I'm going to actually end... Can I... Oh, I can undo that. If I play you there... Oh, that's still 30? Oh, right, because it's just blanketly sustain 30. That's crazy. Okay, I think I expand the kitchen. But I don't build the mechanical room. I just save the mechanical room. Okay, I'm vibing with this game. Are you a cultist? A stonemason. A stonemason has entered your realm. These are humans with magical abilities hunting for supernatural entities. They will head directly for your heart room. Okay, so not everyone heads directly there. Everyone just kind of like wanders around, except stonemasons. Once they enter your heart room, they will start a ritual that damages your heart every turn. Stop them. 6 and 16. Max tension -1. Soothing at the end of turn, other explorers in the room lose 1 tension. The doctor is going to come in the same room, recovers 1 health. Each time they gain tension, others in the same room with equal or less sanity also... Ooh. So this is something where I don't have any ability to... At the end of... So like, if I move you, that's not going to help me. However, I can tension and just kind of drain just to do something. I'm hoping for murder is my hope. And would you look at that? So I'm going to deal 2 damage to you. Killing spree. No? No? Solo human. Oh. Okay, well that's not good. However, I can take you out. Alternatively, I can wait a turn so you leave this room. I can kill either of you with just 2 rake. So I can kill the stonemason easy. Henry is a bit of an issue. I think I just raking claw. I spread out the damage right now. Yeah, what's the deal with the I forgot what does the wraith do? A witch here? Is the witch literally just like, oh, raises tension, right? So clawing is only solo. So you're solo. You stayed in this room. I'm gonna add tension. Because why not? And also, I'm going to hit... I think I'll be able... Yeah, I should have enough to take out the doctor next turn. If I take out this guy. However, I think I spread out the damage. I'm in no rush, right? That's the core thing to remember. I'm not in a rush. Oh, they're staying together. Okay, you're gonna run now. Might as well drain you. And you're already down super low sanity, but you're in the kill room, so now I can just... Oh, that didn't kill. Let's just... I'm not going to move you. You have 1 more turn to go there. I will just draw another damage. And then killing spree. Perfect. I'm digging this. I'm not going to lie. I'm having a good time with this game. I look forward to what the full game will be if this is like the core gameplay loop. I want there to be more, but this is also the demo, so I'm not going to be like a jerk about it, you know? I'm excited to see what comes up next. Oh, sorry. I also need to... Deck of Haunts. Drop stats for an Iron Maiden Golem in D&D. Yeah, I dig this. Like, at first I was going for tension, but then I'm like, well, no, I get more essence by killing. Ooh, pinpricks could be fun. I think I go another killing spree. So I have a mechanical room, 4 tiled room, upgrade a biscuit room to an altar room, increase your card draw by 1 until this room is investigated. Let's do that. Let's grab just a guest room. I mean, I could... Let's move 1. And what if we move you and put you like... What if I put you there? I mean, so I want to get benefit from the mechanical room. So the mechanical room needs to have at least 3 rooms connected to it to break even, right? So if I put it there, this gives me nothing, but if I upgrade it, it will. If I put you there, can I rotate this? I can. Ah. Get rotated. Make this an altar room totally out of the way. I can sacrifice? What? Now, funny enough, I'm not building it out so it's hard to get to my heart. I'm building it out so I have rooms. So if I destroy this, suddenly the only way to get to the heart is through the bell tower. Okay, I'm kind of gaming. I'm kind of digging this. Okay, so we have 2 people. One is a bleeder, one is panicky. Level-headed but frail. Level-headed but frail gonna come in. So I think I just deal some damage to each of you. I could have shifting hallways, but I don't need to. So you are a bleeder. I take you out. Now you're dealing with that, but I can killing spree you twice. I can sacrifice. I don't know. I don't know what that does. So now I can killing spree you twice just for damage. I can increase your tension just to screw with you. And immediately they're like, nope, I want to leave. Too late. Okay, so I think the strat is to just go full damage. Night long stays until the end of the night. Oh, that's just a buff. Absolutely, I'm going to take that. Sacrificial room. Upgrades a basic room to sacrificial room. Can be used to destroy a card and regain its cost in AP. Ooh. Let's buy a move. Let's buy a sacrificial room. I think that's it. So if I move you, is this the entire room? I think it's the entire room. Which is kind of crazy. You return? Well, hello. So what if I do this? Then I do that. Where I... this is just the kitchen. This has nothing in it. And then I can make this the sacrificial room. So now this reduces you by 5, you by 10, you by 10. So it's currently minus 25. This is a net negative of 5 sustain. But if I build anything here, it's going to start being better. Also, if I build something there. We're cooking. Arrow, this gives me a house on the hill. No, Betrayal at House on the Hill. This is you are designing the house of Betrayal at House on the Hill. 100% I'm getting that vibes, and I love that. Let us, Dr. Bag, level head, tough, cannot take more than 4 damage at once. Wait, does this target a person? Or? Nope, it's just a buff, cool. 3 or 3, I'll just take the 3, doesn't really matter. You got 3 pizzas for a price of 1 and you're currently uploading them into your... That's awesome. Arrow left. How dare you, 3D record? Investigating human with disabled... Oh no! They're investigating. I need to kill them. Kill them. Killing spree. I think I need to move this room because I'm running into the issue of I'm too murder happy. So they're both doctors, which kind of sucks. I do you and you. Okay, then they're both gonna panic. Ah, I don't have the card draw for this. Can't take more than 4 in a turn. And she's soothing. I think what I need to do, I need to collapsing spaces. And hope they don't go this way. They need to go this way. Oh no. Whoops. Well, you're escaping. So I guess I'm stabbing you. Wait, where's the gun? I don't have a gun right now. Okay, so we have 2 escapees. Oh, this... I can cast this multiple times. That is fantastic. Let us do you, because then you're tough, so I need to be able to take you on 1 turn. And now I can take out. You deal 5. I'm going to attack you. I'm going to move you. Oh, fantastic. And then I'm going to clawing attack you. Oh, I had Phantom Rake. I didn't even need to do that. And then I'm going to Killing Spree. Okay, so 1 person escaped. Oof. Yo, Bell Crush! I was wondering if I'd be able to do that. I gotta do this, right? Phobia room? Drains explorers entering the room as long as this room is not investigated. The drain amount is equal to the amount of adjacent rooms. I'm not really draining. Let's grab another move. Show layout. What am I trying to do? I want to stop killing you there. I want to start killing you over here. So I think what I do is I shift this room there. Maybe? No, how do I want to do this? I need to consider this sustainably because I keep killing people in this room. Maybe I just... Maybe I move... Maybe I do... Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy... you. And I have the move room. Build. Put you there, so you're connected. So now I can move you so that you're there. Which strictly speaking, I think I'm net neutral on this. So I'm going to put you there because I want to avoid them entering this room. Yeah, the altar room gives me more if it's not investigated. So now the only way for them to go into the bell room is via this passage. I am going to upgrade this room with something. I'm not sure what. So that ideally I can have the killing room like there. So I can kill them in there. And then I can drop the bell on. You gotta go run the Zoom at church. Now, bye-bye. Well, thank you for swinging on in. So it's currently an ad. I'm not going to keep playing during the ad, but just kind of initial thoughts. I dig the simplicity of it. Oh, wow. How'd you... Oh, wow. You just came in through... Dang. My apologies. I just sneeze. Initial thoughts. I'm really enjoying it. I don't know how sustainable it is long term if this is the core gameplay loop, because it's really just like, oh, it's between 1 and probably, let's say, 6 investigators constantly coming in with, let's call it 16 different traits that they can have, which they seem they can have up to 3. And then it's purely a matter of, oh, well, I built my deck in such a way that I physically deal so much damage that no one can survive, or, oh, they have so much health, I physically can't stop them even though I hyper-optimized my deck. So I'm not sure which it's going to be. I'm not sure what it's going to end up being. But I do enjoy it at its face now. And I'm curious to see where and how it goes. Also, my headphones just died, so I'm going to plug them out. Very sorry about that. I just had to deal with my headphones. But no, I'm kind of digging this game. And I'm curious to see where the rooms will go. I feel as though I a little bit kind of got... I feel as though, despite the fact that the insanity mechanic is seemingly the intended default, because that's what interacts with tension. That's what interacts with like the phobia room. I am worried that this is going to be something where, like, strictly speaking, damage is better. Which I think is just less interesting. So you're over there. I want to do Death by 1,000 Cuts on you. And you're also bleeder, but you're tough. I guess just drain your sanity a bit. Okay. I can't deal tons of damage to you. However, I can annihilate you. You have a max amount of damage you can take. You're frail, but you have a doctor's bag. So I think what I do... Oh, I killed you in that room again. So I need to... spread out the damage a bit. Yeah, I really need to change this setup. So no one's in the bell tower. I think I need to shift the bell tower to the front so that I can potentially just bell tower. Yeah, like I'm not... Oh, I can play them. Wait, I can... increases draw at start of your turn by 1. Oh, I didn't know I had to invest... Oh, so I don't care about draining cards. I actually... Oh. That's very good to know. So next turn I can get an AP boost if I need to spam out a bunch of damage. It's like I can do destroy this for an AP boost. Move the soothing doctor's bag person over there. Deal damage, deal damage, deal damage, get more actions. I'll increase your tension in case. Okay. I'm kind of digging this. So let's bam, bam, bam. You're like, oh right, I was running away from here. And then claw. Awesome. 4 kills. I only need 1 bell crush in the deck. Deal 4 damage, add 2 tension, cost 1 less for every card discarded this light. I don't know if that works with sacrifice or not. Deal 3, see, solo human. I don't want multiple Bell Crushes, I already have one. I'll go Reclaiming Roots. Another weapon room would be fantastic. Needs at least 6. I could make this a weapon room. I think what I do is I build something there so that there's some connection. I move this there, and then I have... Okay, I think I know. So I need to show the shop. I can grab... living room and a move. I put you there for now. I move you to... What am I doing with you? I put you there. I don't know. I kind of like how this nestles into that. You're already a weapon room. I can build you up to be another weapon room. You're a living room. Pog. So if I do this, I just need one more and then I can make you a weapon room. Or, no, do I want to keep you separate? I kind of want to keep you separate. So actually, if I do this, then next turn I can move the bell tower to a more advantageous location. Understood. I'm getting the rhythm of this. And I've saved myself some essence. Oh no, we have 2 stonemasons. Okay, so now what we got? We still got the bell tower over here. We have oikophobia. Increases card draw. I think we just add tension, because why not? And sure. I will end my turn on that. Because I don't need the AP boost, even though I could sacrifice oikophobia. So y'all are all there. Any human, deal 4, add 2, cost 1 less for each card discarded. I don't know how to discard cards. That's for solo humans. I know what I could do that. I sacrifice you for 3 AP. Suddenly, you're all by yourself in a weapon room. Killing spree. You don't matter as much as you do. So I'm actually gonna give myself Gathering Miasma. And then I'm going to claw you. Okay. So now we're getting combos going. Right, now we're buffing ourselves. Now we're sacrificing cards that we don't care about. So you're gonna panic. Which doesn't matter. Because I can do you. And now you're not even in the way of the stonemason, so the stonemason will just keep going. Like it's no big deal. So the stonemason is going to continue going. That matters less than dealing with these losers, right? You actually have 6 health. If I do you and then you, That was not enough. I misjudged that. That was my B, as the kids say. However, I can just kill you. I can slash, killing spree, clawing stone, phantom rake. Yeah, we're getting combos now. We in combo central. I had one person escape. And that was like the biggest mistake I ever made. However, now I'm getting like 200 essence per turn. So I could draw 3, block 1 room. Ooh. Drain 1 3 times. I think I get a block. Like a once per game, a once per night block. I need a single living room. I'm gonna grab a move. Because this is already 5. What would I do with 2? I'd put it there. What would I do with 1? I'd put it there. So I think what I do is I buy the 1. I build. I move you. I think I just drop you there. No? I mean, I could put you... I want to maximize my use out of the generator room. However, I want to ensure that this actually can just curb stomp some people. So I could have it be that there's 2 rooms to go through. You can either go this path or this path. But I think it's better to force them this path. I think the real answer is I want the bell room here. So I would want to shift this building over by 1. So I need to put you there for now. What are we feeling? Yeah, the house is going to become large. That's the thing. I don't know how large I can make it. Because with the sustain, I'm at like 70. I'm getting like 200 per turn. But every time I buy something, it costs a bunch of money. So I think what I do... I think the ideal is I put the bell tower there. I shift over the living room by 1. The issue is I need to be able to connect the building during that time frame. So I think what I do is I just put you there for now. I think I have to put you there for now. There for now. Which is not ideal. However, I can drop you and put you there. If I'm just gonna... Well, if I'm going to... How am I doing this? That's a great question, me. I think I just like throw you there. Make you a weapon room. Nah, I'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Okay. So doctor's bag, bleeder, soothing. I can't target either of you, so I'm going to drop, sacrifice. I'll just sacrifice it to get out of my hand. Which, it's not ideal, I know, but... Okay. You're investigating, so you'll disable that room. Meaning, I really want to kill you. Oh, this would have been perfect to reclaiming roots on that. I don't think I can take you out. You have 10? So even if all damage is doubled, if I do 8 and 2, but I wouldn't have enough damage. I wouldn't have enough AP. If I did the AP and that kind of screwed me. So I guess I just deal that to take you out. Unfortunately, you disable that room because it's investigated. Let's draw a card. Not you. Bell Crush. That's so funny. That's actually really funny. Like, I didn't even have to worry about the people in there. I just had to take them out. They're investigating this room. Each card discarded. Like, if how do I discard cards? I think what I do is I sacrifice you just to get the AP. And then you have 12? Just get some damage on you. But outside of that, like, end my turn. I think I slash killing spree buff Phantom Rake the one who's a bleeder. You're sticking together. That's smart. I mean, not smart enough, but block prevent entrance to and exit from a room. I want you separated. I can't do anything, but I'm not gonna block that room. Okay, let's just take you out. Yeah, so you're running. However, this is where my abilities shine, where I can just murder. Okay, so 240. Honestly, trap triggers each round. Add 2 tension. Oh, so that's not that good. However, being able to move some, I think I'll go compel over pinpricks. Can be destroyed, gain an AP. I grab a movable room because I'm moving you. I grab a living room just in case. I think that's it. Because if I shift you, so I just rotate you, so you're like that. Actually, if I shift it so it's like that, I would need a 3-piece. So if what I do, I know what to do. It is grab a 3. Why is it called a living room if you live in Out Come the Dead? Okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. We can still make this a living room. We can still live out the in-out in. A second sacrificial room would not be bad. Okay, so if I just do this, that costs me nothing. I make you a sacrificial room, you reduce cost by that. I do this. Oh, you no longer count. Oh. Oh, I forgot I could just turn around, so like I could just do this actually. Yeah. That is a weapons room. Oh, this is just hurting. So I'm actually gonna undo. And I'm literally just gonna move you there. And then I could, like, I don't know, move the bell tower there. That'd be fun. See, that's the thing. We want people to enter the living room because it's a silly little place, right? I think I keep the living rooms on hand. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm trying here. I think I'm just being silly goofy. That's my answer. Final answer. So, first off, sacrifice for more card draw. Deal more damage. Attack the bleeder. I can kill you. Ooh, you're over there already. I think I damage you. Then I don't really care about you. I don't want to lose both of these though, so I think I teleport you. Nothing personnel, kid. I don't want to kill you guys over here. Ooh. No one's in the... One person is in the bell tower. I think what I do... Oh, wait. If I do this... Okay. 2 people... That makes it worth it. Because I can do this. Sacrifice it. Bell crush. And then I can... I mean, I could mess with you because you're in a weapon room. So if I do you, yeah, I get even more damage. And then suddenly, why are you panicking? Oh no, they head directly to my heart. Never mind. And then I could attack the bleeder again, but then I'll kill it and then that'll run. So I'm just going to attack I'm going to attack the doctor, stonemason. Perfect. They didn't enter the corpse room. I think what I do is less perfect, but you know, we get some benefit out of this. I think I compel you to just go there, and then I kill you. Because now I'm just kind of like splitting them up, right? And then what I could do is now you're panicking. Masons don't panic. That's very useful to know. I am going to upgrade and deal damage to you because you're 1 room away from my heart. You're actually the first person to see my heart. Aw. Upgrade, killing spree, claw you, phantom raking. Pog, we are so pogging. I took 1 point of damage because 1 person found my heart. The game is still being improved, so we value any feedback. If you're interested, please wishlist. It means a lot. Awesome. Yeah, the Scooby Gang ain't escaping nothing with this. So, what are my thoughts on that game? I very much enjoyed it. I think the damage strat proved itself instantly to be more effective than the healing strat or the sanity strat, because I feel like sanity, they tended to have higher sanity than they had health. And despite the fact that tension could help with sanity, and there seemed to be more sanity cards, just the ability to just take them out physically was super useful, I must say. It was super easy. Like, I had 1 person escape and 1 person reach my heart out of all of that. And even on that final rush where there was like 3 stonemasons, like 4 normal people, I don't even think I had a particularly good setup. I just kind of had a long building that was fairly cheap and did some damage buffs. And it gave me like more AP, and like it was basically I made the glass cannon equivalent of a house. You are your mother's child, because as soon as you said despite, I sang out loud, all my rage. Wait, I don't even know that song. All my rage, I am still just a rat in some jeans. I'm actually unfamiliar with that. But yeah, so that was a fun little game. I now need to decide what am I doing now that this game is over, because it was just a demo. I will also say I have a pretty good PC. I just got my PC like 4 to 5 months ago. My PC was running hot and was just at like 90%. So I don't actually know how optimized the game is. Red in jeans does go hard. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what we can do, I could play Disco. I could play Balatro. I could play something like Civilization. Does anyone have anything in particular they want to see? Because like my first instinct is like, oh, well, it's Saturday. We can play Disco Elysium. But I did also just play Disco Elysium. I played Disco Elysium on Tuesday and I had a great time with it. But I also recognize that Disco Elysium, some people want it more than others. Disco sounds cool. Oh, Driver, were you here when I was playing Disco Elysium on Tuesday? Kim likes me, like officially. I got 10 good cop, bad cop. I think that's means that Kim likes me. I think what I'm gonna do. Oh, I'm still in the just chatting category. Whoops. My throat is actually kind of bothering me, and I've been drinking plenty. Oh no, Tuesday you're at work. So you would have missed like half of day 2. So I will say the VOD is currently on my YouTube channel. Let me drop that here. This is Tuesday's VOD. It's me yapping for a while, and then at like the 4 or 5 hour mark, I start playing Disco. But so I'm actually going to hold off on Disco today because I'm not really feeling it, you know? I'm not really in the Disco mood right now. However, I do have other options. I can go back to Yapping. I can play something like Civilization, which would be like a Yapping style game. Balatro, similar to Yapping style. Or we could do something unprecedented. What that unprecedented thing is, I have no idea. I mean, I could start Dwarf Fortress of all things. Like, I feel like I'm juggling too many series already. I mean, we could play Slay the Spire. Like, we just played a roguelike. We could just play Slay the Spire. So it's yapping. New game genre, yap. Like, okay, calm down. I don't yap that much. Shut up. Wait, I have Baldur's Gate? Oh, I have Baldur's Gate 3. I forgot somebody bought me Baldur's Gate 3. You love Civ. Civ is such a fun game to just like chat over. I'm the queen of Yapland. I prefer the term like monarch of Yapland. Because I feel like I'm not enough of a queen to be a queen, you know? And you love me for it? Oh, thank you. Dwarf Fortress does sound cool. It's this thing. If it was Dwarf Fortress, so let me turn back on the music. If it was Dwarf Fortress, I would have to learn how to play. I think that might be better as a dedicated stream, you know? So I think what we might do, I mean, we could just like play Civ for like 3 hours, which would be very silly, but like we did it before. I don't have Civ 7, but I do have Civ 6. Hang on. I've only played Disco Elysium for 18 hours and I'm halfway through day 2. But also at the same time, like I've already played Disco Elysium for 18 hours and I'm only halfway through day 2. I think I will leave this to the hands of the people. Actually, I need to edit, and my voice is kind of hurt. Like I'm a liter of my water in, and my voice is still hurting. So, I believe I don't think I should play a yapping game then. Like, I consider Civ a yapping game. I could talk more D&D. I could talk more... Here's the thing. I love so much stuff. I love doing so much. That's the issue. My throat is actually kind of hurting. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm gonna hit 6 hours. I'm gonna hit 6 hours and then I'm gonna wrap up. Promise. So until that point, I think it's Balatro. Because Balatro is the sort of game that you can just kind of like play. And yes, technically all games you can just play. However, strictly speaking, Balatro is the Balatroius. And I have not played Balatro in a couple weeks. I've never played erratic deck. Let's play erratic deck. Okay, let's... Okay, so we have one ace in the deck. We have a good bit of 5s, a good bit of 9s. Oh, if we get like Cloud 9, that'd be kind of goated. What is the distribution of 13 hearts? 9 spades. Maybe I'll have to flush. Well, I have a bunch of 9s actually. I could go for the full house. I did not get the full house. This is sad. This is not what we wanted. I still did not get the full house. Why am I being disrespected when I have so many 9s? There we go. We get the full house. Goodness gracious. Face card. Let's grab the buffoon pack. We can get riffraff and to do popcorn, Mystic Summit. Primarily 9s, 5s. Yeah, 9s and 5s. I mean, I could like try for the flush, but 6s. Oh, I want to play a 2-pair. So I get money from that. The mult kicks me over. I'm gonna sell. I should have sold Mystic Summit for the interest. I wasn't gonna use it. Let's get some tarot. Wow, those are our 9s. We have 5 4s, 7 5s, 8 6s. I didn't realize we had so many 6s. 7 9s. What if I just... I'm certainly not doing a straight build. Let's get one thing clear. Oh, I don't have a lot of face cards. I want A straight flush? I'm not getting a straight flush. Like, the 4 of a kind might just get me it. So I'm actually going to sell Faceless Joker. Yeah, with the molt bonus. Oh, I didn't change the category. Whoops. I knew I forgot something. Nope, not that. Balatro. And I think I may be slowly falling asleep. Maybe she go to bed. Alternatively, 90% of gamblers go to sleep before they're about to hit their second win. Have you considered this? I'm actually gonna draw. Oh, 4 of a kind is so easy with this build, though. I've never gone Obelisk. What if I went Obelisk? Obelisk, the Tormentor! That'd be kind of silly. Like, what would I do? I think I'm going like full house? Question? 4 of a kind. Yeah, so that's actually 3 5s, and I have 3 more. I could go a full house here, but I'm gonna try for the 4 of a kind. 4 of a kind. Oh, I should have sold superposition because I didn't want it. I'm not maximizing my interest. How dare I? A foil ride the bus is really good in this. Let's see what I get from Hanging Chad. Not the best, not the worst. I'm gonna sell popcorn soon, but not yet. Not yet. Like, I don't have good enough cards for Hanging Chad, but Hanging Chad is not bad by any means. It's just not what I need right now. If it contains straight, nope. Contains a 2 pair, potentially. 10 or 4. Right, I forgot I had Riffraff. I don't need... Play only 1 hand type? Oh no. It's almost as if I have a ton of 4s. Or a ton of 6s. Probably should have sold Hanging Chad. I don't need Hanging Chad. Oh no. I have more 6s. I also have more 8s. I think I hedged my bets on 8s and 6s. 6. Yeah, I think I sell Hanging Chad because I don't need it. Right? Because then I get more from Riffraff. This will just pay for itself. Shoot the Moon and Fortune Teller. Well, who am I to say no to that? Oh, I probably should have kept the Queen just for Shoot the Moon. I'm not getting 6s. Wow, I got a full house. I got a full house. But no additional mult outside of Ride the Bus and Fortune Teller, which is not very cash money. This might not be the run. I'm uncertain as to if this is actually going to be useful in any capacity. Still have 6s left. I have 8s left. Kind of kicked myself into the king. I got the 8s, which that's pretty pog. Yeah, Golden Joker, like, I feel like people sleep on Golden Joker, but it's actually so goated. Let's drop you, grab you. Drop you. Reroll. I guess we're going 4 of a kind. It's 4 of a kind. Negative. We are on white stake. We do not care. So you're 6. So this would actually be a really good set. If I had grabbed Obelisk, I would have been able to set myself up for, I shift from a 4 of a kind to like a flush 5 build. Sure. Suits don't really matter. I care more about 8s, 9s, and 6s. Because if I view this, I have 7 9s, 6 8s, 9 6s. Which is very silly. Let's see about adding some more. Nah. Oh, joy. Not that I need that. Like, I could full house here, but like, I could just shift to an 8 build because I have 8 ball. An 8 ball I haven't found to be very useful, very good, but it's certainly not the worst. Particularly if I'm playing an 8 build. Like, you know? I also do want to build up Ride the Bus. I just realized that. But when it comes to Balatro, it's not a matter of winning, it's a matter of losing in the most interesting way that you possibly can. Like, if I just whipped out the 4 fingers right now, that wouldn't help. That wouldn't be useful. However, it would be very funny. And that's what matters sometimes. Grab you because you're an 8. Nope. Okay, let's go. A polychrome abstract joker. Sure. Like, can't really say I was expecting that, but who am I to be upset? Okay, I'm gonna put it on y'all, but I'm gonna play the 6s. Fog. I was expecting not to win that, and then I would have had a chance to play the 8s, but oh well. Emperor. Don't care about you or you, so I'll just hold you in hand because I have no showman. DNA would be silly, because I should play more 8s, but I don't really think that's worth it. I'm not playing 10s or 4s, unfortunately. So I think what I do is buy riffraff. Screw it, I'm gonna DNA. Just get more 8s. This is 2 of them. I do have more hearts than anything. This is base mall. This is gonna go, so I'll just grab you. Then sun would help with that. And then I keep you. So now what I do, base chips and malt are halved. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go for the H. This is a lot of non-8s, which I mean is normally quite, like, I have a 4 of a kind 6s. Let's just do y'all. I will keep you. Let's just do the 4. Well, first off, let's play the 8, get more 8s in hand. That'd be kind of risky, but sure, why not? You know? And that gave me Empress. So I can do y'all. Probably should have played one of the other cards, but hey, if it works, it works. Wheel of Fortune. Honestly, not the worst at all. Temperance and Hermit? Holy heck. You're spoiling me. You're spoiling me. 6, but I am going for 8s. I think I leave it. I think I've shifted fully to 8s. So I want to... What if I just... Yeah, that's an achievement. And then I do Hierophant. Then I destroy you two. Have 4 of a kind. I'm shooting for 5 of a kind. Fortunately, I did not get the 5 of a kind. Luckily, it doesn't matter. Still got it. Hierophant, sure. Celestial Pack, I need to be upgrading my high card, yes. But also my 4 of a kind. You're still in hand? The blue seal's alright. Yo! Wheel back to back? Love that. 4 of a kind, Pog. We're gonna drop the 9s and the 5s. That's a lot of 6s. That's quite a few 6s, actually. I think I don't actually take this, though. I think I want to focus on the 8. Well, thank you, driver. I appreciate it, and enjoy your rest. I think I just kind of like... I don't take the DNA because I don't want to increase the amount of non-8s in my deck. Ooh. Let's get an Arcana. Hierophant. We're gonna get our 8s up. We are going to convert the left card into the right card. Even though I like money. Oh, that's fantastic. I do love me some money, but at the same time, I think it was more worth it to get our deck better. Choose 2. Oh, well, now I'm just being spoiled. Must play 5 cards. Okay, so DNA won't work here. However, we have some 8s. We have a single H. I'm going to convert left card into the right card. I'm going to play a pair. That builds up Ride the Bus. Now we have a 5 of a kind. Strictly speaking, very good hand. Didn't get the planet card until I played it. This one consumable, very good with 8 ball. Let's see if we can get a 5 of black hole. Awesome. See if we get 8. Glass 8, wild 8. I think wild 8. Because it counts as a bloodstone. You can add another voucher. Yes, that would skip DNA scaling and Ride the Bus scaling, so it was not the best plan. However, I feel as though it was worth it. Okay, so we have 5 of a kind, but I'm gonna play. Let's see if I can. Nope, I did not get around it. So I'm actually gonna make you a wild. So now this is a flush 5. But first, I'm actually going to play you because I want more molt. And I'm good with money at this point. So I'm actually going to play you, hopefully breaking this glass card. But otherwise just bumping up my ride the bus. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you, flush 5 with a bunch of bonuses plus a seal. And then in my next shop where I have tons of money, I'm going to get another voucher. Hopefully a good one. Planet. Hog. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Let's buy you. Let's see what about you. Let's just get money. Let's open you. I think I just get more money. Money. Sell and sell. Call it greedy, but like money does make the world go round. So cry about it. No, don't actually cry about it. However, I do like just acquiring a ton of cash in this game. It's very satisfying to me on like a visceral level. You know? That's 5 of a kind, but it's not a flush 5. So 5 of a kind is still good, even if it's not the best. We got another temperance. The mandate of heaven is with us. It wants us to be rich. It wants us to have money. I honestly don't think I need golden joker at this point. I'm playing 8s, so hack won't be useful. I get even more money from seed money. Let's just grab you 2. And lovers. I mean, I just made you wild. I should make you wild instead of bonus, no? Because I want hearts from Bloodstone. Now, this is where I want to focus on increasing 6s. Because then they can become 7s, and 7s are really easy to convert. So long as I get a strength. I have Sun. Hanged Man is great. I think I sell Golden Joker for Constellation because I need more molts. Ooh. Sell you. Grab you. Yeah. I'm gonna continue. So now we can destroy you 2. Probably should have destroyed the face card, but oh well. We have tons of 8s. However, I can convert you into you. And Sun, 1, 2, 3. So now we have a proper flush 5. But before I do that, I'm actually going to grab the molt to double this. Even outside of wild cards, we're getting flush 5s. I don't need the cash as much as I did before, so I can just keep playing high cards. Just to build up Ride the Bus. And then even independent of that, I get a flush 5. And then that brings me to the finish line. I built up my ride the bus some more. I probably even want to swap out my abstract Joker soon enough because it is polychrome, but still not fantastic. Like, I'm not rocking this with fantastic Jokers. Hex. Wraith. I have too much money for that. Ectoplasm, but -1 hand size. I think I just... Maximum aura. That's polychrome. Okay. Hog. Let's use Eris. I could get back Golden Joke, but I don't really want to. Blueprint. Fantastic. Okay. First things first. We duplicate a card. So we're going to discard a bunch so we can set up the flush 5. Okay. Duplicate this twice. Then what we're going to do is we're going to Bloodstone twice because we have a flush 5 of hearts. We're going to Eris. We're going to sell. We're going to Venus because that just increases constellation. And now we have a flush 5 with a 1 in 2 chance of doing times 1.5 twice every card. We are so gaming. We are so gaming. This is what happens when you step away from Battletro for like a week and then you come back and you're like, I never left. I was always ready to come back. The world just wasn't ready. So we're going to do this. Yeah, left and right. We're going to Chariot the 9. Jumbo. I can continue strengthening, or I can just focus on trashing. I think I trash 5 and the 6. We save our money. Playing 4 of a kind sets money to 0. No worries, I'm doing flush 5s now. Already. Over there. Unfortunately, that's not a heart. However, we can play 5 of a kind and still be fine. And I'm going to go for the times 1.3 because we don't have as many hearts. Yeah, we're fine. So move you back down to DNA. Stone Joker is always silly. Yeah, let's just fool into Temperance, get even more cash. We were kind of struggling on cash for a second, but we're more than fine now. Maximum aura. No issue there. We do have an ad break currently happening. So I'm going to drink some water. Battletro is so much fun. I always forget how much fun I have with Battletro every time I stop playing it. And then I'm like, why did I enjoy Battletro so much? And then I realize it's because it's a really fun game. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It's just one of those games where every single time I play it, I'm like, yep, we in Battletro mode. We enjoying gambling. It's not to say that I think back on it and I don't enjoy it. It's literally just like, I'm like, it's just the gambling game, right? But no, it's the fun gambling game. It's the wonderful, lovely gambling game. It gets the hooks in you. That's how it goes. It just grabs you and doesn't let go. But given that we have the ad going, I'm not going to continue the game. I give it a pause. Although I am going to wrap up in the next like half hour because my voice is kind of killing me, as I'm sure you've heard. This might be the only time in history where someone said, I'm going to play a round of Balatro, and then they played one round of Balatro and then stopped. But it's not due to my own free will. It is explicitly because I am being forced to by circumstance. So, but thinking about how to do this going forward, I need more planet cards. I'm shifting towards hearts. I would like to convert these if possible. I need to destroy cards in my deck is a big thing. Honestly, I might end up dropping Bloodstone of all things. Like, Bloodstone's really useful. However, it's happening before I get my main molt bonuses. And yes, with a flush 5, I'm getting plus times 28 molt. But I'm getting most of my molt bonuses after Bloodstone. So I was just chatting about my philosophy of how this run's going to go. I could buy you, but I'm not going to use you. That gives me molt. So I think $3 for molt is worth it. Let's buy you. And it's getting a bit expensive to reroll, particularly given that we have interest. All Joker, so all cards debuffed until Joker sold. I guess I'm selling Bloodstone then. Perfect. Perfect. Honestly, I could flush 5 clubs, like. Let us kill you. Yeah, like, let's give you that. Click you. Gonna get 2 copies of you. And given that this is not a full heart, it could be 4 of them. But this would also be like, watch how crazy this is gonna be. It's only a 5 of a kind. And yes, I understand that technically speaking, I could have wildcarded it first. I feel like the bonus was more valuable than the wildcard. Okay. Oh, we are hogging out our gourd. We are going to destroy you. Destroy you. We're going to open. We're going to Fool, because we want to destroy more cards. We are going to... I mean, I could Wheel of Fortune. That treated me very well. To a single random rank. We already have 2 8s here, so I don't care about that. We could make them lucky, but we're not really doing a lucky build, so Wheel of Fortune... Nope. Oh my goodness gracious. This is the second time this has happened. The mandate truly is with us. And if you're curious what that means, that just means that the game is wanting us to win. What is up next? Upcoming. I mean, I could drop Bloodstone for egg, get like 2 turns of egg in before I sell it. That'd be silly. think the main thing here is constellation, really. That's my main form of progression. You're back and you see Balatro, I click. Aw. Well, happy to know that you get excited by Balatro. Yeah, so my voice is kind of killing me. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna wrap up soon. Let me discard y'all. I'm gonna wrap up soon, but I wanted to go at least 6 hours, so I started around a Balatro, and I'm just having a great time. Cause like, I don't need to flush 5 here. I could just flush and observe. Or I could just 5 of a kind, observe. Fantastic. Because this is my first run on the erratic deck, and I had quite the interesting setup. We spent all our money on planets, so we get constellation up. 5 of a kind versus Eris. We're going for Eris, however, we're a little bit shifting what we're doing. We went from like straight hearts to now kind of we're doing a bunch of clubs because I haven't been getting the sun. So I'm actually going to sell Bloodstone. Funny enough, of all things. I'm then going to drop you 3. Yeah, and like shockingly, of all things, we're gonna get a 3 of a kind. We're gonna flush 5 of clubs when this entire time we were going for hearts. Which is like so silly to think about. However, as we approach this, we must remind ourselves that clubs are no different than hearts outside of the fact that they have literally different mechanics because they each have a separate joker that is unique to their specific suit that you can only... I don't know what the unlock condition is. I think it's that you have to like... That's good. Yeah, I'm now doing flush 5s. I was doing 4 of a kinds and 5 of a kinds, but just the ability to pump up constellation now is so good. I'm gonna buy you, not spend you. Ooh, obelisk would be great here. It's have so many clubs in your deck, I believe. Yeah, that's what my assumption is. Like, I understood that the object of like unlocking in the first place is like different than it just showing up in runs, like Bloodstone just showing up in a run. I think you need a certain amount of them in your deck though. I don't think Astronomer's worth it. I think it would be funny. Oh my gosh, it would be funny to fund my constellation addiction. Alternatively, ride the bus. Because these two to get... I mean, it might be DNA time. It might just be goodbye DNA. I already have a bunch of these. I think it's goodbye DNA. It's goodbye DNA. Because DNA is something where like you want it, but you don't hold it forever. Perfect. And then we can fool. And do you. Oh my gosh, my voice is killing me. And for now, Constellation is always going to be our go-to, but Obelisk in the future. So for instance, whether I play 5 of a kind or flush 5 doesn't matter because I played a bunch of high cards for DNA. And also Obelisk would conflict with DNA. So it's good that I got rid of Obelisk. The Tormentor. Yes, like if I flush 5 this. Pog. Okay. So I buy this. buy this. Always pick up a death. I think I start killing my non-8s. Because like they're even all polychrome. Oh my god. It even has a watermark. Yeah, so now I do like left into right. Sure, I'll just make you a steal so this gets out of my hand, even though it's nice to not have that come up normally. It's just I get the potential for cards with 8-ball. Oh, that was like 3.8 million. Familiar would not be good here at all. I think I pivot. The money is obviously fantastic. I love money. But what if I just... The moon haunts you. Yeah, like... Well, actually, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be deathing anyway, right? Because I want the polychrome. The gold seal isn't really the most useful, I must say. But the gold seal is also like giving me tons of cash that allows me to just like blow through my entire wallet. But also, look at this. Like, this is what happens when you get the ×4 planet merchant. Oh my gosh. If I had something to reduce the cost of rerolls, I don't know how long I'd be able to keep this going for. This is insane. I know I'm gonna like die at like ante 13, but that's kind of wild to me. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm just like straight going for these special 8s for the flush 5s. Which, like, I suppose it makes more sense. I don't need to do the flush 5s. I should be doing 5 of a kinds. Because then that maximizes my obelisk percentage. Right? So, like, I know I'm going to win this with a 5 of a kind. I don't need to play the flush 5. So I should save my flush 5s so later down the line when I play them, it continues to build obelisk. The Tormentor. And that's my ability to reroll cheaper. So we destroying you, selling you, getting more money from you. So a single random suit? What if it's like diamonds? That'd be so silly. Yeah, I guess just more money. Not gonna argue with that. Holy heck, how many planets? Did you see what that was? It was so many. I keep getting money. Honestly amazing. I'm shifting from hearts to clubs though. So I don't actually think I need this on. Like the fact is, like, Astronomer is actually putting in work. Astronomer got Constellation from like ×2.5 to ×4.5 in like a shop and a half. Look at this. Look at this. This is what happens when I have Planet Merchant Plus and my rerolls are cheaper. Yes, Chaos the Clown. I know you would help with rerolls. Astronomer did pay you 50 already. No, exactly. I think I do that. Well, actually, I just established that I didn't want to play my flush 5s yet. So what if I like 4 of a kind it? Which, because of DNA, high card is my most played. Yeah, so that's like still 5 million. I'm just extending the lifespan of Obelisk. Because I'm at the point where I can pretty consistently get a flush 5 every turn. The main thing is, I want to get to a point where I can consistently... what's it called? I want to get to a point where I can consistently play a flush 5 every turn. Ooh. If I soul? No, but if I deja vu, I don't need the money. Do I pass up soul? Am I doing this? Am I passing up soul? Like, ride the bus isn't giving me that much. You just zoned back in 5 million? Yeah, point. Also, I missed when you followed earlier, so thank you very much for the follow. I think I red seal this. I can't believe I passed up soul of all things. Yeah, and point, do you consider the fact that that was me purposely like holding back my power like a shonen protagonist? Oh, perfect. I get 2 deaths. We just got death and we have fool. Kaza, I don't think we're in a bad spot at all. I would have liked that red seal. So I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna play a pair. Because the pair is not my most played, so it doesn't reset Obelisk. That was still 1.2 million. Never mind. You're scared? You're pretty new to Balatro? Pretty recently got your first win with green deck? Heck yeah! I think my first win was with green deck as well. So, I am by no means an expert. I know Kaza is better at the game than I am. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them. I was just playing a quick little round of Balatro before hopping off stream, and this has actually turned into a really good run. Oh, Rocket would be so silly. I'm literally 1 win away from all gold stakes. Holy heck. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I have Constellation, which every time I play it, I buy a planet card, I get ×2 molds. I'm actually gonna fool... No, yes, I think I have to fool Eris. I think I need, for scaling purposes, I need to fool Eris. And then also that helps with Constellation. So I have Astronomer, which makes all planets free. And then I have Constellation, which every time I buy and use a Celestial card, I get ×0.1 mold, which has been so good for me. I think, again, I save onto the death. I kind of like play the pair, get some cash. Never mind. I'm trying to get that red seal, and I know that's greedy. I know I'm wasting my time with the death in hand, but I really like an Arcana pack where it shows up would be so pog. Oh, I was so hoping for that. More money. I'm also seeing like Polychrome upgraded Gold Seal 8s, which is beyond shocking. See, that's the thing. I started my deck and I didn't know I was going to turn into this. I'm playing the Erratic deck. The Erratic deck is a deck where all of the suits and ranks in my deck are randomized. So I started with like 7 9s, 6 8s, 7 7s, and like 9 6s. And then I was trying to make a 9 build. And then I ended up getting 8 ball negative, which gives me tarot every time, or it gives me a chance to get tarot every time I play an 8. So I kind of like shifted my strategy. Like you win with pairs while you're holding these 8s, just discard 5 cards. That's fair. Oh, the 6s would have been so funny. No, Kaza, that's very fair. It's the fear of letting go, which I'm sure you know tons about. Yeah, so if I spend a bunch of time playing pairs, and then I play pairs 15 times, and then I start playing 2 pairs, and then I played 2 pairs 14 times, and then I can go to flush 5s when I actually need it. Because Obelisk. Obelisk early game sounds really good, but it's super unreliable. If you get Obelisk in the mid game, that gives you enough time to build it up, but it's not early enough that you haven't established a main hand that you're not using anymore. Okay, so I have seed money. I need the other negative joker. I need another negative joker. That'd be so pog. Imagine what I could get with another negative joker. Okay. Sorry, that was loud. My mistake. We are hogging out our gourd. I'm gonna keep discarding though, just see what I get. I'm gonna keep you for the money. I'm gonna just play you for the money, because the pair is probably gonna get it. Oh, I forgot it's 10 mil. Whoops. I'm not in a position to flush 5 then. I forgot to jump at ante 11. What's my next best? A 4 of a kind? Oh, now I get the moon. Oh my gosh. That was amazing. So I hold on to the moon. I buy these for free, continue to get constellation up. So now I'm at the point where I can no longer like rely on pairs. But now I have 2 of those red seals, which I think is super useful, right? Because now that instantly bumps up my odds of actually drawing them, so I can death into them easier. I can copy them easier. I can... Wow, I'm getting a lot of planet. Which, like, thank you, but... Obelisk mid-game is really situational. You need a front load to build something like pairs and high win on high cards or something. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that it's... I feel as though... Obelisk is... If I get it ante 2, I'm busy playing my straight build. I'm busy playing my flush build. I'm busy playing my 3 of a kind build. I haven't developed to the point where I can do flush 5. I haven't developed to the point where I can do flush house. Right? That's what I'm getting at. Oh my gosh. I'm not getting like any jokers despite my tag. Sure. More money. Never saying no to more money, right? Okay, that Eris may have been clutch. So now we're at interest extra large blind. Okay. I'm just gonna... I have 10 8 of hearts, 12 8 of clubs. I can turn you 3 into clubs. And that's like my best option for this. So then I can flush 5 because I'm not messing around this round. Like, this is the wall. That was 51 million. Never mind, we're fine. Maybe I was being a bit worried for nothing. Yeah, this has been a very generous seed, I will say. Which I'm not going to say no to, however, it was surprising, certainly. Yeah, so the constant growth on Constellation is doing fantastic. I just don't think I'll be able to maintain E. That's my issue. I think I'm going to stonewall once I hit E because I'm not having exponential growth, I'm having arithmetic growth. And I'm limited by my cash flow. So like now I have to stop to maintain interest. I get another voucher. That's less growth with Constellation. Hanged Man. Oh, come on. I don't have any conversion. Well, actually, I could play you for the 2. Won't say no to generous seed. Oh my gosh, Connie. You really come in just to say that. Also, absolutely, I would not say no to that. This beats anti-12 if we get our polychromes at least. So we got our polychromes. The issue is I need conversion cards. I know I'm being risky. What are we feeling? Do I play all 4 of these and then use my discard? Yeah, I think I have to. I need to fish for... like a death. Because this is my only opportunity to. Okay. I have my flush 5. Do I play... Yeah, these are all polychrome. Polychrome is better. This will be our highest hand yet. Oh my gosh, that's only like a little bit above it. The mole is so worth it. This beats anti-12 if we get our polychromes. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, but like... Hog. 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 I think... Open Jumbo Buffoon Pack. Nothing. Replace Ride the Bus with Flashcard? What are we feeling? Because I'm just constantly re-rolling. Strictly speaking, neither of these are particularly good because we're primarily doing a polychrome run. However, this would scale larger and faster than Ride the Bus. Yeah, plus most, but I already have Ride the Bus, so I want to swap out Ride the Bus. You did come in to watch you too, just finishing another stream that went on longer than expected. No worries, Connie. Was it M? Was M fighting Volo still? Because I was watching a bit of M's stream, and I saw you were in that chat, I thought. How was the fight with Volo? You think it's worth it? The plus chips from Ride the Bus should be more points, but also doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter much. That is great. I'm not gonna say no to that. Negative Chad. Of all things, like I had a hanging. I started this round and I started this run. And I got Riff Raff, and I'm like, okay, Riff Raff's fine. I got Chad. I'm like, Chad's fine. M beat Vola, and she said she'd grind the decks after to meet God next Arceus stream. Oh my goodness. Okay, now I'm pushing past the point where I'm below interest. But any of these will give me it, so let's... Oh, I should have burned them. I had cards I could have hangmaned. Did I discard a 7? I have some 7. Oh, I was worried that I played something on accident. I'm gonna trash you two. Do I just play the 5 of a kind? Try and get... Like, obviously this isn't gonna win me it. However... Okay. Fortune was not... Or the cards were not the best. So I can do U2. I mean, I have a 5 of a kind, but I need a flush 5, and currently I have 4 of a kind. And I got it. Wait a second. What would be... Oh, definitely the Constellation twice is what's killing it, right? Like, Blueprint on Hanging Chad would not be the play, correct? You're God. I'm glad you're finding some amusement from this. Let's just focus on slashing my deck. That's my biggest issue right now, I think. Devil bonus. I mean, like, sure. Oh, actually, did I just screw up there? Should I have made my bonus cards molt? But those weren't the Red Seal ones, were they? Yeah, Blueprint on Constellation 100%. That's what I thought. So for anyone wondering, I'm actually down to almost a 52 card deck with basically only 8s. I have a fair amount of cards from other suits and ranks, but not enough that I think it's debilitating. Just a little annoying to try and find it. Okay. Wait, you've played 5D chess with multiversal time travel and you're still having a hard time with this one? Well, if you'd like me to do a walkthrough, just let me know. But in the meantime, do I trash Ride the Bus for Oops All Sixes? Oops All Sixes gives me a 50% chance on 8-ball instead of a 25% chance on 8-ball. Other than that, it gives me nothing. Because I have no other probability ones. Well, welcome on in, Casarino. Currently, we're just playing Balatro to wrap up stream today. We were yapping all day, and now we decided to wind down. About an hour ago, I decided that, and we're still doing the same run, so... Well, hello, Safety. Something tells me you had a hand in this. Let me just shout out Casarino, and let me know what it was you were up to. Because Safety is a familiar name to me. So if Safety is someone who knows you, then I will shoot you a follow as well. You don't think so, Point? You don't think Oops All Sixes is worth it? Also, Castorino, have any of you played Balatro? Are you Balatro like experts? Because if so, I could really use the assist. We're on Ante 12. This is a white stake run on a Radic deck. If you don't know what any of that means, don't worry. Oh, Pog. More Eris. We love Eris in this house. Because, I mean, how do you want the tarot cards? Played some RL craft and had great time. Awesome. Bus isn't helping at all? No, I know Bus isn't helping, but I'm wondering, is the 50 chips helping more than... what's a card? Is the 50 chips helping more than the increase in probability would? So now we're hitting a bit of an issue. I don't want to play a high card. But this would be a pair. That's fine. Okay. That was actually not a terrible hand. I have no discards, so I could just do you for the pair. Actually, you're a wild card. I could do flush 5. Screw it, I'll make you a chariot. Like, you haven't been having a good time with odds anyway. Yeah, honestly, like, I just had, what, 8 triggers of 8s there? Oh, I should have done the polychrome first, whoops. I had like 8 triggers of 8s there, and none of those did 8 ball. You need glasses and deaths, so Oops All Sixes would be great. That is fair. Well, too late for that now. Three of a kind. Good full house this. Get some 8s. Okay, we got a death. That death just saved us. I think? Yes. Left card into right card. And we get the flush 5. Perfecto. But no, Castorino, if you're looking to raid and run, by all means, go ahead. For everyone else who is looking to stick by, we just hit 1 billion. Please know, I am actually primarily a YouTuber, and I make TTRPG content. But I am playing Balatro right now, and the Joker stencil is crying. Do we think Hieroglyph would save me? Do we think Hieroglyph is the right play? But if you'd love to talk about RL Craft, I would love to hear about it. We're gonna Temperance for more cash money. Let's open the Buffoon pack, see if there's anything interesting. Oh, come on. Come on. Polychrome Madness Ante 13. That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny. I would die instantly, but that would be so funny. I think what I do is I sell Ride the Bus, I grab Matador, if nothing other than to just discover it, right? Hieroglyph is the only way we are switching from bonus to glass. Okay, actually, I'm gonna drop Matador. I'm gonna grab Wily Joker, because that has better chips than what Ride the Bus was giving me. Because I'm playing 5 of kinds, right? Also gives me more scaling potential. I've played 11. Oh my gosh, I've played 11 flush 5s. That's scary. I think what I gotta do is I gotta do some 5 of a kinds. Sure, we had to have a full reset because of our base, but we found a great place to start over. So tell me a bit more about RL Craft, because that is like the Minecraft style game, right? I think I've seen Safety playing it, but I can't claim to be super knowledgeable on RL Craft. Okay, but for Balatro, 300 million. Let's sell you, sell you, sell you, and we'll just play a 5 of a kind. Because then that won't increase the amount of times we played Flush 5, but it will maximize the amount of times we can get 8 ball. I should have played the money one there. Whoops. Steel? That's Vintage Story? The game started has a Minecraft. Oh, okay. I was confusing that then. My mistake. How many Flush 5s we at? We're at 11. High card 16. That's why it's a little bit like, "Ew." I'm actually going to drop Wily Judgment. +1 hand size. Pog. Okay. I'm going to discard of you. Play the pair? Actually, no, we have better ones to play. So we're gonna play a 4 of a kind. Just to get more potential. Death? Emperor. Sell you, Emperor. Sell you, Judgment. Oh my gosh. Left and the right. I guess we flush 5 in it. What else can we do? Right? Arrow, can I ask you a question about if you know something regarding roleplaying? Of course. I would love to answer that. RLCraft is a mod pack that adds a lot of things and makes the game very difficult and complicated. The early game is painful. Once you get things going, it's very fun. So it's kind of like Factorio. I don't say this disparagingly. I say this kind of just tongue-in-cheek, like Autism Sim, where it's the idea of like, it's a very high skill floor, but then once you hit that skill floor, it's super fun because there's so many options you can do going forward. Autism Sim. Yeah, and I have room for soul. Don't care about world. Honestly, screw it. Let's see what we get from soul. Perkia. Oh my gosh. Wait, can we? Oh. Wait. You're the cutie here. Listen, you can go around calling chatters cuties. If you're gonna call Kaza a cutie, you better be careful for when they inevitably simp for you. I hope you're aware. We are so pogging. I just need, okay, yell at me. We need to move Blueprint constantly. Also, Kaza, it sounds like you're just let's going because Cass called you a cutie, which I find very funny. Question, is there anything I should be replacing Obelisk with? Because I'm at the point where I have 4 more flush 5s in me. Oh, yep, folks are... yeah, in case you weren't aware, in my chat we cause violence. People like it that way, so... Aww. Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance then, since everyone seems to love you. Oh, Pog. And then we go back here. And then I just... I think... Do I just start... Oh gosh, discarding 8s? Oh no. Do I just start with the red seals? I don't think I'll make it without the red seal. Wait, I'm still here, not about... See, that's the thing, point. We have a command called Purge the Weak. It bans random chatter, including up to and not limiting yourself. So you can ban yourself if you get ricocheted. Like Connie just did. I think what I do is I think I 5 of a kind it. Question is, do I save the justice? I think I save the justice. Oh, y'all are just taking each other out. I mean, I'm proud, but I am a little bit concerned, I must say. I'm worried about the glass, but... So I'm gonna go 5 of a kind. And just hope they don't break. My red seal broke. Okay. Luckily, I have 2 more red seals. That's why I only did 1 of them. Right? That's why I held it to 1 of them. I'm gonna make you that. Oh, wait. Pog. I have to. Because I encrypted you. Now I have more in the deck. Now I just need another... You're not red seal, but it wouldn't hurt to have more of you. I appreciate that y'all are just... Oh, I think Connie was already banned by the time you did that, Celador, so, it didn't really go through. Put you there, by the way. I love it when people rediscover that Purge the Weak is only 1 channel point, and then they're all like, oh, I can just spam this. The mandate of heaven. When this becomes clubs, it's gonna be so goated. Sure, consolation. Why not? You know? Okay. After play or discard, always draw 3. You know what this means. Okay. And make you class. We have to be careful about this. We have to be careful about this. Look at all of these 8s. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know what to do. I think I spare the reds. I play a 5 of a kind with polychrome glass. Play a 5 of a kind with these. but I make the glass one the leftmost, so that gets repeated. Right? See, that's the thing. At this point, I have just given up on trying to keep track of people executing each other. I just let them go. And they seem to love that, I'm not gonna lie. Well, actually, what if I... So we're converting to a glass deck, but we're doing a 5 of a kind right now. We have 2 glass cards here. I'm gonna go for both glass cards. Okay. Fantastic. One of them broke, it looked like. I think not both of them, though. Even more discards. Fantastic. I need to get rid of both of these because I need to have only Justice in my hand, so that guaranteed gets Perkioed. Let me move that over. We're gonna have Hearts coming up, which will help if we're doing a 5 of a kind. I don't have anything to strength, so I'm going to Wheel of Fortune. I don't want to kill nobody. Then don't redeem it. No one's forcing you. You're just being highly encouraged by your fellows. You can just use your points to TTS. That is true. You can also do TTS. TTS is like 100. No, I need scaling. I need scaling. Oh, of course it's 8s.
Gunshot at Connie of the Wolves.
That's not quite... Okay. Listen, Kaza, you can't just say gunshot and expect it to... Excuse me?
I see that now. I think I shall haunt you for the rest of your days, in fact.
No, that's the thing. I've had people haunt me for the rest of my days. It's not all it's cracked up to be. I gotta be honest. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you. 5 of a kind. We're only at 10. It seemed as though we didn't need 2 glass cards, though, so I'm gonna do the 1 glass card to prevent it from breaking, if possible. Oh, no, we absolutely need glass. In that case... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're avoiding the flush 5. We only have 4 more of those. Kaza, you're so right. You're so right, Kaza.
If you really want to haunt
Thank you,
Ara,
Kaza.
you need to do degenerate shit. Like wanting to be stepped on.
That's very true. That has been the most haunting I've ever experienced from reading either YouTube comments or by reading my Twitch chat. No, Kaza, you might have just saved this. I don't think we have the bandwidth to go more 5 of a kinds. I think we need to bust out a flush 5 here. The question is, how hard do I need to go? Blueprint has been moved over. We have times 15 molt twice. Will this be sufficient?
I should have TTS. It's fine, Toe.
See, that's the thing. Kaza, I read your message right after I played the hand. Do we think we need both? I don't think I need both. Like, do I drop this, grab that? Or is that excessive? I think that's excessive. What do we think? Like, what are the mathematicians saying? As someone who's... I certainly need both? Okay, I'll trust you. I'm actually going to drop you and grab you because that's normal. Or you're just money. Let's see how it goes. I hit E and none of them broke. Oh, point! You should have said that earlier. Silly. Okay, I'm gonna move you over for Perkio. I'm going to death this ace into this super one. We're gonna buy more constellation fodder. Yeah, none broke anyway. I was worried about that, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, was this my first time hitting E on a natural seed? Because last time I hit E, like the first time I hit E was because I saw a run, it was super good, and then I died at like ante 5, and then I said, let me retry that, and then I got to like ante 16 and E. I think this is my first like natural E. Ooh, I don't know if I can do this. What if I get... Actually, being able to just get a bunch of hanged men might actually be really good for clearing my deck. I don't think I'd be mad about that. And also Ancient Joker for clubs. Okay. We're going to be playing like 3 of a kind. Maybe we skip next blind to save glasses. I think this blind... Actually, wait. I think we skip this one, hit the arm with... I think we hit the arm with like 3 of a kinds or like 4 of a kinds, because with Ancient Joker, we'll be so powerful that we won't need the flush 5. Because remember, we also need to conserve how many flush 5s we play. That's another consideration to have. And I will remind you, this is white stake. This is like easy baby mode. This isn't even like red or even green stake. So this is the easiest the game gets in ante 13. Okay, I'm gonna risk this. Maybe I get justice, maybe I don't. Either way, I think it's useful. I got justice. I think I skip this, get tons of cash. Play this. Move you there. I delete you. I think I delete you two. Hope that I draw another non-8. Delete you two from my deck. Kill you. Right, because I'm not playing... I'm going to play like a 4 of a kind. Right? I think I discard you. It's 8. It was 9s this time. I'm going to justice you. I think I justice you. And I do like that? Are we thinking? Because like save my red seals? 4 of a kind is one I'm not really playing that. Wait, if I play 4 of a kind, that's 1 away. I can't play 4 of a kind. Do I just 5 of a kind? We hit E though. That is very true. Do I dare do a 3 of a kind? Like, if I did, I would need to have it be like all glass, but How high could a 3 of a kind go with no red? I actually don't know if this is worth it. Also, we're currently in an ad break. I thought we were leading up to an ad break. My apologies. Gotta stretch and reset my model just so that I stop looking like I'm shrimping. I promise I'm not shrimping. Drink some water. I was looking to be over an hour ago. But I'm always happy to keep going. It was just, I was kind of like running out of steam. My throat was hurting. I was thinking I need to wind down. Nope. Always got to keep grinding. I think we do 5s no red. Do you want you to run that? If I do 5s no red, that would be fine obelisk wise. My question is obelisk worth it? Yes, times 6 increasing is good. Is it worth the fact that I have to oh, right, I forgot. I have Ancient Joker. This should be fine. I think we're fine with Ancient Joker. You want to run the numbers, but your browser reloaded and now you have ads? I'm sorry, Point. Luckily, it's only 30 seconds. Well, hello. Welcome back, everyone. We currently have Ancient Joker. I don't know how good Obelisk is here, but times 17 twice. If I get like a brainstorm, that'd be crazy. I'm gonna try the 3 of a kind. That was like a halfway. Not bad at all. A die did not mean to do that. That actually really hurts because every constellation helps. Why do you still have a minute 10 to go? I'm sorry. It's being mean to you. I think 3 of a kind, but again, all clubs. I'm gonna kind of like stubbornly avoid my higher hands if possible, because first off, I don't want them to lose. Oh, I need to. I need to 5 of kind, no reds. I think we're pogging. Yeah, we're pogging. That was the end. We needed the reds. Okay, well, my new best hand is E to the 11. High score round 38. Not my highest ante, but this was the seed if anyone wants it. Gosh, I think I want one more run. Hey, yo! I got a erratic deck one more time. See how it goes. Okay. Good amount of queens. Wait. No 2s. A single 8. You'll never be free if you run it. That's the point. I'm never free. Okay, queens, nines, sevens, fives, threes. Leaning diamonds, but not by much. You gotta go have fun. Okay, have fun, Kaza. Enjoy. I think we do one run. I know I said one run last time, but like, I mean it. Full house queens over nines. In Pathfinder, runes are engravings on weapons and armor. They include fundamental runes that boost basic stats, attack damage AC, and property runes that grant special effects, like energy resistance or extra damage. The number of property runes is limited by the potency rune's value, while fundamental runes are applied separately. It reminds me of Final Fantasy's materia system. Not sure if it would work in D&D. Thoughts? That's a rabbit hole that I don't know if I'm prepared to get into right now. I have a whole magic crafting system, like a magic item crafting system, written up that I have rules for. Like, let me... What's it called? My apologies. Let me open my notes. World notes. Player notices. Where is it? Item alterations. So the core thing in my world, and of course, as soon as I load up another game of Balatro, I immediately get distracted. The thing in my world is the thing that grants overcoming resistance to non-magical weapon damage. So anything that says resistant to slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage from a non-magical source, all of this is overcome by silver weapons in my world. Masterwork, or like a +1, is taken over by masterwork weapons. Strictly speaking, in raw D&D, a silver weapon overcomes some immunity to non-magical weapon damage. Like devils say slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage from a non-silvered weapon. Lycanthropes say slashing, piercing, bludgeoning from a non-magical weapon, or from a non-silvered weapon. That's what it says raw. Masterwork raw is just a +1 to attack, not a +1 to damage. What I have done is I have taken this and expanded both of them. One to be just straight overcoming resistance to non-magical weapon damage, and the other a +1 to attack and damage rolls. Therefore, if you have a masterwork silver weapon, it is a +1 weapon that acts as a magic weapon. Therefore, most +1 swords you find are just going to be silver masterwork weapons. A bundle of +1 ammunition is going to be 12 masterwork silver bolts or masterwork silver arrows. That's how it works in my world. But, on top of that, you can make other alterations to the item. I want to make a whole video talking about this just because it's literally me just yapping about my lore. But you can make other alterations to an item, and the idea is that every alteration you make to an item increases the cost of all future alterations. So if I have a longsword and I want to make it silver, that would cost me X money. Then I want to make it masterwork. That would cost me Y plus, I'll call it Z, because I can't remember what the additional cost of Z is, or like I have it in my notes, but like that's depending on setting notes. So now it's a silver masterwork weapon. It's effectively a +1 weapon. I want to make it so that it is now a lightweight weapon. So I'm going to alter it further to give it, what is it? If I want to make it balanced, which if I double check what that is, balanced is giving it the finesse property. So if I have a masterwork silver longsword, I can make it a balanced silver masterwork longsword, which would cost A plus 2Z. So it's the idea of if this costs 100, if this costs 200, and this costs 100, this would cost me 100. And then maybe Z is 50. So this would cost me 100. Then after I make it silvered, it costs 200 plus 50, so 250. And then after my 100 plus 250, so 350 total cost, then it would cost me another 100 plus another 100. So it would cost another 200. So suddenly it gets more expensive the more you tinker with a weapon, but you get a cooler and cooler weapon. So now this longsword, that was a mundane normal longsword you started out with, is a +1 magic longsword that has finesse. So you can use dexterity on it. Yeah, finesse. So the idea being is that, oh, I am a freaking rogue, and I have like one of the things with my characters, I have this lucky dagger that I've had with me since I was a kid, and I was forced onto the street, and it was the first dagger I killed someone with. You can take that mundane dagger and level it up to make it silver and masterwork, and you can potentially mark it with glyph markings so that you can enchant it, with the idea that your dinky little dagger suddenly becomes relevant even when you're like 15th level. That's the core fantasy of this system I set up. It's the idea of it gets more expensive over time, and you have to find better and better craftsmen to work with more and more delicate and complex materials. But fundamentally, you can take a greatsword and you can not only make it masterwork, you can also infuse it with adamantine, and you can inscribe runes into it and make it deal a d4 fire damage. And you can take your family longsword and bring it with you and make it this awesome legendary artifact that future campaigns will be fighting over because you put in the time and effort to make it this awesome item. That being said, I limited it so it's not like, oh, I'm just going to make a Holy Avenger by 5th level. It's mostly, what does your GM think is reasonable that you could do? That's why you might have like, oh, I have this chunk of mithril ore, and I have my family's sword. Can you use the mithril to like reforge my family sword in mithril so it gains the light property? And now I have a long sword with the light property. That's wild. That's crazy, because the light properties, you can use it on your offhand. Imagine someone who fights with 2 long swords or like 2 rapiers or whatever. That's stupid. But if it's a matter of, no, I'm building up to this point, I'm putting in the effort, I care about this, why are you going to tell your players no? Your players can not have a dual wielding rapier, one is adamantine, one is mithril, and they're both deal lightning damage so that you can put them together and shock people at the same time. Like, you can not do that in any game. You want a giant two-handed Buster Sword you can use in one hand. And that's the thing, is that with this system, I don't see why you can't. Now, is that reasonable? Not really. Is that something that it might fly in the face of balance? Well, that depends on what you mean by balance. We were talking about this earlier in the stream, but people think balance is all about DM versus players, when in reality, it's mostly players versus players. Because again, if you think about it, if player 1 or character 1 can do X, and character 2 can do Y, and character 3 can do Y and Z, character X feels awesome. They can do whatever X is. All the time, everyone looks to them every time someone needs to do X. Maybe this is lockpicking. Maybe this is a rogue, right? Maybe this is a wizard, and maybe this is a sorcerer. And this is the party, right? So you have someone who is utility. And then you have arcane knowledge. And then you also have charisma. So X is utility. Only the rogue really knows utility. So the rogue feels awesome every time they need to pick a lock, sneak ahead, scout, do reconnaissance. Then the sorcerer feels awesome every time they need someone to be the face. Oh, we need someone to negotiate passage. I got this, don't worry. But then when it comes to arcane stuff, it's well, I mean, we both do it. Maybe the wizard does it with a +1 better to the check, but if the sorcerer is already negotiating with the archmage, why doesn't the sorcerer just make the check? Yeah, it's a difference of +1, but the sorcerer is already relevant, so the sorcerer might as well make the check. And then the wizard's player feels oh, I guess I don't really matter. Or the wizard is way above what the sorcerer can do in the terms of arcane, and then the sorcerer feels, why do I have this if I don't get the chance to use it? Why do I have this arcane knowledge that's built in my character if all I ever do is play as the face? And then the sorcerer feels they have a wasted class feature or two, or maybe even the proficiency they put into arcana, they just wasted a skill point or a proficiency because the wizard does all the arcana checks and the history checks and the religion checks. This is what you have to worry about when it comes to balance. So something hey, can I have Guts' Dragon Slayer in each hand chained together so that I can whip them around nunchucks or nunchaku or whatever? I don't care if you do that. And if you're the only frontline character, you probably feel awesome doing that. But if it's you as the barbarian are dual wielding great axes, and then you have a fighter who's a knight, and they have one great sword, and for whatever reason their character is unable or unwilling, or maybe their player just feels it's dumb to wield 2 big swords in each hand. 2 big swords in each hand, that'd be 4 swords. A big sword in each hand. Then suddenly the damage fall off is just kind of ridiculous, because then the barbarian's doing double the damage of the fighter, even if the fighter gets more attacks per turn. And then the fighter feels well, now I have to do this. I'm not having fun doing this. I'm forced into this just to keep up with the barbarian, which that's when it becomes an issue. But that's only an issue if you don't talk about it beforehand. If the barbarian says, listen, I want to be a Khorne berserker. I want 2 chainsaw axes that I can tear demons with, and that's all I want from this game. And the fighter says well, I want to be a knight, and I want a great sword, and I want to have a call to a higher purpose, and all of this other stuff. The fighter doesn't need to deal the most damage, because that's what the barbarian's player wants. The barbarian wants to be the coolest, awesomest, most doomslayeriest character there is. The fighter wants to feel this knightly archetype. They want to be Percival searching for the Holy Grail. So as a DM, it's a matter of being okay, barbarian, you can wield 2 great axes and you can level them up and you can spend all this time and energy investing in your weapons. And fighter, you can get a squire, you can get land, you can have nobles recognize you and ignore the rest of the party because they don't talk to the uncivilized rabble. Suddenly, you're meeting the needs of both players, despite the fact that, mechanically speaking, one player is way higher up than the other one. There was a 3rd edition Prestige class whose entire shtick was using Buster Swords. I think the feat was Monkey Grip. Yeah, so I have been watching Matthew Colville since he started uploading videos of like D&D. And I remember him talking about like the Monkey Grip feat from 3rd edition, and how he imported this into 5th edition as the Iron Hand feat, and I stole that from him. And literally, I have a supplement that I wrote up that I never ended up releasing it just because I don't know. This was before I made content and I haven't edited it. I haven't even gotten a chance to play test it, but I just had so much fun writing a supplement about making your base. Making a base where you can like go retreat to, you get bonuses for staying at, you have like followers who like obey your command there. And one of the things is if you are a martial character, you might form a fortress, which is like martial oriented, which can give you training in specific fighting styles, not just the D&D fighting styles, but also training in heavy weapons, training in two-handed weapons, training in versatile weapons. And the two-handed weapon fighting style feat was you can wield a two-handed weapon in one hand so long as your other hand had a light weapon, a shield, or an object weighing under 6 pounds, because shields weigh 6 pounds in D&D. We're keeping a close eye on Mech. That's based. Yeah, it's based because it's about bases. Calm down. But it's the idea of I basically looked over every single weapon property plus armor types / shields and made a unique fighting style, a unique benefit you could get if you had a fortress and you spent time at your fortress training in versatile weapons or reach weapons or finesse weapons. And I wanted to keep them all roughly in this equivalent power level, but thematic. So for instance, the finesse weapon training, you need at least like a 16 dex or higher, because like you have to be super dexterous for it. But whenever someone hits you with a attack and you are wielding a finesse weapon, you get +1 AC until the start of your next turn. This stacks, so if someone hits you twice, you get +2 AC, and it just lasts until the start of your next turn. So the idea is, I'm a rogue with a rapier. I have a 16 AC because I have leather armor, but I train in this fighting style. Someone hits me, I go up to 17. Someone hits me again, I go up to 18. Someone would hit me but misses because of my armor. The idea being, I'm light on my feet. If I'm a finesse fighter, I'm like a duelist, swashbuckler. I'm a dancer with the blade. So you're hitting me, I'm dancing out of the way. You thought you hit me before, I'm never staying still. I'm constantly moving and shifting, and you got a lucky hit once, you're not going to get that lucky hit again. Meanwhile, something like heavy weapons is whenever you hit someone, they have to make a strength save or fall prone. And whenever you hit someone who is prone, you deal a little bit of extra damage. The idea being is that you're just a juggernaut on the battlefield with this heavy weapon. So it's the idea of like keeping the theming of whatever property it is, but at the same time, trying to keep them roughly in the same power level. Like, even with the finesse fighting style, or even with the finesse weapon style, you're never going to get more than like 4, maybe 5 AC. Because I dodge one, or you hit me once, I'm at 17. You hit me twice, I'm at 18. You miss me, I'm still at 18. You miss me, I'm still at 18. You hit me, I'm at 19. You miss me, I'm still at 19. Like, it only scales when you take hits. Which, if you're a finesse fighter, you're probably not You're probably more oriented around dodging than you are around tanking. You're a dodge tank, if anything. Similarly, I made it so that there's a light armor style and a heavy armor style. There's no medium armor style, but for light armor, it affects you if you're wearing light or medium. For heavy armor, it affects you if you're wearing medium or heavy. But you need at least a 13 strength or a 13 dex for light, a 13 dex for light or a 13 strength for medium, for heavy. So the idea is if you're wearing medium armor, you could train in both light and heavy armor weapon style or armor styles if you have a 13 dex and a 13 strength. The implication being medium armor is the bridge point between light and heavy. So medium armor, because no one uses it, the only people who use medium armor are marshals who don't have access to heavy armor, which if you're playing a marshal, you're going to get access to heavy armor because you're either a fighter, a paladin, you have a subclass feature that gives you heavy armor, or you're taking a dip into fighter or paladin. Or you're taking a dip into probably fighter, right? So in order to bridge that, like, no one uses medium armor, you can gain the benefit of both light and heavy armor styles if you're wearing medium armor, but only if you train in both and you have the prerequisites. So like, this is why I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a rabbit hole you just opened up, because like there's also like the glyph system for inscribing in weapons. I want to make a video of both of these. I want to make a video about character bases, and what I would love if I could steal and solicit playtesting from my community to see how this goes. I would be so thrilled. I want bases, and I also want crafting. Honestly, I just want to talk about my homebrew. I want to make YouTube videos talking about my homebrew and post it online, and then have people be like, that's not how it works raw. And then I'm like, well, yeah, this is how it is in my setting. And then they argue with me for 5 comments, and then I argue with them for 5 comments. And then inevitably, the way these conversations have been ending is, I just want you to know, like, I don't think your thing is dumb. I just disagree with how you're handling it. And then my response is inevitably, no worries. I appreciate you engaging with my content and you giving me your thoughts. I really appreciate you giving it a stress test and questioning it in ways I didn't consider. Because this has happened like 3 or 4 times, at least in the past couple days, where someone's been like, this doesn't make any sense. Like someone hits me with like this makes no sense. And then I hit them with the like, oh, well, here's my explanation. And they're like, but what about this? And then my response is, I mean, there's this. And then their response is, well, no, not that. How about this? And then my response is like, well, in my world, this. And then they're either like, yeah, sure. Or they say, you haven't convinced me, but thank you for sharing. And either way, I am like, thank you. I appreciate it. I have had very little toxicity in my comments in response to my homebrew. I've had mostly confusion and frustration from people watching it, but I haven't had toxicity. And that's been something I've been very thankful of, is because people will argue with me. People will say they think it's not a good idea. People will tell me how this would never work. And then we talk about it, and then sometimes I convince them, sometimes I don't. And then it usually ends cordially, which I'm incredibly thankful of. Ever heard of Iron Heroes? It was a D20 3.0 game. I haven't heard of that, no. Conan, based on 3.0, has damage resistance armor. Light weapons can bypass damage resistance by finding armor gaps. So like, historically, for instance, knights, anti-knight weapons came in 2 varieties. You would have bludgeoning, like a mace or a maul, which was designed to, if this was like a helmet and you had like a mace crushing into it, you would crumple the armor into their skull. That was the intent of it. But also, there was the equivalent of a sidearm, which was a knife, which they would have vision plates. You would take out your knife and you would stab into the vision plate. Exactly, like a stiletto slip in between. And heavy weapons could blow past just by sheer ferocity, by bypassing threshold. So see, like, and that is exactly what historically it was. It was, I am either going to hit you with a big rock that will crumple your armor in on your skull, or I will stab you in the chinks of your armor, in your faceplate, in your mouth guard. That's awesome. How would you satisfy one player who rarely has time or energy to build outside of game night, while also satisfying another player who likes to crunch? The way I have satisfied that before is I basically treat the game like I historically will look at my players, and let's say player 1 or player A loves to crunch. Player B is just kind of like good for the flow, will engage in combat, will strategize when prompted, but doesn't really have much initiative. And then player C really is just there to have a good time. Doesn't really care about combat, doesn't really care about the plot, is just like silently observing, takes their turn in combat, goes with whatever anyone else tells them to do. What I will do is I will engage with A outside of the game. I will talk about, hey, here's what's going on at your base. Here is what news you've heard. Hey, what was that backstory element you were talking about? For player C, I will avoid all of that. I will just approach them. Basically, I will check in with them every session, be like, hey, you having fun? And then they'll be like, yeah. And then I'll be like, do you want to engage with this plot point? And then they say, no, thanks. And then I'll say like, I think this would be a good character moment for you. Is this something that would interest you? And then they'll be like, maybe. And then I give them the opportunity, but I don't force it. So this is a situation where I'm giving constant prompts to the very active player. I'm giving constant check-ins, questions, sometimes affirmations to the quiet player, to the one who just shows up. Maybe they're shy, for instance. For the players who are in the middle, this is where I will basically do a watered down version of what I do for player A, where I will approach them and be like, hey, does this interest you? Or like, here's news that you heard. And then they'll be like, oh, cool, that's awesome. And then not really engage with it. So I'm like, okay, moving past that. Here's this bit of your backstory. And they'll be like, oh, awesome. Like I interact with my backstory. I talk to my mentor. I rue the day my father cast me out from the academy kind of deal. And then they don't pursue it further. And I'm like, okay, cool. Because then this player knows I'm looking out for them. And they're good to just have fun on their own. They're good to observe, enjoy the time that they're spending with their friends. This player gets to constantly have new stuff to pursue. I'm constantly talking to them about the game outside of the game because they're looking for more. And then player B gets to feel like I'm participating. I'm being active. I am doing stuff no one else is doing. Because when I approach them, hey, you heard your backstory element you heard your backstory is relevant in this town. They're like, hey team, my backstory is relevant in town. And then nothing else. Like, they feel cool because their backstory is relevant. They don't necessarily pursue it. And then when you fight the final boss and their henchman is player B's father who threw them out the academy, player B feels like, wow, this is such like an engaging and like intense moment where like my backstory is coming to the forefront, even though they're not really engaging with it. And that's okay. Player A is busy engaged with the plot, and they're the one who's saying how like, oh, they hate the villain so much because the villain like burned their family's crops. And then player C is just happy to have time with friends. Player B is the one where it's just like, yeah, I'm fighting my dad from my backstory, and like I took him out. I did something that no one else got to do. That's cool. And that's not to disparage any of these players. That's not to say any of them are better or worse than the other. It's literally just the goal of a game is to have fun. Each of these players wants to have fun in a different way. It is your responsibility as the GM to meet them halfway and ensure that they can have fun. Oh wow, my throat is killing me. It's only been 7.5 hours. Actually, it's already been 7.5 hours, I suppose I should say. I just started a round of Balatro. Okay, I'm gonna speed run through this. Watch this. You ain't seen nothing yet. Right, this is the one where we have a bunch of queens, right? Let's get smiley face. We're gonna speed run. You hear me? Full house? Easy. Oh, my throat. I'm sorry for making noise. Well, the game said no queens. We'll be fine. Is this? That's nearly a straight. Not quite though. Let's just do you and get some malt up, and then with the full house, we are pogging out our gourd. Geez, this reminded me of a GM that read out the number of texts each player sent to them related to the game. No surprise, the two roommates had a massive jump to my girlfriend and me. And that's the thing, is that it's like, it's a jerk move if you make it a competition. It's fun if everyone is being serviced in the way that they enjoy most, right? It's the sort of deal where it's like, you don't want to force players to feel like they have to engage with the game outside of the game. That's unreasonable. That's not fun. That's kind of wow, 4 queen. That's not very cash money. I'm gonna save this for cash money. Yeah, so I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. But that's not what I'm discussing. That's not what I'm referencing. I can do a 2-pair. I just leveled that up. Yep, because the smiley face. Oh, goodness gracious. Get a paintbrush. I need to focus on face cards, but at the same time, full house is kind of pogging. And then we have a 4 of a kind. Why not? But yeah, just make sure it's clear. When I was talking with like the different styles of players, I don't think those are the only players. I should have done this first. Oh, well, it didn't matter. I think I'm going queens. So, like, let's get rid of this 8. I only have 1 8. I know that wasn't what you were talking about. It was just an example of how to do what you suggested, but then kick players. And yeah, and that's where it's just like, oh, well, why'd you do that? It was to encourage the other players to engage with. No, that was to make the players feel bad, which is like a jerk move that you should not have done. And that's something where it's, I don't know, I'm far from a perfect GM. I've made plenty of mistakes, and probably my most egregious mistake that took me a really long time to overcome was trying to force a certain style of play on my like initial friend group when I was like first GMing, because broadly speaking, I was taking inspiration from like my first group when I was talking about that. I could get more of those for the idol, but I think I'd grab more kings. Broadly speaking, I was taking inspiration from my initial group. 5 of spades, hogging out my gourd. Another 5 of spades, extra pog. Wait, what if I just... Incredible. Yeah, I took inspiration from them vaguely, because there was a time where I really was trying to run a narrative game, a character-oriented game, and of the, I think it was like 4 or 5 players, one of them was a complete and utter audience member. One of them really just wanted to watch everyone else have fun and enjoy time with their friends. 2 of them were really... So one of them was an audience member. One of them... Oh, Otis, calm down. So, back to paint, I know. Of my initial group, one of them just, was an audience member. To use, a term Matt Colville uses. Actually, let me increase size of this. One was an audience member. One was a chaos gremlin. I would say one was partially a chaos gremlin, partially unengaged. Pretty consistently wasn't really paying attention to what was going on. Same with the cat. So I would actually say I had two chaos gremlins, because they're similar enough that I had one who very much so was an active, I'll say active gamer. They wanted forward progression, they wanted momentum, but they weren't interested in plot and narrative and character per se. They wanted action, they wanted momentum, they wanted the game to not stall, which was very active and helpful. And then I had one player who wanted to be the main character. And for the longest time, they were the most invested in role-playing and pushing the plot forward and engaging with the world so that they could be a more central main character, that I actually didn't really put my foot down and stop that, because I was just happy someone was finally playing the game I wanted to, because I wanted a more plot-oriented game, a more character-oriented game. But this is not a group that lends itself to plot and character. The most fun we had was when I was just kind of rolling with the chaos that they went with, enabling them and saying, go wild. And they loved that. And I had to learn that not every group wants to play the way I want to play. And I had to teach, not every player wants to play the way you want to play. This character, this player was happy to enable everyone else to do their stuff. But the main character often went into odds with the 2 chaos gremlins. But if the main character thought it was funny, then they'd allow the chaos gremlins and they would encourage them. The active gamer wouldn't stop the chaos gremlins so long as it was active progression. But if the chaos gremlins wanted to go murder hobo someone, the active gamer would get frustrated. So it was a lot of back and forth and not really understanding each other's expectations. Also, I love hearing you yap, but if you're in pain, it might be at least time to take some throat relaxing or soothing agent. If not, raid out. Again, you do what's best for you. Take care of yourself, thirded. My throat has been hurting me for an hour and a half. So I wanted to wrap up an hour and a half ago, and then I was I'll play one round of Balatro, because it seems a bit early to raid out. It seems a little early to wrap up. And then I yapped for an hour. So I think what I do is I'm gonna keep going until the end of this round. And then I'm gonna raid out, and all is gonna be well. 5 of diamonds, pogging out our gourd. Why do I keep saying? I think I'm hitting this wall with my Tuesday group. Any suggestions on how to get through it as a DM? The party gels really well, but I'm definitely the odd one out. So when you say that, do you mean like the situation I was describing where as a GM, I wanted a style of play that was incompatible with the group? Or do you mean it more from the perspective of the group is all friendly, but they all want different things from the game? Because those are two different problems to have, right? Discard you. Do I even have any 10s? I have a single 10 in this deck, so I'm not going for the straight. Face cards. Nope. 2 pair. Also 5 of diamonds. Yeah, because my advice whenever it comes to, hey, I'm running into this issue with my group, like how can I solve this? 9 times out of 10 is just telling them exactly how you feel. Don't be a jerk about it. Don't be rude about it. But just be like, hey, I feel like we're hitting a wall. I feel as though I'm constantly focused on combat and the group really only cares about role playing. I feel as though I wanted a very story-oriented game, but the group seems hell-bent on being murder hobos. Whatever it might end up being, scholar. Whatever it might end up being, I think that's a conversation to just say directly. You know, I think that's a conversation to just mention explicitly and see how they react. Because I will remind you, and this is just straight, I stole this from Matt Colville. I'm not clever. He is, Queen of Diamonds, Paul. Not every gaming group, not every friend group is a good gaming group. In the same way that not every band likes each other. A lot of bands, like in music, dislike each other by the time their career ends because they really worked together musically, but they didn't work together as friends. They couldn't stand each other. They made great music, they had great jam sessions, but they weren't close like that. They didn't have good chemistry. They had good musical chemistry. In the same vein, you can be friends with someone and have opposite desires from a game. That's okay. You don't need to force yourself to play in the way that they want. Exactly. I want a narrative style of game, but all my players is doing goofy nonsense and complex strategies. And that's where you just have to have a genuine conversation with them. It's like, hey, I understand you're enjoying this. I'm not. I just am not having fun in the same way you are. And I don't want to take that away from you. However, I want to have fun.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating and it gets everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft.
I appreciate that you said here, because I always thought it was but not like you. I thought he was like saying she was soft and smooth, and I always thought that was super weird, which I wouldn't put it past him. Like, we all know that Anakin in the movies has 0 Riz, right? Like, that's just a known quantity. Anakin is good. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. What are we approaching? We're approaching the big blind, so I want to save for wasteful, but I do love me some packs. What if I drop Scholar? Queen of Diamond. What if I drop Scholar? Don't ask me what those notes were. Temperance, perfect. And Judgment. Yeah. I'm going face cards. I want to thin my deck. I want to thin my deck so I get idle on face cards. That is actually perfect. Sure, I'll buy a pair. I know that pushed me right below the interest threshold, but what are you gonna do? Both is good. Is it that Anakin has no riz, or that George Lucas just has no idea how real people talk? I was talking earlier a ton about Star Wars, and I was saying how like George Lucas is a punching bag. I feel like it's unfair to constantly blame him for everything, but like also, is it? He kind of really struggled with a lot of stuff, and I mentioned this earlier, but I've heard that basically after Empire Strikes Back, he kind of like lost the passion for Star Wars, and by the time he hit I could upgrade Pear again. By the time he hit what's it called? I could get Queen of Hearts. Maybe just get the planet. By the time he hit the prequels, he was really just making it for the money. He was making it for the kids, right? He wasn't making it for himself, for the love of the universe or anything. It was literally just like, yeah, well, I mean, make good money. Kids want it. George, look, George had a lot of good ideas for Star Wars. He also lacked a good number of people who tell him no as the series got huge. That's the thing. It's often said that he was surrounded by yes men, which is an unfair simplification, because for instance, throughout the prequels, he was regularly fighting with the rest of the production team because he was constantly trying to make specific edits, and the production team was like, no, that's dumb. That doesn't matter. Why are you doing this? Kind of deal. So it wasn't that everyone just blindly was a yes man. I think what it was is that he just had a bunch of bad ideas. Just straight up. Oh, why did I do that? I lowered my flush for no reason. I could have just done Pear. Oh, I mean, I could have lowered Pear instead, but... Also, I don't know what it is, but I think your framing of that device made it really clear and helpful. Thank you, Muddy Lich Lord. Why am I a Lich now? I mean, I'm down. I can rock being a Lich, but I don't... I've had multiple people say I'm Lich coded. Do other people in chat feel as though I'm Lich coded? Is that what this is? Well, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that's a bot.
Bring back slavery.
Let us...
The Nazis are back.
Let us ban... Okay. Ban them. Did that TTS go through, or did I stop it in time? I'm actually not sure. Oh, what happens when you're soup? So what happens when you're soup is that you get sent to the front lines. What that means is that you get timed out for 60 seconds. And if you die in that time, you're not allowed to come back. However, why is this not? What the heck? I banned you. Huh, that's weird. Well, I turned off TTS, but for whatever reason, I'm still hearing it, even though I turned off TTS. So an unfortunate reality of that, I believe they can't keep doing it though, because I banned them. So my apologies to anyone who has to deal with that. But yes, becoming soup. Becoming soup is just a matter of yeah, I'm not even like upset by the fact that they're spamming slurs or whatever. I'm literally just confused why TTS still went through when I muted it. Becoming soup is just you ban yourself for 60 seconds, and the ethos behind it, the lore behind it, is you get sent to the front lines, and if you survive the front lines, you're allowed to come back. I don't know why everyone loves it so much. You just soup yourself. Now, well, so the voice doesn't help the lich allegations. If you peeled away your face to reveal an undead form full of necrotic energy, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, yeah, like, I've gotten multiple people say that I'm lich coded. I'm somewhat lich coded. You're not going to be deceitful. Well, I mean, I don't take that as an insult. I actually am quite glad to be lich coded. The only issue is I don't think I'm a lich. Maybe I am. Okay. Question. Make become salad for 10k? Again, we're adorable little imps you kick to show how evil you are. That's the thing. I'm a villain. I keep saying it. Liches are very villainous, so I won't argue with that. The only thing is that in Balatro, do I onk the idol? Alternatively, I could onk the egg and get instantly like a plus 40 on my dagger. The issue is the idol scales. The idol has a higher ceiling. So I think I just talisman. Become grilled cheese for 100k? Oh no. Let's get dagger because we like being silly in here. We want face cards. You don't understand how many of my followers would legit love to be kicked? Yeah, a lot of you would, and I don't understand. But, hey, I'm not one to judge. Even though I probably should. Like, I'm really low on the... I'm not one to judge despite the fact that I think it would be justified. Let's increase some jacks. Yeah, we're going straight queens. And I think I drop. Ew. Jack of Hearts. Wow, I just got rid of my Jack of Hearts. Five of a kind, Pog. That's their issue. I don't hop into a channel whose lack of... Calm down, Otis. Jeez. I thought my other chatters were down bad. I thought you were fine. I thought you were normal, but I see I was mistaken. Become special soup the ocean for 1 million. We had a whole like arc on the server where people were fighting over the soup. It was quite something, I must say. Oh, pear is actually higher. Fog. So, like, we already kind of had becoming the soup ocean. I'm trying not to be horny. I appreciate it. I'm definitely not someone who... Well, actually... Yeah, it sells for 4. And then you sell for 3, so that's just feeding it. Listen, I've had people say far worse in my chat. I really can't blame you. It's 5 of diamonds. This is a 5 of diamonds. Hog. Didn't really help me because I have a face card build, but Oh my gosh. Sorry. Just my throat being in constant pain. I think you might be a king. You might be an ace. King. Oh. Okay, we're in a little bit of dire straits here. But we should be fine, assuming this is a queen? I could just go for the straight, but I don't think that's worth it. Hog. Still on ads? I mean, if we're talking about the Discord server, you can just join right there. Not gonna lie, I don't know if anyone's in chat who has not joined. I know that one person I banned who was saying slurs in chat probably isn't there, but you'll just get banned from the Discord server if you post slurs. So, what do you know? Yeah, you went the long way. Very fair. You know what? You should check out that lurk command we just installed. It's crazy, high tech. Open up my YouTube channel and went through there. Aw. You know it's on my Twitch as well, right? It's linked on my Twitch account. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna wait 10 more seconds, then I'm going to finish up this ding-dang run on Red Stake, on Erratic deck. I'm gonna beat it, obviously, Mandate of Heaven, all that. And then I'm gonna rest my voice. You like the scenery, okay? I vibe with that, okay? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Cash money. Another egg. Incredible. Okay. We are on Ace of Spades. We have a good amount of Aces of Spades. We're going to 4 of a kind this. I appreciate I just did that, Otis, you silly. We're in a full house because we're getting the ×2s, but we're gonna do it after the face cards. Yep, we are so pogging. Please don't judge me for the fact that I keep on pogging. It's really like not intentional. It's honestly a medical condition. The fact that you're bringing it up is bullying me. How dare you? Consider brain hurty. That's fair. Should I make a more like, I don't know, photogenic YouTube command? Because I feel like apparently not a lot of people know. I'm actually a YouTuber primary. Oh, strength and death? Oh, you're 5? King. Ka-king. Sorry, that was dumb. I know. 6 of hearts. Death into you. I need to cash money. Play all 5. Why would there be a Twitch command? Do you want an OnlyFans command? Is that what you want? That would be wild. That'd be so silly. Let's... Oh, I actually have way more discards. I forgot. I have lots of kings. I go from queens to kings. Oh my, why did multiple of you actually try that? I'm a family fan, not the Billy. I'm a family friendly brand. I can't have an OnlyFans. Do I go for kings? I guess I go for kings. Like, family friend. Okay, no, I don't play MTG Online. I play Magic the Gathering Arena. There is a difference. I got to Platinum like 2 seasons ago on MTG Arena, and then I stopped playing it. Because I'll like hit bursts of like I really play Magic, and then I stop playing Magic. I also hit Platinum on like money or destroying cards. Money I also hit Plat on Marvel Rivals, which I was very happy about. Why is there an evil Discord? Wait, okay, no. I was going to say I've never been on DeviantArt, like as a creator. However, I might be on DeviantArt. Like, strictly speaking, if someone were to make fan art of me and put it on DeviantArt, I would be on DeviantArt, which is kind of crazy. Huh. I hadn't considered that. No, it's so wild. Like, occasionally... Oh, I'm so close to a flush 5. Do I have another... I do have a single king. I think I go for the flush 5. Flush 5. Hogging out my gourd. Yeah, look at that. What was that noise? What was that noise? Me? Why would I do that? Oh, I probably should have just played the 1. That was a loss of net 2 as opposed to a loss of net 1 if I played ace. No, I don't have a lime wire or a pirate bay. You might start playing rivals because the thing looks like your jam's charging and be a problem. That's how I play all my tanks. I am a proud tank player where my only strategy is be a problem. Mostly I play dive tanks. I've been doing a lot of full houses. Oh, full house. Oh, full house action, sure. I need money, but like I don't know if I'll survive. All right, bye egg. King of clubs. Oh, I should have saved that. That would have been so pog. I'm not sorry. I'm apologetic. I'm not sorry. You know? Like, you feel that? Oh, I probably should have put the lucky on the left. Yeah, that was a skill issue. I could have won that in one hand. I should actually just uninstall the game. Have I been playing too much Marvel Rivals? Is that why I'm talking like that? I don't know if I like that I talk like that. Alright, gotta go to sleep. Good night, Otis. Thank you for stopping by. It's always a pleasure. Big number and shiny noise make monkey brain go brrr. Yeah, I know the feeling. Scary face is back. Just more money. Screw it, we go unlucky this run. We're at 25, we're at interest, so strictly speaking, fortune teller's better not to sacrifice. So scary face, how's it going? I have sacrificed you twice now. Another king of clubs. Do I have 5 king of clubs? Yeah, I have 2 more kings of clubs. Dang. I'm gonna put you there. Put you there. Hope on the lucky. Nope. Just got the gold seal. I think we just do this. You went, yeah, but it's honestly crazy. Just the thought of like, yeah, I might just wind up on DeviantArt one day. Whether in terms of like that kind of art or just like art in general, like, because DeviantArt isn't only for deviants from what I'm aware. It's like also just an art hub, kind of like Picru, or not Picru, Pinterest, that's the word. Flush 5. Am I gonna get a lot of those? No. More money. Kind of infested with AI though. Ugh. Really? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Everyone's like, hey, look at what I drew. And then it's just like an AI artwork. 3 or more face cards. This is Queen of Diamonds. Let's... Sure, let's do this. You usually use it for references for your own art? I mean, I think that's how most people use those kind of sites, right? It's just like, oh yeah, I'm using it for references for my art. I have 4 queens and only 1 king remaining. So I should play the 5 of kind kings. I don't know if we're making it through this one. Well, we got the 5 of kind. We're just not getting a lot from this. Ugh. That's disappointing. I can get the pair? Oh my gosh. I have like 2 cards left. Unpog. Well, Queen of Diamonds. A 5k away. Well, finally I can rest my voice for like a couple hours and then record tomorrow's video and start editing, because that's how my life goes. You don't usually see people admitting to using DeviantArt for anything though. Ah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because like I've been on the internet long enough. Like, but I'm not really phased when someone's like, oh yeah, like I go on DeviantArt or I go on these other sites which are predominantly like NSFW or like more niche sites. So long as it's not anything like problematic, I'm just like, hey, you do you, bro. I'm not really one to judge if you're gonna go on your weird sites, because that's your life. Don't hurt nobody, and we got no problem. You know. Let us. You're back that from the soap phone? Oh, you're back chat. Well, Stunov, we're about to wrap up. The folks who I was planning on raiding into aren't streaming presently. Wait, I'm sorry. Is this? Is this like an NSFW creator? Their name is... Okay, I don't think so. Because they're playing like Hollow Knight on Twitch, so I'm like, huh, that's odd. Their name just threw me off. You have a suggestion? I think what I'm going to do, if you'd like to drop your suggestion, you can, but it might just end up raiding into one of my buddies. Oh, I know who I'm raiding into. I'm going to Shindigs. Who is that? Let me check them out first. Oh no, they have so many people. Wait, are you talking about the Shindigs Twitch partner who is currently streaming software and gameware development? That's so many people. I'm so scared. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna raid into Dangerous Safety, who is someone that was present earlier with the raid coming in. So what we are going to do is we are going to be... Our raid message is going to be 2 whole years Pog. Because Dangerous Safety is currently celebrating their 2-year stream anniversary. So we're going to raid on into them. We're going to counter raid, exactly. They're participating in the initial assault. We have to flank them, route them, and I was going to say come in the back, but that sounds wrong. So I'm going to send y'all over. Make sure that if you haven't already, you check out the YouTube channel, because I'm primarily a YouTuber. I make TTRPG content. I give writing advice. And just generally, if you enjoy my yapping here, you're probably going to like my more scripted content over there. And also head over to the Discord, which you guys spammed the link of multiple times over earlier. Yes, we came from behind. So 2 whole years Pog. We're going to raid on over. Thank you all so much, very much for staying by. I appreciate your time and attention. And I'm going to go rest my voice. Enjoy and have a lovely day or night.